Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime. My friends, start building your credit up. Open a Chime checking account with at least a $200 qualifying direct deposit to get started. Sign up now at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, for checking and savings accounts, a credit card and debit card, and a great banking app that ties it all together, head to chime.com/sacred. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by Stride Bank N.A., member FDIC. Chime checking account and $200 qualifying direct deposit required to apply. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 273. My name is Colin Moriarty, and I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend? Welcome back to the show. You have an umbrella in the background. You going outside in the rain? Nah, they're
little lighting kits.
Yeah,
you know, set up for some video lighting. Yo, I have felt like I've been on the precipice of being sick for like a while now, for like a week, and it just hasn't happened yet. But it's like that feeling of like a prologue,
right,
almost,
right.
And it's like really annoying because I'm just like, yo, just happen already.
This is the zone where my dad would claim like you can get yourself out of it if you just take enough echinacea and like vitamin E and shit like that. You can bail out, pull out before you hit into the side of the mountain.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. It's irritating. Like, I hate this.
Yeah.
This is almost worse than this to me is almost worse than being like violently ill. Because at least like that would be like an experience, you know? It would be something to talk about at least.
Yeah.
But this is nothing.
Right.
I just feel kinda bad.
Right. That's like my whole life. Like, it's called depression. So
okay, well.
Yeah.
I guess it's a little bit more physical. But yeah.
Well, welcome back to the show, my friend. I hope you don't get sick. I hope you pull out before you hit the side of the mountain, like that. What was it, like the Argentinian soccer team in that movie Alive? They were something Peruvian, I think they were. And then they ate each other.
That's mega specific. Oh, by the way, look what I found.
Yeah.
So, the video might see. So I found this Warhammer USB.
Whoa. Sick.
And it's 4 gigabytes. So it's absolutely fucking useless.
Yeah, it must be ancient. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's cool as hell.
It is cool. It's a little tricky.
Yeah, that's really cool. Dustin Furman back from the grasp of the Yakuza, back in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, you survived, I see.
Welcome to welcome back from Japan, my friend. We want to get into everything with you, but in the meantime, let's just start broad. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. I also am on the cusp of being sick, just like Chris. Maybe bringing back COVID-20. I don't know, but yesterday in particular, I thought I was sick because when you travel back from Japan, I left Japan at 3:30 p.m. and I arrived in Washington D.C. also at like 3:37. So you have no concept of time. You've basically not slept for 24 hours. I exist outside of time and space right now, really, with, I slept really good yesterday or last night, but I just have no idea what's going on, where I am, but I feel very good to be home, you know. I missed being at home by the end, so I feel good to be back.
That's exciting. We got dementia Dustin in the house.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're not getting me on my A game today because who knows what's going to happen.
To tell the audience. I think the audience is going to be thrilled about that.
I think that's going to be a good thing, honestly. Yeah. But we'll see. You know, like it was weird. I went to bed at 11 last night and woke up at 9. So there was a solid amount of sleep.
Yeah, that's good sleep.
I woke up briefly at 6 a.m. though. And I was dreaming while I was awake when I went to the bathroom. Something weird was happening. I was hallucinating. I don't know. Maybe it was something the Yakuza put in the drink or something before they let me go. Some kind of a spell they can
POD would call that sleeping awake.
Yeah. Yeah. So, But yeah, I'm happy to be back. I missed. I was seeing all the different content come through. I was just lightly checking in here and there on the comments or whatever, seeing people on Discord. So it seems like things carried on without me, which is Good to hear.
They did. I tried to leave you alone. I went to text you a couple times, but both times I went to text you, it was like dirty, stinky green Android, SMS stuff. And so I didn't think you were like attached to a Wi-Fi at that point or whatever. So I was like, I can't do it. But I did email you.
You did once, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of the blue. I woke up to that email.
I thought that would make you laugh.
It did make me laugh.
I sent you a little email. It was basically just telling Dustin that I was sorry and I hope he comes back.
Yeah, that was, and then I sent one back that was like just right after this because I was at Nintendo World. Did you get the email back?
Japan? Yeah, I did. Okay, get it.
Good.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, the Nintendo World at Universal Japan.
Okay. I was thinking
the original Nintendo World. Now that there's two of them. So
right. Yeah, that's right. Okay, because I keep forgetting they have that theme park. They have that theme park Nintendo World, but I always think of Nintendo World as that store in Manhattan.
Oh yeah, they have two of those. They have the two stores, and they're gonna have a museum now too in Kyoto, which I was just there, but it's like a year away. So
Pokemon,
I missed out on that.
Like a Pokemon museum where they show real dead Pokemon taxidermied.
Yo, straight up, Chris, did you see Pokemon the movie when growing up?
Of course,
yes. Dude, the one Pokemon Center, they have a life-size Mewtwo in like the display, like in the water thing with the bubbles coming up.
Oh, that sounds dope as hell.
It was very, very cool and also slightly disturbing just because like, they're doing tests on him still to this day at this Pokemon Center in Japan. So, but yeah, it was pretty cool.
I was, I couldn't help but think, I don't think you were on the episode. I think because I might have think last episode, Dustin, when you weren't here, Chris and I were talking about how we've seen pictures of some people like very carefully, and there's probably only like 7 or 8 of these in the entire world, carefully take apart the nervous system of the human and then play it.
Oh, my parents just saw that. They have in Vegas.
A museum for Pokemon where it's Mr. Mimes.
Yeah, they're all.
Yeah. Dude, Mr. Mime, shout out to him for, there's a whole thing about him fucking Ash's mom. Did you hear about that?
I think I did hear about that. But
why do I know that?
Yeah, I feel like I do know that.
Internet rumor. Yeah, he's always hanging out with her, doing all kinds of stuff. Mr. Mime might be Ash's dad for all we know.
One of them internet rumors. That sounds like such an old way to say that for some reason, even though it's accurate.
Internet rumors.
One of them internet rumors. Speaking of internet, we'll move on quickly. But like, have you guys seen? Are you guys familiar with Dracula Flow?
No.
Oh my god. Everybody. Do yourself a favor. Dracula Flow 3 is the best one, but it's this old man with like a fake hairline in printer ink on his head, and he's just saying the most out of pocket shit. And he's in shades. He's like,
"What is this?"
I don't know what it is, but like I'm obsessed with it. And like I had a dream the other day that like there was a new Dracula Flow. This was a dream that I had, and I was so excited. I was like, "Oh my god, there's a new Dracula Flow!" And then I woke up for real, and it was gone. It wasn't there, and it was one of the most disappointing wake ups I've ever had in my life. But it's just this old. I don't know if he's getting like he's definitely reading off a script or something, but he's just saying like just out of pocket shit. Just like, we out here smoking symbiotes. I was flipping bricks for Mansa Musa when you were a type 1 civilization. There's all this insane, like it's all amazing. Like every line is so good.
There's a huge know your meme page about it. knowyourmeme.com/meme/Dracula-flow.
Yeah, they like transcribed all of them, and it's like it's all
all copy pasta.
Yeah, it's very worth it.
That pussy better stank, otherwise I don't want it. Is Dracula Flow 2? That's how it starts.
Yeah, it's insane.
All right,
sorry to derail, but
I guess good. I was going to get into this later, but since we're already talking about Dustin's trip to Japan, let's hear from Jace Timulovich, who said, "Konnichiwa, Dustin Kuhn. I know there's no way you could bring each of us back a gift from Japan, but I think we'd all be happy to hear about your journey. Please present Colin with his Japan exclusive Mega Man gift and regale us with a tale." So yeah, let's hear about. I was saying this to Micah. I was like. Dustin will have been in Japan for about half the time I had spent in Japan and did 500% more, I think, than I did in the entire time I was ever in Japan. Just by looking at your pictures, I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I have weird memories. Like, once I went to breakfast with Dustin and we sat next to Kojima, but we had to pretend like we didn't notice him, so we didn't make it all awkward. Like that's my Japan memory. Your Japan memory is going and seeing and doing things. Mm-hmm. And I was very impressed with your go-getter attitude. So talk to me about talk to us about your travails in Japan. Present me with my Mega Man gift, and we'll go from there.
So yeah, we did a lot of different stuff. We started in Tokyo. We went over to Kyoto via the Shinkansen, or the bullet train.
Hi.
And then one day we spent in Osaka, which is where Universal Japan is, where we went to Nintendo World. There's like the Harry Potter world there too, which was really weird to be in the Harry Potter world in Japan, because you wait in the queue and there's like Dumbledore, but they have him dubbed in Japanese, talking to you and stuff, which was really cool. So we did all kinds of stuff. We did a mix of touristy stuff and also tried to just kind of check out some normal stuff. Like we went to there's like a few different chain restaurants that we went to there. One of them's like beef bowls. It's like not necessarily good food, but I thought I want to know what the normal stuff is too, along with like the really good food, which everything I ate there was awesome. So yeah, we had an awesome time. I will say my body wasn't ready for this trip totally. We looked and basically we walked 10 miles a day. It shows on the little fitness app on your phone. It'll tell you how far you walked. And it was about 10 miles a day. One of them was up a mountain in Kyoto where there's certain temple that has all these gates. I can't remember what it's called. Remember in Ghostwire Tokyo when there's like the gate? Yeah. There's like hundreds of them, maybe even thousands that go all the way up the mountain. And we knew it was going to be uphill for part of it, but we didn't realize how extensive it was. And the other thing too is that Japan is so fucking hot. It was 85 to 90 degrees every day, high humidity. You walk outside, you're immediately damp. So it was a great time though. Seriously, it was almost shocking, I'll say, even though I knew in advance about how safe and reserved the culture is. I didn't realize till I was there. Like as soon as I got on the train out of our airport, just that everyone was dead silent on the train. You could hear a pin drop, and everyone is kind of minding their own business. Everything is clean. Everyone's trying to just not bother each other. I thought,
Did you notice the no garbage cans? Is that still a thing?
Oh yeah. Dude, there's no garbage cans and there's nowhere to sit down in all of Tokyo. It was so, dude, you're like carrying around your trash and then hopefully you're going into Konbini or something to like throw it away, like a 7-Eleven or whatever. But
did you go to 7-Eleven?
All the time, every day, because there was one right outside of our hotel. Well, dude, the Konbini situation, which is like the convenience stores, we were standing at a Family Mart. So the big ones are Family Mart, Lawson, and 7-Eleven. Mm-hmm. We were standing outside of Family Mart and we could see 3 of them from where we were standing. They are so prevalent. It was crazy.
That's dope.
But dude, some of the food in these convenience stores, which just is so shocking from the American perspective, is really good.
I've heard that like that people would like the food in 7-Eleven is really fucking good.
Dude, which is insane. All of them have their own type of fried chicken that you can get. And apparently you're supposed to go and like try each one and declare your favorite, like which one's the best, which I thought Family Mart had the best. The Fami Chiki is what it's called. And then like they have all kinds of sandwiches and onigiri if you want that or whatever. And yeah.
How was the ramen? What was the ramen situation? Strong?
Ramen situation was very, very good. We had the one night, just they have all these restaurants that are either standing room, or like you just stand in them, or there's maybe 6 or 7 seats at most. So we went to one which had like pork belly in it. It was amazing.
Oh, nice.
I got to say though, I'm not a huge sushi guy. Like I'm not very adventurous with it. I'll get like salmon and tuna for the most part. But what people say about sushi is totally true, that even the worst sushi in Japan is way better than anything I've had here. We went to this one place where there was like basically 2 old dudes just making sushi, each piece individually for you and setting it out. Holly and I ate a ton. It felt like we had totally stuffed ourselves, and the bill was like $30. It was dude. The pricing, the conversion rate right now.
Yeah, you're killing it
prime.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to Japan right now, you can eat and drink like a king pretty much everywhere for super cheap. So, yeah, I had a great time. And Colin, I do have 2 Mega Man Gachapon for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
I was thinking I'll open up one now.
Okay.
And I'll save this one you can open up and see what the thrill is. There was one other Mega Man thing that I thought about as the prize, but it was a giant pillow. I thought I can't get this back. It was literally a box of, they had Mega Man 2 and 4. And I thought 3 is your favorite, right?
Yeah, 3 is my favorite. Yeah.
So they didn't have 3. That was the thing that I thought I was getting this back. So let's see what's inside this one. And this was classic Mega Man. This is a little standee. Let's see. Can you see this? It's a Mega Man level.
Yeah. Is it Spark? No, that's Drill Man. That's Drill Man from Mega Man 4.
Yeah. So it's a Drill Man. It comes with a little stand.
That's pretty sad that I can see that on this fucking. You know, I'm a nerd when I could see just from the color palette. Basically, I'm like, oh, it's Drill Man.
Yeah. So I got 2 of these.
Sick. That's awesome. Thanks, dude. Appreciate you thinking of me. I'm sure you cleaned up while you were there, right? What did you think of Akihabara and kind of the famous stores? I saw that you noted that they're expensive. They are. But I think it's kind of like a rite of passage to go to Super Potato and buy something, or family or whatever, and go to some of these places. So what did you think of that whole area? Yeah.
So Akihabara was, it's crazy, but there's anime stuff, video game stuff everywhere. This may be sacrilegious. I went to a different Super Potato first that was at a different anime type hotspot in the city. I can't remember where. The prices at Super Potato are so expensive that it deterred me from going to the actual one in Akihabara, because I just knew I wasn't going to buy anything.
You didn't go?
No.
Oh my God. I can't.
Dude, I don't care. I found so many games other places for a fraction of the price. I have a stack of PS1 games downstairs. Dude, that's the thing, is that so much. There's a particular chain store called, it's either called Book Off, or if it's a hardware focused one, it's called Hard Off, which is an awesome name.
Nice.
And you can get, they just have every system, every console, boxed Super Nintendo, boxed PlayStation, or in-box PlayStation games. They have all kinds of stuff there. Now, the selection is going to be more limited there than something like Super Potato or some of the other game stores, but the prices in particular, certain games, I got Suikoden, the first one, for $1. Suikoden 2 for $5, something like that. So it was definitely the preferred route of wanting to buy and collect stuff, just because even some of the stuff I did buy at the more expensive game stores, I ended up finding later at Book Off, and it was a quarter of the price. So, but yeah, dude, I've seen more anime figures than I thought even existed, just because there are so many stores there that sell them. And also, too, one of the strange things about Akihabara is that when you're walking around, they have all these girls line the street that I don't know if they're for maid cafes, not exclusively, or different bars, or they're trying to get you to go into a store. None of them talked to me, but I think it was because I was either with Holly or because I was a foreigner. But they were all over lining the streets. You could hear them using a very specific type of anime voice, talking to guys and stuff. It was very strange.
Sweet. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I must tell you guys one last tale before we move on. And some people saw this on Twitter. The one night, so we stayed in Shinjuku, and there is a Bandai Namco arcade that's brand new there. They have an Evangelion VR thing. I thought, I got to go check that out. So we're waiting in line to do the Evangelion VR, and there's a cafe to the side that's totally full. And up on the screen, these guys are watching a VTuber stream. And they're hooting and hollering, having a great time. So that was already interesting. And then when I'm in line, they erupt out of nowhere, and she starts singing. And they all know the words and are shouting along with it. And I thought, oh my God, what is happening here? So naturally, after I was done with the VR, I got a beer. We went over to the cafe and sat amongst them. And we realized they all had these vinyl figurines of the character laid out. They all bought drinks with the specific label that had her on it. And then when the stream was over, they brought out this custom banner that they made and they were signing it. And it was because it was the VTuber's birthday and they were celebrating. And these were all men that were approximately 20 to 50 years old.
Love it.
Just
it.
Man,
going nuts for this VTuber. It was
fascinating.
It was the stuff that I knew that existed in Japan, but seeing it in person with like I said, this guy's sitting there. He's got the stream up on his phone also, so he can chat at the same time. And he has a spread of figures. He's got the can that has her on it. It was truly something. When the Japanese unwind after work, anything goes at that point, you know. So some of these guys, they're very much into these VTubers.
Cool, man. I'm glad you had a good time, and welcome back. Glad you got. We were wondering if the Yakuza were. We had a letter last week saying, would we pay the ransom?
Oh,
if you were kidnapped by the Yakuza, and we weren't. I don't know what we came down to. I think we said we would maybe pay it depending on situation.
I think we said we wouldn't, because like there's a good chance that Dustin might become a naturally good Yakuza.
Right. That's what
I got
it was.
the tattoo. I'm like ready.
Yeah. Well, that's what we were saying. Is that's what, right? You're right, Chris. It was that we were like, we wonder if he'll ever come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like he's walking around the streets specifically to try to be inducted into the Yakuza or something. Syndicate in Japan. But one thing I had more questions, but I'm forgetting what they are. I remember one of them was, because I want to know if you noticed things that I noticed there that I thought were interesting. And one of them was, and we've talked about this on the show, but did the stores you go into have many of the same game at very specific prices, depending on like the condition? For instance, I wish you went to Super Potato or something. There would be in the corner, literally hundreds of Famicoms, hundreds of them. And you would go up to them and they would all just be totally randomly priced. Like none of them would be the same based on all sorts of different components. Right. And I noticed that in a lot of the different stores that you would have, like I had multiple copies of Wild Arms. I almost couldn't even distinguish between them. And one would be, you know, this one was 2,500 yen. This one was whatever. And I was like, did you notice that at all? Because that was something I really noticed. They really take care of their shit to the level there that there's like I guess there's like like what you would consider mint there would be something even more excelled than what we would consider it here, because I guess these little pieces of damage really degrade the game cartridges. I remember this with Dragon Quest too, because they have so many fucking Dragon Quest cartridges there. Mm-hmm. Go on. Yeah.
So I was at a Super Potato. It just wasn't the main one. It was one that they had a photo of Kojima was at this one. So it was a legit Super Potato, but yeah, that's the thing particularly about some of those high-end stores, is they're very, very particular about condition. And I saw the stacks of like Famicoms and stuff that are all slightly variation in price. Apparently too, Colin, which one of the big differences between when I went and when you went is that because of the retro boom in the United States, a lot of those type of stores have significantly gone up in price because they noticed that foreigners were coming and just buying a bunch of shit up because it was so cheap. And so they've kind of started to adapt those particular tourist hotspot locations to be more expensive because of, you know, people like me going there and buying stuff.
It's interesting because Dagan would tell stories of when he would got into anime in the 80s. And he said he would go every month to this like small conference at the local Holiday Inn on Long Island. And they would have like a couple of rooms, and then people would be selling all their shit from Japan. And that dudes used to just go over there and just buy as much as they could, and then come back, copy all of the laser discs to like VHS and just sell them for $20 or $30 a piece. It's so interesting that it took them so long to realize that people were mining them. I've said in the past that I had no fucking idea what this thing was when I was a kid, but what it was my friend Tim had a Famicom Arkanoid cartridge shoved into some sort of adapter that went into the NES. And we were like, where did this thing come from? And it wasn't until I was an adult that it was like, oh, my dad's friend went to Japan and like bought us this. Right? I was like, oh, okay. It even had a little ribbon on it where like a cloth ribbon where you would, because it got jammed into the NES, where you have to yank it out basically because it wasn't supposed to go in.
Yeah. Dude, they picked up on when we were coming home, you have to go back through customs. And they asked me, what did I buy? I was like, well, you know, souvenirs. I got some figurines, some video games. And when I said figurines, the guy like made an eye, and they started writing something down. I was like, oh, fuck. So then they put my passport in a stupid box and I have to go talk to a separate guy because I said figurines. He was asking me all these questions like, how many figurines did you get? Where do you plan to resell them? He's like, what kind of character is this? Is this like Spider-Man? It's like, well, actually, it's from a show called One Piece, and I have many of them. It's like, do you want me to explain the character's backstory? What do you want? But no, so they're very clued in now that I think specifically don't want you going to Asia, specifically somewhere, buying bootleg figures and then going back and just reselling them. You could, though, probably pay for a trip in Japan if you knew what to buy, then bring it back, like bring a whole suitcase just for resale stuff. You could probably like pay for a trip
or just ship it back. I mean, that's what I would do is when I went to Japan twice, those 2 times, so not extensively at all, like a lot of people that I know. I just was with the video guys at IGN, so I would just throw things in their bags because their bags went through this whole different thing or whatever, and it didn't matter. It was all the electronics. But these days, I think if I went, I would just ship it all back. Like I was telling Micah, it broke. Sadly, my ex broke it actually, and she didn't mean to, but I had this dope Dragon Quest bourbon glass that was like just the slime face and over the glass or whatever. And I got it at TGS, and it was so fine, like it was so thin, and I somehow got it back to the States. And then it ended up breaking. I saw. I think Micah showed me a picture of something Holly got, Dragon Quest calendar.
Yes,
that thing's dope.
It is so cool.
Love it.
Yeah, it's like the only figurine thing that she bought, but it has the slimes on top and these dice that have the dates, so you can change it each day for a calendar.
Yeah, so King Slime was on there and everything, and Goldman's on there. Yeah, I love Dragon Quest. That was the other question I wanted to ask you. Did you go to any of the consignment stores? There's like massive consignment stores where, and this was a memory of mine too, where people like nerds like us go and, consignment in the United States, it's the same thing there. It's like the idea that there's a store and you can just put your shit there and then you split the money with the people that own the store, right? And this is often happens with clothes and like art or like earrings, shit like that. But in Japan, they have these massive stores that I went to where nerds like us consign all of their shit, and so there'll be an entire section, and it's just like this dude's Dragon Quest collection, and the next section is just like this dude's One Piece collection, and the next section is, and you go and you select different things and go and pay for them, and then they split the money with the store. That's where I found the nerdiest shit, and I remember some of the Dragon Quest stuff that I ended up getting. I found from those kinds of stores where I was like, damn, dude, if I lived here, I would be fucked 7 ways from Sunday with the Dragon Quest merch alone. Just the slime merch alone, because I think outside of Mega Man and Castlevania, that's probably the thing I like the most is the Dragon Quest slime. And you could trip over it there. It's so fun, So I didn't know if you ran into any of those stores, because I was like, wow, man, these collections, like some nerd, if you have money and the means and the mode, like you can go into this place and just buy an entire Japanese collection of like everything that's ever been made from one of these consignment stores. And the guy's like, his wife is probably making him sell it or some shit like that.
Yeah, we did run into a few of those. The main one was in a place called Nakano Broadway, which is basically a huge mall that's one floor is more normal stuff. There's a grocery store, but the upper floors are all anime stuff. And so one of those, there was multiple of those where they have the different glass boxes, you write stuff down. And that's where I really learned that there's certain things here anime wise that are popular that are not popular in Japan at all. For example, that's the only place that I saw Cowboy Bebop stuff. No one cares about Cowboy Bebop, at least anymore in Japan. Stuff like that. Berserk, Akira, the only place I saw those was in used places where they had like a small specific section for them.
Yeah.
So, but that's the best place to get great deals on different anime figures is the way to go.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Chime, the award-winning banking app and suite of basic banking features you can discover for yourself at chime.com/sacred. My friends, if you take good care of your money will take better care of you. It's that simple. This, of course, means that you shouldn't spend more than you make, let cash burn a hole in your pocket, or make impulse purchases. But this also means that you should be massaging your credit score, stashing away your hard-earned funds safely and securely, and granting yourself access to your resources easily with no mess. This is why I think Chime is a great service for a vast majority of people out there who aren't looking for sophisticated banking options, but something simple, straightforward, and usable. Let me give you an example. Using credit sounds scary, and it can be if you aren't responsible. But do you know you can use credit to your advantage? With Chime's Credit Builder Visa credit card, your spending can in turn increase your credit score, which has myriad value in the real world. Here's what I do with my credit cards. I put things I buy on them, and then I immediately pay them off. I never, ever carry a balance. Doing this essentially allows a person to work credit ostensibly for free, and with the potential for a higher credit score from paying your balance completely and on time, this means easier access to good mortgage rates, a car loan, an apartment lease, and more. Heck, many employers will check your credit score to see if you're trustworthy and responsible. Bad credit can cost you opportunities galore. But Chime has much more to offer too. A checking account with early access to direct deposit, no monthly fees, minimum balances, or overdraft fees for overdrafts up to $200, and access to an incredible 60,000 fee-free ATMs around these United States, so you can flex that debit card a little bit. And for those of you who like to save like me, there's savings account options too, because you really should save your money. Listen, you guys already know I love finance. It's a passion, so I tell you this from the heart. Most of you simply do not need more than the basics, and Chime absolutely nails the basics. My friends, start building your credit up. Open a Chime checking account with at least a $200 qualifying direct deposit to get started. Sign up now at chime.com/sacred. That's chime.com/SACRED. Again, for checking and savings accounts, a credit card and debit card, and a great banking app that ties it all together, head to chime.com/sacred. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by Stride Bank N.A., member FDIC. Chime checking account and $200 qualifying direct deposit required to apply. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary.
Let me ask you, did you see any Sonic merch?
Surprisingly, not that much. Now that I think about it, there wasn't a ton of Sonic stuff.
It's not surprising. It's not you know what? Because Japan hates Sonic. This is real. Like their logo, like Sega's logo in Japan is apparently like there's some green alien named Sammy or something. And it's like but over here, Sonic is like super, super huge.
Yeah, well, Sonic was made in the States, right? I mean, by Japanese people or for the States. So
right.
It makes some sense that because they had their own Sega first before we really got involved.
That is true, yeah. But it's still
that's
very
probably
like
what they still care about.
Yeah, but you still look at Sonic and you're like, it doesn't feel quite American. You know?
Now that I think about it. It was kind of a relief. Now I got to stay away from Sonic, and I didn't even realize while I was there that you're right. I saw very, very little Sonic merchandise. It is surprising. I was talking about anime, but there's certain games too that are really popular there that aren't here. One of the big ones, Apex Legends, saw it all over the place.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah, Apex Legends, which I think makes sense with it being a hero-based shooter, very character driven, that it makes sense. But I saw Apex.
That's
all over the
so
place.
Interesting.
And
that's
one last
awesome,
thing
though.
Too is that I know you can buy an Xbox new in Japan, but I never saw one. I never saw an Xbox section at any of the electronics store I went to, except for I saw some used Xboxes. But I was surprised the Xbox presence in Japan is even more dire than I had realized.
Yeah, people share those pictures sometimes of like the camera stores and stuff where they sell a lot of the games, and it'll be like the PlayStation section. And it's like this huge, and it's like the Nintendo section, and it's this huge, and then it'll be like the Xbox section, and so literally like a corner of.
I was looking for that.
Yeah,
in certain stores they don't even have that anymore. Those sections are now Steam Deck, I think.
Oh,
Steam Deck and the ROG Ally or the ROG, whatever. Both had a pretty big
Steam Deck.
What's that new one with the
big presence?
That new one with the detachable controllers.
I think I saw that. Lenovo.
Yeah, that looks interesting.
What else did I want to ask you? Oh, what did you think about like the mores and all of that bowing and everything? How did you do?
Yeah, it was. So first of all, the card thing that you mentioned, putting the card in the tray, handing the receipt with two hands, taking the card with two hands, stuff like that. Definitely
sounds like soup Nazi stuff.
It's true though, dude, because I remember being instructed when I was in media and I would interact with people from Japan all the time at E3 or when we were there, obviously. Business card culture in the United States is very casual. I give you my business card, you give me I don't even who the hell even has business cards anymore, but like, and you put them away or whatever. But in Japan, you hand them with two hands. It's like a whole thing. You have to look at it, turn it over, look at it, and do all of that, and not acknowledge and examine it, then put it away and all of that. It's just different, and I kind of dig it actually, but I don't know.
Yeah, There were certain things that we knew beforehand not to do. For example, for the most part, even though we saw this every once in a while, there's a big thing. I think maybe we talked about it on Sacred, but it's true. You shouldn't walk and eat in Japan. In fact, it's kind of frowned upon, or especially eating on the train. Like anything that would potentially, if you add something that might be smelly that you're eating on a train, that would be a huge no-go. Something like that. It was very hard to get used to walking on the left side in particular, because it's the opposite with the way driving is. So if you're on an escalator, you should always stand on the left side so people can walk up and down the other side. But apparently, specifically in Osaka, everyone stands on the right side. Something about like a world fair where they try to convince everybody to stand on the other side for foreigners, and it is only stuck there.
That's so interesting.
But surprisingly, I interacted with very few Japanese people, mainly just because everyone leaves each other alone. One time on the train, we were trying to figure out where to go, and a Japanese woman approached us, asked if we needed help. And maybe she was just trying to practice her English or something like that.
Yeah,
but
that's cool.
But other than that, very few interactions outside of talking to, a clerk or.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, that makes sense, because in thinking about it, when I was there, I guess that's what I was there for, was to see and meet with people. So I was doing that a lot. But yeah, outside of there, who the hell was I meeting with? I will say the one person outside of all that I remember was the waitress at this like all you can eat Korean barbecue place that said we had to leave because we were eating too much.
Dude.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
It was like all you can eat, whatever it was. I remember the crew it was with. It was like a bunch of old hats at IGN, like a Ransky and just Dustin was there, Dustin Legary, and they were like, you guys are cut off after a while, because it was like one of those places where you cook your own meat and they bring you all the vegetables, and we were just like, just keep bringing it. Yeah. And we were there for hours.
Oh, dude.
That I remember. That was the only awkward interaction I had there at all. Everyone was very friendly. But I remember the first time I got there, I was immediately bowed to, because I exchanged my money and the dude stood up behind the glass and bowed. Like when he was handing me the money back, because it was a lot of money, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that
would freak me out. That kind of thing.
Yeah. I had one embarrassing moment. We were there's a place called Toei Park, which they film a lot of old time Japanese dramas there. And they have a giant Evangelion and stuff like that. A few different attractions. But a guy standing there was greeting people, and he was saying, konnichiwa, talking to people. And I said, arigato, which is thank you. I was like, thanks, and walked by. He's like, oh, arigato. Like clearly said I meant to say hello back to him, but luckily there wasn't too much of that. And they make it really easy for foreigners. It's very easy to get along in Japan without knowing any Japanese. But I will say no one there speaks English. Very few. Outside of hotels and very touristy spots, there's very, very few English.
That sounds awesome, honestly. Like the idea is like, oh, I can get around easy and I don't have to worry about being talked to. That sounds incredible.
It's amazing. And you've seen a lot of YouTubers like PewDiePie recently moved to Japan.
He lives there.
That is the dream. Moving to Japan, you make USD from if you have a job where you can make USD in Japan, you're going to live like a king. You have tons of money. You can live somewhere cheap. It's super safe everywhere you are. As long as you're cool with that type of culture, then
the thing is, PewDiePie awesome. Is Europe. I'd want to leave Europe too. Do you really want to leave the? Do you really want to leave the United States? That's the thing, is because living in some other countries, there's like a huge expat community, like more and more going to Mexico, and especially Mexico City. There are apparently parts of Mexico City that are basically the United States, with like the people that live there, and apparently people there hate it, like the Mexicans.
Yeah.
But people are slowly, and there's always been an expat community, but I just couldn't imagine not living in the United States. I think, and people always ask, like, where would you live if not the United States? I'm like, Canada. And like, where if not Canada? I'm like, the UK. And it's like, where not the UK? Australia. It's like, I'm just going to keep going to the English speaking countries until I'm like, I don't know, I live in the fucking ocean, I guess, like water world. Because I'm not going to live in one of these places where I can't speak to anyone. I don't know. Do you have a real interest in living in Japan? I didn't know PewDiePie lived there.
when we were going home, Holly and I said if we could live anywhere else, it probably could easily be Japan. Just because in our travels, not that we're very much world travelers, but we've been to San Francisco together, Texas, we've been to Dominican Republic, a few different places. So whether it's US or third world or whatever, we've visited very cool places, but at the end, we've always thought I would not want to live here. I prefer living at home. And Japan is the first time we thought we could see ourselves living there. Not that we want to or we're thinking about it, but it was the first time that just felt very compatible with us. Specifically, like I mentioned earlier, this idea of just living and trying not to bother people around you constantly. It was eye-opening immediately when we got back to the United States. Just people on the plane talking super loudly for hours. People in line loudly complaining about TSA, stuff like that. Just immediately, the first bathroom I went to in DC, I thought, "Yep, this is it. This is back. We're back," because literally every bathroom in Japan was nicer, was at least decent. Also, every bathroom has a bidet in Japan.
Yeah, that
every
freaks me out. The
bathroom.
public debate, man. I don't know.
The airport has bidets. The department stores have bidets.
No.
It's great.
No.
Fantastic.
No,
public in that butthole.
No, public water that's been like grazing everybody's assholes for like, nah, man.
It comes from its own pipe. It doesn't come from the
believe
bowl,
that.
guys.
I believe that, but also like I'm not sure enough.
I don't believe it.
You know what I mean?
Listen, you could eat off of the floor in a Japanese bathroom.
You're right.
Straight
I
up.
mean, you're right, dude. I remember being at TGS, which is fucking insanity. And the bathrooms were totally clean. And you could just, and they had, some of them even had the sophisticated ones with the buttons and all that on. And I'm like, damn, dude, these things would be broken in 5 seconds in the United States. It really is embarrassing in a lot of ways. Our society is wonderful in a lot of ways. And our society is a fucking embarrassment in a lot of ways. And I think that the way we as a people treat our public spaces and stuff is disgusting. And speaks, I guess, to the extent of like liberty and all of this and like doing what you want, but that's not really the definition of doing what you want. I think that we could learn a lot from a society like that, you know.
That's just selfishness, really.
Yeah,
is what it is. It's not really doing it. I kind of felt that way after when the pandemic happened and everybody was wearing masks, and I remember just feeling like this is kind of like I understand that this is like somewhat. Like this is somewhat forced upon us right now, but I do like the premise of this, like the idea that we're all kind of keeping each other in mind, like when we go out. And to the point now, it's like I have masks now that like when I'm like if I'm feeling like how I'm feeling now, where I feel like I might be sick, I'll put on a mask, like if I'm going out, just out of like basic courtesy, and I look insane. But like I don't know, I think that's like a good habit, honestly, even if it's just like for normal sickness, you know what I mean?
It frustrates me, Chris, because I was thinking about this recently. When you go into a public bathroom and there's pee on the seat or whatever, it's never me that did it, right? When I walk the dogs and there's someone's dog shit is on the street, it's not me that left it there. Or there's a piece of litter, it's not mine. And you kind of get annoyed. It's like, who the fuck is it? Like, we allow this to percolate amongst us, but it's never, at least in my experience, I'm not trying to be like, oh, look at me. It's just, I think it's a lot of people listening. The litter is never yours. You know, the graffiti isn't yours. The fucking whatever, the music on the subway isn't yours. The loud conversation on the plane isn't yours. It's like I think that we tolerate too much. I think tolerance has actually in a lot of ways gone too far. Because we look at it in like a big way, which is, it's true, like intolerance in a big way, of course. Tolerate your fellow human, tolerate someone regardless of their skin color, their political ideology or whatever, their religion. But no, don't tolerate the asshole. We tolerate the asshole. We tolerate the belligerent. We tolerate the people who use and abuse systems and all the rest. And that's like a different sort of tolerance. And they all kind of fuse together. And I think that's how you get this kind of shit, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. There is a difference between like piss on a seat and like graffiti, though, because some graffiti can be good. You know, like I've never seen I don't know, like a wet splotch of piss that was like, that really adds character to it.
Looks like the Virgin Mary. Here's what I'm thinking about the bidet and hear me on this. Ready? Mm-hmm. The bidet has like a tube up, right? And the water goes up, splashes your butt. and it's squirting, but at some point it stops squirting, right? And so there's an open spigot. The water at that point is still going up to your butt.
Exactly.
And then something has to be dripping into it or around it so that when the next person, it just plop, right? And you get a mix of fecal matter.
Exactly.
Those nozzles clean themselves with water.
Sure. Yeah.
They suck back into the device, and then there's like and you hear it, and it cleans off that nozzle.
I don't believe that at all. That's not real. There's no such thing as self-cleaning. It's not real. If someone shoved like a huge bar of soap up their ass and gave it to you, would you clean? Would you like? No, like, you know what I mean?
It's not a good analogy.
It would be ruined. I agree in that bar of soap is potentially ruined forever. Like no matter what you do to it,
like you could
stand there with like a potato peeler.
You could never whittle that thing down enough for me to be okay with using it. But
that's exactly right.
I understand it's not the same thing. but it's, I don't know. I'm always thinking about that. I'm always thinking like, I don't know. The bidet weirds me out. I don't know. But I am jealous that you went to Japan because it's been a trip that I wanted to take for a while. And the longer I go without taking it, the more convinced I feel like I should just drop everything one day and just go. Specifically because of what happened with at Maui. Where like Maui's just fucking gone now.
Right.
And I'm just like, wow, I thought I had at least, until I died.
A lifetime.
To see Maui. Yeah. Now I'm thinking like, fuck, I gotta get these locations off my list.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said, it is. I don't want to say it's affordable, but
before Godzilla comes,
my ticket.
I knew you weren't done. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My ticket there was $900, which was on the cheaper side. Normally they're over $1,000, and then all of my stays except for one were like $80-ish a night.
Yeah.
So once you get there, it's so incredibly affordable, and it's easy to get around. The different trains, as long as you have Google Maps on your phone, we never once got on the wrong train. The entire time.
Yeah.
It's super easy. Yeah.
I feel like I'd feel very at home with the transit situation over there because I'm so used to trains and getting off at like, the 7 and transferring to the, whatever line. And that's all second nature to me. But
what a fascinating conversation. What a fascinating chat. I wonder if I'll ever get back over there. I think it's really up to Micah. I'm not personally motivated. I'd be motivated if she wanted to go. I think she doesn't really like long flights. How did you do with the flight?
Not too bad. The one on the way back was worse. On the way there, it wasn't so bad. Initially, I was concerned because we were sitting beside a mother with a baby. And I thought, oh no. But then we lucked out because the middle row beside us had one guy in it, and he offered to go to the side so this woman with her baby could sit there, and there was a spot for the baby to lay down. So we totally avoided that potential chaos. But what's funny is on the way home, there was a different baby that was many rows over, would not shut the fuck up the whole time. And it was old enough. The baby was old enough to be told to shut the fuck up, but the mom just didn't do.
Yeah, that's great. That's so rude. I couldn't, I don't know, man. I don't think I could do the Coach International experience again. Chris just said that the song was at his door. I guess he's back now.
That's the Yakuza there.
Yeah, that was it.
Come back.
The Yakuza informants. Yeah.
You got to pay the fare now, Chris, or the ransom.
The ransom. The Yakuza.
That was the Yakuza
at
the door.
Yeah. No, it was like this guy. It was one of my neighbors asking if he could use my parking spot today, which is nice. I appreciate the ask. The ask. Usually people just like take it.
Yeah, I know. I remember those days. The value of the parking spot. I'm glad you made the Godzilla joke. I was racking my brain about like something happening in Japan, and I got to be honest, my mind just immediately went to nuclear bombs, and I just didn't feel like it was appropriate for me to make that joke. So,
yeah. Well, I made it. I guess it is an allegory for it. So I don't know how off.
Yeah, that's true.
How off that was.
It's really one and the same. That's true.
It was weird. When I got into Japan at customs, they said, "Have you seen Oppenheimer?" And I said yes, and they just stared at me for a moment. And then I kept going, and then they moved on. It was very weird. Just glared at me.
Honestly, that is one thing where it's like, I don't like customs at all. I've only been through customs, I think definitely less than like 3 times. And it's just been horrible. like every single, because I don't know how to explain myself really. They're like, what do you do? And I'm like, man, I don't know, to tell you the truth.
I'm an entertainer.
Yeah, I entertain.
I think I should say I'm a journalist or something like that, which is actually not a great thing to say either. Actually, a friend of mine.
Oh yeah, they'll kill you. Everywhere.
Yeah, a friend of mine was trying to go to India actually recently on her honeymoon. She's a journalist, a political journalist, and they denied her visa because she was a journalist, which is interesting.
Dang.
So they couldn't go there on their honeymoon, and they found out I think the day before they were leaving or something like that, which is interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
You guys want to get the ASMR on this can?
Yeah, do it.
Oh yeah. That is such a satisfying sound. Every time I hear it, man.
It's lovely. God, we're 47 minutes into this already.
Yeah, whoops.
I haven't even said anything yet.
That's true.
Welcome. Welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We're glad to be here with you guys. Dustin, you were missed. People were wondering about you. So it's good to have you back in the fold. Of course, we go live each and every week, and you can get it early, 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week over there as well. That's our supplemental podcast to this for our patrons only. Sometimes we publish them on free feeds later, but not often. Recent episodes include a deep dive 2+ hours into Alan Wake I did with Dagan, my brother, and Rick Hogue, our legal analyst, who came in just like he did with Final Fantasy 16 to talk about a game, which I thought was really fun. And dude, shout out to Alan Wake. What an awesome game. I also did an interview with a guy named Kale Adam, a journalist who works and writes over at Push Square. And that goes live, I think, the day after this goes live on Patreon. And that will be fun. We talk about modern games journalism and if it will or will not survive and all the rest. Micah did a mailbag recently. We did a Gran Turismo film review recently. The Hot Take Olympics was a lot of fun. People are really enjoying that. We'll have more soon. Actually, that guy, Kale, was saying that he would be happy, Dustin, to join you for a Baldur's Gate conversation if you ever want to do anything about that post-release.
Okay. So
I'll leave that to you. Nick Thornton wrote into us on Patreon. That's another perk you get, is the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to our show on the news news thread every single week. He says, hey guys, any plans for Dustin to do a mailbag and maybe even a call-in show too, specifically about his time in Japan? I'm sure I'm not the only one who has questions about things he recommends doing or things to know when traveling to Japan. For instance, was his haircut enough for Dustin to sneak through customs as an undercover weeb, or did he end up on their national weeb watch list? Do you want to do anything specific about your trip? That would be an interesting comment. I don't know if you got it all out there, but that would be an interesting chat for people.
Yeah, I think the Q&A would be great. So I would love to do that. And I think we can do a Q&A here. And then I was going to do a video just on my random whatever I want to do channel of all the stuff I bought. Just
that'd be fun.
showing how all these figures for $3 or whatnot. So there will be a few different pieces of content, but yeah, I'd love to do the mailbag. I have no idea what our schedule is right now, what's on the docket. So potentially next week for that. It's
surprisingly slow. Like there's not, you would think right now in the old days, we'd be ramping into fall and it would be really exciting. Spider-Man's obviously coming, but it just, I don't know. This year has been full of big, huge games, but not a ton of things that are speaking to me anyway. Merch, laststandmedia.store. We appreciate your support over there. We're doing awesome. Kevin Padua wrote in and said, hello, LSM crew. I made my first purchase on the LSM store, a Sacred Symbol shirt, which arrived really quickly, and to my surprise, there was a thank you card in the bag saying, thanks for my purchase and how much my support supports the LSM crew. I've made many purchases in my life, and never once have I been thanked for it, let alone with a note that was so genuine. It made me smile from ear to ear. I just wanted to say that the small note meant a lot to me, and I couldn't have been happier with my purchase. I've already been told to stand down while walking my son to school. Thank you again for making me feel like I am part of a wonderful community and for adding the thank you note. You guys get me through my day, especially the tough ones. And I had to write in and say thanks. Take care, and as always, stand down. Thank you, Kevin, for writing in and for your kind words. I think it's important to thank the audience. I don't know that. I think it's weird that people just kind of cycle content or cycle merch or whatever, sell things, and then just act like there's no reciprocity there. Like you have nothing to be grateful for, like just the product, like I'm fucking Walmart or something. I think it's important to show thanks. And we appreciate you guys. And that's a really great way to support us over there at laststandmedia.store. Our merch all made in America and shipped from my house, my garage now. Please leave nice reviews on podcast services. I was looking at, I think Podchaser or one of these random websites like they get all of the reviews from all the different iTunes and the different places recently. We've been getting some bad reviews from people. Which is fine. I mean, if that's the way people feel about the show, but I'd appreciate if people left us, if you hear this and you like our show, take the time to leave us a nice review on Sacred Symbols or the other shows that you like. It helps us find a new audience. The thing that bothers me about bad reviews is not getting a bad review. It's like the nature of the bad review. I think someone left us 1 star because we didn't do timestamps or something. I'm like, is that really an appropriate score?
Yeah.
Like it does hurt us like algorithmically when you do things like that to us. So, if you want to hurt us, I guess do that. But if you don't,
yeah, it's a little mean.
Yeah, it's a little. It's a little
mean. It's a little rude.
Yeah, it's a little rude. It's a little rude. I would agree with that. Yeah. All right, let's get into some topics of conversation here. Before we get into the show itself, a lot of things to talk about this week. Joshua D wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, this question is mostly for Colin, but the other boys can chime in. Colin, what is going on with your soon-to-be wife? The other day I was scrolling through Twitter and I see a post from Micah, a post that I wish I'd never seen. Some guy standing barefoot on a toilet squishing food with his hand. This is one of the most disgusting and disturbing things I've seen on the internet. You guys make the best content in the gaming sphere. Thanks for all the content." There is something amiss with this young woman. She shares weird things. She finds weird things funny, but she is authentically funny. That's one of the great charming things about Micah. She is authentically a funny and endearing person, but I am disturbed by her. Like the vibe she puts out on social media. I'm like, very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah.
She needs to prove the whole I like ketchup and milk thing. She said that on Constellation and she won't do it. So
she doesn't.
I'm not saying she's a liar.
She is a liar.
She won't do it. She's like, oh, the almond milk won't taste the same. Well, get a lactate or something and try with the real milk. This is bullshit. Do it. She won't do it. Because
she's a very conventional eater and has normal food tastes and all this. She puts out a different sort of vibe, and I appreciate it. She keeps me on my toes. I don't really know what's wrong with her though. I'm still figuring that out.
Yeah, she keeps me on my toes from across the country. Every now and then I'll get like she sends me the most specific Seinfeld memes I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, she's in these meme groups on Facebook that are mega hyper specific meme groups. And it's funny as hell. Like
they're all really good, but they're all like so specific that like it's if you were to transcribe these, there would be no, like, you would have to know the show to even know anything about, like, to know why these scenes are funny. Like, she sent me this picture of George Costanza as Eggman, and it says, "He's spin dashing and ring warping, and I'm losing it."
Yeah.
And it's just the weirdest.
There it is.
It's just the strangest fucking. And it's always like very at moments where I am really at peace. Right. Like when like the first moment of peace that I find throughout the day, and it's just like Micah notification 1.
I've been thinking a lot about you with the alien face, like the alien, the Mexican alien that we both find hysterical. And,
did you
the Radiohead album cover?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I sent Chris a picture of the famous scene from Alien where it's Ripley and then the alien is like next to her and like screaming at her, but it's just a replace with the alien for the Mexican alien, which I thought was really funny too. Yeah. But Patches wrote into us and said, "Hello, friends. This question is for Colin. With the Moriarty wedding coming up soon, can we expect a montage video made by your son, Dustin? Your wedding is, of course, none of our business, and no one should expect anything, but I was curious if you had any prior considerations in sharing your special day. Thanks for taking the time to read this." There'll be pictures, I'm sure. I mean, people can take pictures and send them. I don't think we have a videographer, which is interesting because I remember my brother Dagan at his wedding in 2002 had a videographer. So it was maybe a little different back then, and you can get your little tape. I think they probably got it on DVD at that point. But we don't have any. We have a photographer, 2 of them actually.
That's so.
But we're no video plans, and no, I don't need Dustin working at the
this gave me PTSD. You want to film at the wedding? No, I did that for so many years. I never want to film at a wedding ever again in my entire life if I can avoid it.
You know, it's interesting that I hadn't considered up until this question. The idea of, like, the purpose of a wedding videographer is really, it's not to make a movie, not really. It's just to get the wedding on video. And now we all just have cameras.
Right.
Like inevitably, like, I don't think I ever made this decision consciously, but I always kind of felt like if I ever like got married and I put on a wedding, I wouldn't have a videographer because we'd have that video. We just would. Someone would record it, and then that would be fine.
So, Chris,
You know what I mean?
there are wedding videographers that have evolved that will film basically mini documentaries where they'll interview people. They'll interview people in the wedding.
For sure. Yeah.
They'll go, and those have actually become more popular in some ways because, like you said, people.
Well, that makes total sense because that's like a whole ordeal. That's a gift in and of itself. But like the normal wedding video, as I remember it when I was like a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching wedding videos, and it was literally just recordings of the wedding. Like there was nothing really that special about it. It was just to capture the moment on film so that they could watch it again. There was no like cinematography. There weren't any fucking jibs, you know?
Yeah.
Where they're like, we got to get the aerial shot. But I mean, it's cool that does exist because that's actually like a cool thing to own, like a
very
cool
profitable business,
kind of dramatization of it. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm sending this to you now on the Sacred Symbols iPhone chat. I went and tried on my suit. So for people that don't know, I usually dress like John Fetterman dresses on the U.S. Senate floor. But for my wedding, since I always dress in just t-shirts and jeans or whatever, I've got a custom everything head to toe.
Was that your suit?
Yeah. So I sent you guys a picture of my suit, but I wanted you guys to look at the inline specifically.
Do you want this in the episode, Colin? Or do you want to keep it secret?
No, you can you can put it in if you want. Sure.
I'll put a marker.
What do you think? Do you like it's a nice little touch, right? The flamingos.
It's very cool. Nice. It's super clean.
I love it. I'm excited.
It reminds me of that scroll. You know Kung Pao?
Kung Pao.
The movie?
Is that like the comedy?
Yeah. There's a scene where from that old Chinese movie, it's like a dub through, and he's going through these old scrolls with pictures of birds on it, and he goes bird. It's the stupidest fucking movie in the world. But
we talked about that movie at some point.
We must have. It's a cultural touchstone.
Yeah. So I wanted you guys to see that. I was excited about that to get nice clothes for once, and they had this whole book of, I think I might probably said this at some point, but they had this whole book of, these are the different things you can have on the inside of your jacket, or you can have anything custom you made. And I opened the first book and it was the flamingos, and I was like, oh my god, it's a sign from above because I love flamingos. I was told that having flamingos in your front yard means that you're a swinger or something like that. What? Like to other swingers.
I have heard that.
But I have flamingos in my front yard. So
have you had any solicitors?
I don't. Well, we have had solicitors, but I think that they were trying to sell, some, solar panels or. You haven't had
some guy walk up to you and he with I don't know, like a Hawaiian shirt and aviators, and he goes like, "Hey, so I noticed your flamingos."
Yeah. You want to fuck?
Yeah. You want to flamingo down on me, huh?
Whoa.
No.
All right, my friends. Let's see what else is here. Oh, okay. Yeah. The Drunken Merchant wrote in procedural. Says, hey, CDC, I know in the past you've discussed how YouTube shorts haven't worked out as well as you've hoped. That's not what we said. We said that YouTube, like our YouTube Sacred Symbols Clips channel was kind of stagnant. We were saying that it's hard to make money on shorts, but they do pretty well when we publish them. He says, have you ever considered posting 5 to 20 minute unedited videos about specific topics you discuss? I follow a podcast currently that does this very thing, and it's really helpful, and they make an excellent point or argument with a great conversational flow, so I can post it to others on Discord, or even to those who are just now trying to understand the industry as a whole. For example, Colin's rant about the distraction of social media while gaming and being broken on Constellation was such a well-worded segment that I'd love to send it to others, but I currently can't. I have to send them a 2 to 4 hour long podcast, which episode I don't remember, that they likely won't listen to. Just too long, no offense. Just a suggestion. Thanks for everything you guys do. Keep on rocking. Well, we tried this, but I was saying, I don't know if you were gone for this, Dustin, or whatever. Like, I'm wondering if we take the resource we have in Ben and redeploy him to do more of these kinds of things instead of editing the audio or of all of the different shows or whatever. Like, do we need to do more work in this regard? Because I know it's weird to say, but I kind of like the podcast being a little inaccessible. Like, you kind of have to climb the wall and get in and see what it's all about. But at the same time, it would be good to have even more people listening. But we tried to do the clips, and I don't know that it was working exceptionally well, but I don't know if we gave it enough time. YouTube's very mysterious.
And it's changing all the time.
Right. Yeah.
My suggestion, first of all, if you want to send a portion, you could clip it on the YouTube video. YouTube has that feature, or send a timestamped link. The thing about if we were to introduce this, and maybe this isn't an issue, I'd have to talk to people that know more about YouTube than me, is that we already post on YouTube most days of the week. And it's, to my understanding, discouraged to post more than once because you only get one notification per day. So that might not work. But at the same time, I've also heard that YouTube has changed in the back end to really favor return views. And so now clips are being encouraged to be put on the main channel after this change. So maybe there is something to that, but I don't know. This comes back to what we were saying a few weeks ago, Colin, where I said that one episode, that one Sacred Symbols episode from 2 years ago became the most popular episode of Sacred Symbols in the last 2 months. Why? I don't know. YouTube just decided that the Hunting the Hunter episode of Sacred Symbols is now the most popular.
I saw that in my recommended too recently.
Exactly.
So weird.
So it's very annoying, honestly, how
it is. It's
mysterious
obnoxious as fuck, to be honest. Because I definitely don't want to post more than one piece of content a day at all. But yeah, could we do more to disseminate that stuff? I don't know. I want us to have a better presence, not even for the potential of money making on Twitter. Like, people are making serious money on Twitter. And I don't, it seems like there's a finger on the scale. I mean, no offense to people like Ian Miles Chong or something, but it just seems like he's getting paid an enormous amount of money compared to other people or people like him. And I wonder if that's to like encourage them to share the money and get more people involved and all of that. But they're kind of the metrics that they're sharing, it doesn't seem to be universal at all. But that would be an interesting place for us to be. Instagram. I refuse to use TikTok because of the connection and the CCP. I just don't want to be there. I think that would be a very valuable place for us to be, but I'm not going there. So we have some things to figure out for sure. Maybe we'll figure that out in the new year. I don't know. This has already become much larger than this business has become much larger than I'd ever anticipated. I really don't know how to run it. So it's like, I'm just kind of, I'm in the air putting on the parachute. Or what do they say? Building the plane in the air. You know, if you're in like some sort of fucking Silicon Valley boardroom, that's what they'd say to you probably. Let's see. Oh, I blame Quentin Tarantino for my foot fetish, wrote in. Said, hello, Sacred Boys. Is just watching the episode recap at the intro of a TV show considered watching it? My friend started watching One Piece, but to make it complete faster, he is only watching the beginning episode recaps because you get the main idea. Is this sane, or is this just as ridiculous as watching TV shows at 10x speed? I'll hang up and listen. What do you think of this, Dustin?
I hate this. Just don't watch. If you can't fucking commit, then don't. And watching these recaps, I've seen some of these recaps because sometimes you just hit play, you let it go, even though you know. And this is absolutely ridiculous. If you really want to get through One Piece that fast, read the manga. You'll get through it much quicker. Or watch something like One Piece, but that edit isn't done yet. So
what is that? What is One Piece?
One Piece is a community edit of One Piece to try to cut down on the content. I personally don't like it because I've seen some of the things they've cut out that I would consider that they're things that I would want to see that were cut out. So it's also not complete yet. So you'd have gaps where you'd have to watch the show in general. I think a cut down One Piece would be a good idea, but because they did that with Dragon Ball Z, right? Chris, do you remember the Dragon Ball Z Kai? Have you heard of this?
Oh yeah, no, I remember Dragon Ball Z Kai. I hated Kai, but yeah.
So was Kai the same way, where it cut down stuff that was important?
Kai, I don't know. Kai did get rid of a lot of the filler, I guess, and that which was, I guess, the main point. But it also they in my opinion, they just completely fucked certain really key scenes, like scenes that had like a lot of punch and a lot of like were actually well written, kind of weren't that good anymore. Like, I don't. It's a preference thing, I guess, but
I think that people need to stop looking at long shows, whether it's One Piece or anything, as a race. You got to get done and you got to catch up as soon as possible. Shows you watch them for entertainment, to enjoy them. So you're really going to entertain yourself by watching the 2-minute recap?
Might as well just Google a synopsis.
Yeah, read the Wikipedia of everything. You can know about One Piece in 2 minutes. It's ridiculous.
Well, I knew that would get under your skin a little bit.
Yeah. I need a coffee after that. Oh, perfect.
Oh wow, look
Thank
at
you.
that. That's crazy. That was like
Perfect
a summon.
Konnichiwa. And arigato.
Arigato. Yeah.
That was very bizarre.
Yeah, that was
like you summoned her out of nowhere because she emerged from behind your head, so it almost looked like when the angel and the devil pops out.
Yeah,
it was upsetting.
Brer Rabbit wrote in and said, "Hello, Sacred Man. Colin, I've been meaning to ask you this for a while, but why do you hate the term rolled credits in reference to finishing a game? I'm not avidly defending the term as it's relatively new to me and I could take it or leave it, but it seems like a decent way to differentiate between finishing a game and platinuming one. Beating the game will always be the preferred term, but I am genuinely curious as to why you seem to dislike this other phrase with a passion. Thanks for all you guys do. Love the content." I fucking hate that term. Hate it.
Why?
I don't know. It's just one of those things. I'll give you an example. When I was at IGN, we were in a meeting and someone kept using the term best practices. And I was like, I can't stand that term. I hate it. I don't know why. And people are like, why do you hate it so much? And I'm like, because it doesn't resonate right with me. And this is another one of those things, rolled credits, best practices, rolled credits. It sounds so pretentious and ridiculous. Rolled credits? What are you saying? I don't understand what that means. Who came up with that and how did it get around like this? You beat the game. You beat the fucking game.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to because the beat the game terminology is pretty old. And it's not old not in like in an antiquated way. It still applies, but at the same time, it's like that came from a time when you were in direct competition with the game at like a monetary level. You know, you'd be at the arcade and you'd be like, fuck, this game's built to suck quarters out of me. And then you beat it and you're like, oh shit, I beat the game. Now it's not really like that. There are a lot of games that are just sort of story based, or like there's a lot of games that aren't really meant to be, they're not meant to be beaten. They're meant to be completed. And I completed the game sounds weird. I say finished, but like that sounds kind of weird to me. Like, I don't know if I don't like really any terminology for it. Really. The older I get, I'm like, this all kind of feels, I just say I played it.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
I mean, I understand what he's saying in terms of the differentiation, especially in modern gaming, of beating a campaign, 100%ing it, getting a platinum trophy or 1,000 achievement points or whatever. But I don't know, man. That term sucks.
I gotta say though, platinuming that to me is beating the game. You know what I mean? That is what that should mean, because that's actually like the challenge of it. You know what I mean?
That means nothing more can be done, in my opinion. Really,
but that's what that means, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
True.
So why don't people, if this term, people like it so much, why don't they use it for movies? Imagine if you read a tweet that's like, man, I just rolled credits on Schindler's List. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I think it's I mean, you're not spending like 80 hours on Schindler's List, which is probably the main difference.
I heard something recently.
It does sound weird in that.
Yeah. I heard something recently on our Discord, Colin. I wanted to run by you.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I should ban this person immediately. I don't remember who it is, but you know who you are. They said, I got the nub on whatever game.
Is that?
XYZ. Or the num. Not the nub. The num. For platinum.
Oh, the no.
Oh, no. Yeah,
I got the num.
Ban them. Kill them, in fact.
Yeah, that made me... when I saw it, I vomited in my mouth slightly. Just a little bit.
You can't make things happen. It annoys me that you made Stelly into a thing for Constellation, because I hate that too. But like, I just refuse to call it that. But everyone, it's like when you're out there in the world, you're a 6'6" man, and they call you big guy all the time. You can't really control that they're going to call you big guy, right? So I can't wrap my arms back around that and say you can't call it Stelly anymore. That's what the world is calling it, but was not the intention for it to be called that. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is. All right. Let's get into the show. I have a correction and then an apology to make. So let's get into it. Scotty K wrote in and said, "Good day, Sacred Crew. An important correction must be made, Colin. When discussing the new trailer for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, you made a comment about how it was weird seeing Aerith since... Spoiler. However, she is in fact very much spoiler during the events of Disc 1, which this game will seemingly cover. I will attribute this mistake to you being overworked with all the amazing LSM content LSM produces Hope you all have a great day. So you're right. No, it's not because of that. I didn't know at the time we were recording where the game ended. I'm a little surprised where it ends because we're going slow. Like there's only supposed to be one more game after this. So to get only to the capital, basically, the Forgotten City situation, I think only brings you to the end of disc 1. And so there's more than half the game to go with one game left, right? I mean, it's been a while since I played Final Fantasy VII, but I think I have that right. But you're right. I thought I saw things in there that would have made that what I said true. Now I'm being vague. And let me read this next comment because we got a few of these as well. Alex wrote in and said, Colin, will you be spoiling more of Final Fantasy VII without warning in the coming months? It's a relevant game that people are playing. You've expressed hatred for fake Final Fantasy VII fans before. You clearly think that if someone wasn't playing JRPGs on PlayStation 1, that we shouldn't be allowed to enjoy Remake and Rebirth. It makes no sense. Remake, which has some of the best writing, voice acting, and combat in games, which only requires knowledge of the series at the very end, is one of my favorite games of all time. The original, judging by my playthrough so far, won't even come close to my love of Final Fantasy 15, which is an adorable pile of junk. But I want to experience Final Fantasy VII now because Ever Crisis turned out to be a cash grab and there's no game on the horizon I care about more than Rebirth. Look, if you want to think you're the best Final Fantasy fan in the world, I don't mind. But if you're going to intentionally ruin my gaming experience out of spite, I'm going to stop listening and sending you money. Thought this was probably the meanest and most curt one that we got, which is fine. And Alex, you know me well enough to probably know that I'm not going to jockey for anyone's money. So you have to do what you need to do with your, I want to put out a product that people want to participate and contribute to. I will say in reflection, I kind of feel two ways about this. And again, I'm not going to say what the spoiler was, although I think most of you know what it is because I don't want to ruin it further for people. The spoiler so here's one side of it. The spoiler I referenced in Final Fantasy VII is what I would argue to be the most famous spoiler in gaming. And the spoiler that I referenced is akin to knowing that what happens to Darth Vader and Luke in Empire Strikes Back. It's akin to knowing what happens in The Sixth Sense. Like these are just cultural phenomenon things now. And in gaming, for people that have been gaming for a very long time or a long time, everyone knows what happens in Final Fantasy VII. If you don't know what happens in Final Fantasy VII by this point, and you've been around for a long time, then you simply didn't have interest in it and all of the rest. However, as you noted, you clearly weren't playing on PS1. You missed this game entirely. And I guess I should have accounted for the fact that there are people that are somehow coming into this totally ignorant of what happens in the game. And I'm sorry for ruining it for those people. I think that it comes off as a little hypocritical for me to have done what I did when I do go on and on about spoilers and do go about and even make edits to our show or have the guys make edits to our show when I feel like someone has said something out of turn or it's something that would spoil it, something, even for older games. So I apologize for that for those. And I know multiple people wrote in about this and I'm sorry because I don't want to be that guy. I have no idea how the fuck you got this far without knowing what happens in Final Fantasy VII. And I don't really feel, I wouldn't feel as bad. I'd feel much worse if it was almost any other game. But still, that's the way it goes. Somehow there are people that don't know what happens in The Empire Strikes Back. Right? Somehow there are people that don't know what happens in The Sixth Sense. Somehow there are these things that just these mysteries and everything. So I do sincerely apologize for that, for those that were spoiled. All right. Let's get into news. I wanted to start with this swath of Xbox leaks. This is a PlayStation podcast, but so many of you wrote in about this, and I think there's some relevant things for us to discuss. However, I will say that I'm leaving almost all of it to the Dukes, and their podcast will have already been up on Defining Duke covering all of this, and I think they do so extensively beat by beat, which is awesome because it has a lot more to do with them. However, I think there are a few things I wanted to discuss, and I just was curious what your guys' thoughts were on this. Dustin, let's start with you. We haven't heard from you since you're getting back into the things. We'll give you a chance to stretch your legs here. Just at the very top, we have a bunch of inquiries that will get into all the specifics, but what did you think about the leaks out of Xbox and what stands out to you the most?
Yeah, this dropped when I was in Japan. It was during the day because I think it was pretty late at night when this happened for you guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was middle of the night.
Middle of the night. And so I got to say first, right off the bat, I feel really bad for them in a lot of ways, particularly the layout, their kind of game plan with this Series X refresh and the plans for these games. Just that, not that I feel bad in a way that this should have never come out, but one person made a mistake from what it sounds like attaching this document all in one PDF. And so it's a unfortunate situation, but obviously we're going to cover and talk about any relevant things on the show just because that's what we do. But it's a lot of exciting things in there for me, particularly. Dishonored 3 is probably the biggest one that I am most interested in and thought would never happen. I thought that series was most likely just dead at this point after kind of the diminishing returns of Dishonored 2 and its DLC. So I'm very, very interested in that. And I'm also a little bit sad about some of the particular details involving digital only consoles, even though it's not at all surprising. But yeah, I was surprised just when this happened that there's one tweet, another tweet, so many different things coming out all at once. It really was quite the explosive leak and not a small trickle.
What did you think, Chris? What were your top line things? I'm really curious to hear what you think of a few of these different issues.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll get into them a little bit more granularly as we continue going on with it. But I think I don't know. I saw it and I felt two ways about it. Immediately, I felt I did feel bad for like the people who, not necessarily the execs at Microsoft, but more about like the devs or individual people who probably wanted to have like a big splash moment who now do. It's very similar to the NVIDIA leak situation where it's like we kind of know a lot now about what the future holds and there's really not going to be much room for surprise. Although some of those documents seemed weirdly old. Like if I had to make a really, I don't mean to crush Dustin here, but if I were to make a relatively safe guess, I would say Dishonored 3 is absolutely not happening, or at least not, because this was pre Redfall, and even if it did happen, like so much of that team is not there anymore. So would it even be the same?
I think some of those documents come from the purchase, like around the time that the company was purchased.
around the Bethesda purchase,
because the timelines are they're pre-COVID timelines. Like that was the thing that I noticed.
I think Starfield said it was supposed to be out Q21 or something.
Yeah, like 2021, and Elder Scrolls next year. So this is what, and Elder Scrolls, as far as we know, is not really even in development yet. So this is an old document that is that particular one is from around the time the acquisition happened. I think
there's a bunch of different stuff that came out that's kind of like,
there's a new Doom in there.
There is a new Doom, which is yeah. Okay. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah. Like, it's some of the stuff there is exciting. It's interesting. I'm very into it. Some of the stuff I'm pretty sure is old plans that might not really be at play anymore. Very, very shifting timelines. I thought the most interesting thing to me was that that new refresh and that new controller. I'm curious what the hell that is, because it says haptic feedback, but it doesn't. I can't get. It does. It's not a 3D model. It's just like oh my God, what's that? It's like an Adobe Illustrator kind of
like
thing.
A render.
Like it's like a render. It's not real, so like it's kind of hard to tell what's going on. It's got a weird kind of two-tone design, or at least it did. It's at this point in its iteration. I don't know what it's doing exactly, but I'm curious about it. It sounds interesting. But I guess my high-level thoughts are just, all the negative stuff in it doesn't surprise me, because mega corporations are mega corporations, and some of the interesting stuff is somewhat disappointing, because I feel like Dishonored 3 is one of those things that I got really excited about until I saw, the layout of how old it was. And I was like, oh man, that's probably way off the cards now. So yeah, I don't know. It's a lot to take in, man. It's a lot of documents.
Yeah. I tried to read as many of them as I could and go through a lot of the journalism as usual. Websites like The Verge had a really nice collection of things. Kotaku actually had a pretty nice breakdown of things too, to their credit. But a lot of different people writing about this. I'm sure this is great for engagement in these various websites. But it's funny. Before we started, I asked you guys to watch a video of a man named Denny Green. And Phil Crone wrote in and said, Colin, when you saw the email from Phil Spencer saying buying Nintendo would be a career achievement, seemingly confirming their monopolistic intent, the Denny Green they are who we thought they were. video start playing on a loop in your head. It is so funny, Phil, that you wrote in about this, because if you guys go to the employee Discord, I put that GIF into our Discord about the story before the thread even went live for the show. So Phil, you and I were of the same minds, because that's exactly where my mind went. What did this leak show me? They are who we thought they were. Microsoft is who we thought they were. And I think that's interesting and good in some ways. And again, most of the stuff I'm not even going to talk about here, because I think, again, I want to defer to the Defining Dukes, and this is kind of their turf. But I identified 3 different things that I thought were interesting for our audience that I wanted to discuss. And we have a bunch of inquiries from the audience that will allow us to get through these topics and others. But one is that, and I put them in these 3 different silos. One is that Microsoft is not great at prognosticating the future based on a lot of these emails, and that Satya and other leadership are completely disconnected from what's going on with Xbox, which is, in fact, Satya asks such a startling question in one of his emails to Phil Spencer that I'm like, are you even paying any attention to what is going on with this product? Do you guys even give a shit about this at all? So that was number 1. Number 2 was, we finally have Game Pass numbers of a significant amount. And I was completely right about how expensive it would be to get some of these games. And these numbers are not new, right? So we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars to get the games that they're going to need to propagate this. And we know now that they're making about $3 billion in revenue off of Game Pass every year. So if we do the math, we realize that the math doesn't really add up very well for them long term. And in fact, there's a really interesting email about Game Pass from Jean-Emile Eiyuden, who's Microsoft's a longtime software architect, like the entire companies, who, and I don't know if you guys saw it, basically says, like, I'm really worried about what you guys are doing with this. Like, this doesn't look good. So I want to get into that. And the third thing, as was noted in that I think is interesting, is just the Nintendo thing. And this has, unlike the other 2 topics, has really nothing to do with PlayStation, but needs to be said, that it just reinforces everything I assumed about the company, about the brand, and about what they think the future is for them, or at least what they once thought it was. And I know it's embarrassing for them for this stuff to come out, and it's unfortunate that it came out for them. And I feel bad. I do feel bad for them. Like, internal correspondence is internal correspondence. It's not meant to be seen. And they've kind of been stung by this a lot worse than Sony, because it seems like, well, when you're the one instigating the big, huge buyout of the publisher, you're the one who's under exposure, not your competitor. So obviously your stuff's going to be there for the taking, except for, some stuff that came out with Jim Ryan and others. And I found the letter and what Phil Spencer said about Nintendo to be embarrassing. And like, that's the word I would use, is embarrassing. The head of the brand thinks that the best way to move forward is to continue to go outside to the point where they will buy one of the major hardware manufacturers, and in fact are interested in 2 of the hardware, or at least systems, or let's say platform level content holders in Valve as well. It's fucking embarrassing. Sorry. Like, I guarantee you, in Nintendo's plan, nowhere in there is it to buy Xbox or PlayStation. And I guarantee you, in PlayStation's plan, nowhere in there is it to buy Nintendo or Xbox. And I think that just is what it is. And that's where the Denny Green, they are who we thought they were. That's where it came into my mind. I'm like, yes, of course. Of course. Not only is that something you want to do, you call it your crowning achievement. Not making great games, not founding great studios or making great collaborators along the way, just going and buying the biggest and the best. That would be your career achievement. Cool. Very cool. And I thought that was embarrassing. Like, no matter how you cut it. And I know that he said on Twitter, and I believe him, this was 3 years ago, and we'll get into it specifically what he said, but the stuff has changed. Like, they just want anything they can get their hands on, and it's soulless, just completely. And I stand by that 100%. So let's get into some of these inquiries one by one. John Slim Lee wrote in, said, "Hello, gentlemen. This is my first time writing in. Obviously, the Xbox leaks are going to be the biggest talking points in gaming news in general for a bit. For me, looking over the leaks, some stuff seems pretty typical. The new talk of new hardware via new controller and a discless Series X seem neat. However, the more interesting stuff that caught my eye were Microsoft's projected Game Pass charts, that they are still behind by the looks of it. as they were looking to be around 50 to 60 million subs by the time mid-gen refreshes come out, which should be only about a year or two away if rumors are correct about the PS5 Pro being real. Also, the prices that they are willing to pay for certain day one releases on Game Pass, such as Jedi Survivor costing around $300 million to get it day one. I'm no economist by any means, but at these rates, it just doesn't seem sustainable without a much larger subscriber increase for Game Pass in the next few years. What are your thoughts on the whole thing? Dustin, I was curious if you tuned in at all to what was going on with the Game Pass numbers. There are a few interesting things here. And I'll read one of them, which is that internally, as of at least 2021, when this email I'm going to read comes from, there was significant concern about the all or nothing approach to the subscription model. And again, this comes from Microsoft software architect Jean-Emile Eiyuden. He says, quote, "In my mind, if a studio completely needs to prove their worth by being net value over their cost, it adds a ton of pressure to release hits on a regular basis. If a game is niche, though, too bad. This is not armchair quarterbacking, I swear. I'm just super worried about the moat you've built, that the winds will change and we will have a bloodbath a few years down the road, ellipsis. It's not my job, I appreciate. So I'm trying to train my mental model on how to think about the content side of the house to not be worried, especially when the economics have changed with Game Pass," end quote. I found that to be, and again, these are some of these things that people aren't really writing about, but that I kind of tuned in on personally, where I'm like, there was a push and pull internally about whether this was a really good idea. And I think that they realize internally that they need to staff studios that are going to give them this content, because as you noted in your letter, Johnson, the numbers simply don't allow them to really get a ton of external content in the AAA space. They cannot afford it without making it themselves. So Dustin, I'm curious what you made of this.
Yeah, well, it sounds like if they're not able to achieve that subscriber count goal, then one of the ways they could make up with it is increasing the price, which is something that they're already going to have to do anyway, which I'm trying to remember what they did recently. It was they're getting rid of Xbox Live Gold and making it the Game Pass, like a lower tier of Game Pass. And I'm trying to remember if prices went up too, but I mean, we're seeing this across the board with subscriptions right now from inflation alone, and those are kind of on shaky ground as it is. And those are established subscriptions that have been around for 10 plus years now with something like Netflix. So I would imagine, this is going to be potentially rough, where we could see the prices go up, the type of content that they're able to secure outside of their first party go down at the same time. And I'm interested in that quote you read specifically about the moat. Are we sure we want to do this because down the line we could find ourselves in an economic situation that is very, very bad? And I wonder, as particularly right now where we see game development prices go up, we see inflation go up, all these sorts of things, if we could see these particular services be in a lot of trouble. I mean, much like the movie streaming services at the same time, we're just kind of potentially a few years away from something more like that.
Yeah, it's interesting because Phil responded to that email with really interesting insight, but that reaffirms that Microsoft isn't judging their studios by, I guess, even the money's made or lost, but by the content that they can produce to feed the beast or whatever. Because he says, quote, "I don't think we've ever closed a studio due to the studio's P&L. It's almost always been from leadership leaving, Lionhead as an example, or a team just losing its passion, Ensemble as an example." So I thought that was really interesting insight from him, that, Sony definitely doesn't have that luxury. That the studios that go are the ones that they just simply cannot afford to sustain anymore. And this explains a lot more why you get a studio like Ninja Theory seemingly overpay for them to the tune of like $150 million or whatever, then dump a bunch of money into their HQ for motion capture and all of that kind of stuff, and have them still not release a game. That's running deeply in the red. But they're able to do that because there's a different, I guess, mark of, well, first of all, they haven't really gotten a chance to prove themselves yet. They haven't even released a game since they were purchased 5 years ago, but they really just need content. And it's going to have to come because these prices are crazy. One of the things we learned about, which I thought was interesting, was Game Pass brings in $9.26 per subscriber. So people are getting, that's more than I would have imagined, actually. And that would come out to $230 million in gross revenue. However, we know that subscriber numbers are totally flat. They were 25 million in spring 2022, and in deposition, Phil Spencer was asked, is it fair to say that there has been no growth in Game Pass since those numbers were reported? And he said yes. So, and I don't know if you guys saw that someone that worked on Game Pass put on LinkedIn that they had grown Game Pass to 30 million subscribers and then edited it to say 25 million subscribers. So it seems like they're stuck around this number, although I think that number will probably go up a little bit with Starfield having been played by so many millions of people at this point. But Chris, I wanted to go to you. The cost for third-party games is nuts. And this is why I think people just don't understand. $3 billion is not enough money if you want big games. Remember my argument here, whether you agree with it or not, but this is my argument, that with rare exception, I think Starfield will be one of those exceptions because it's going to sell millions of copies, and that's really the most logical way to play it. You're assuming with Microsoft's game development costs that they will not recoup any of those games development costs in a la carte sales, that it has to come through an en masse sort of Game Pass adoption that increases by tens of millions, right, in order to bring the revenue in. And that's on top of the expectations of how much it would cost. And they know some of these things. Like they said Gotham Knights would be $50 million, right? Assassin's Creed Mirage, $100 million. Mortal Kombat 1, $250 million. When you're talking, they don't ever really bring games like that over, and it's clear why now. Because one game the size of a Suicide Squad, which they said would be $250 million, would be 1/10 of their budget for the year. Or I'm sorry, 1/10 of their revenue, gross revenue.
Yeah.
So these numbers, I don't see how people can spin this stuff. Like, the numbers are here. This means that you're going to be stuck in double A land and A land and first party land forever. Because the second you pay for one of these big games, you're paying already an enormous amount of your revenue, your gross revenue. It's unsustainable. It does explain why they feel like they need to own studios. I will say that. I mean, it's never clear looking at these numbers being like, well, yeah, we got to just buy the cow, man. Like, we can't afford it.
Yeah.
You know?
I wonder. I mean, I wonder too if maybe the strategy, because you have to imagine that their timeline for releasing, I think even in one of the emails, they're talking about how, like, man, it's kind of a disaster situation that since Halo, we've had, what was it, 16 months of no exclusives, and how that's really bad. We got to bolster this. You have to almost imagine that maybe it's taking longer to figure out than they planned, and maybe the goal isn't necessarily to have a subscription service like Game Pass full of AAA third parties, but to use third parties to kind of bolster the service until they can get themselves into a rhythm where they can more reliably put out first party games more frequently. And at that point, you will see, okay, here's first party here, double A game here, indie game here, first party game, and keep on that cycle, and eventually phase out that like big budget third party game reliance entirely, because that's really I'm no economist, man. I'm not a business person. I'm not a money guy at all. I don't have the skill for that, really. But that, to me, at least on a surface level, without thinking too much about it, that to me seems the only path forward, really, or the only way that this would make sense financially, is to like bolster the service, get a lot of people in with the promise of these third party AAA games, and then eventually get yourself into a cadence where you can reliably supply that yourself, and then kind of throw that reliance to the wayside. The only problem is you kind of create this expectation now with Game Pass that over the last like several years that you are going to get those AAA games or those AAA third party games, and when those stop coming, will that translate into a loss of subscribers or not? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm interested in how. I'm sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I was asking, does that make sense? Because
yeah, it does make sense. Because I think, well, actually, this next letter gets into it, I guess, and I'll allow him to present it. Because I think that Microsoft might be in a little stuck here, where you have to they're kind of going 60, but they need to go like 100. Like, the pedal needs to go down all the way if they want this to work. And Alan Antonio Melendez wrote in and said, hey guys, in the industry I work in, we always talk about being sticky. In other words, we want to make it difficult for clients to leave us for a competitor. We see this with Apple's ecosystem of products, for example. Choosing between a PS5 or an Xbox Series X was a no-brainer for me. I had over $1,000 worth of games on my PS4 that I could take with me into the next generation. With Xbox seemingly going all in on Game Pass, how do they possibly intend to be sticky going into the next generation? As I continue to purchase and aggregate even more of my games on PS5 and continue to add to my digital library, I am already committed to the next generation of PlayStation just by the mere fact that my digital library will come with me. Do you think Xbox is sacrificing long-term player retention by trying to attract subscribers instead of customers? Anyways, thank you for taking the time to read my question. Love all that you guys do. Alan, I think you're on to something, because I think this gets to the heart of the matter, although I think they understand this. In the leaked documents, they say, Phil said something interesting, like the number we need to grow substantially off of Xbox with Game Pass. And he said, I think, to the point where they'll just leave the industry if they don't reach these certain numbers, which they are not on pace for right now, as was noted in an earlier letter. And I do think that like the 25, so let's even say like the 20 to 30 million range for Game Pass is probably going to be a really static number as far as people being like, well, I'm comfortable here. This is what I want. This is what I expect. But to kind of go over that hump, I think you're going to need more. They're not going to have a bigger burst than Starfield, potentially for the rest of the generation, honestly, as far as like big, culturally relevant mega game like that, until Elder Scrolls comes out. And that will probably be for the next console. But it's interesting when you have so for my math, $230 million in gross revenue or so a month on Game Pass. And then it's like, okay, so to attract the next echelon of subscriber, we need a Suicide Squad level game. It's like, okay, that's all of the money you made for the month. Now you still have the expenses of all the little licenses that are still ongoing, your $500,000 licenses, your $5 million licenses, your $50 million licenses, plus all the development into all of the games that are going into it, plus just paying your people, upkeep, all of the rest. Microsoft's not in this for charity. They want to make money, right? So I just think that's the place they're stuck in right now. And that's why I want to see where these numbers go. In other words, they have to spend more. And that's going to make this incredibly dangerous, I think, for them. And these numbers are old. $300 million for Suicide Squad. It's interesting because that goes to show you how expensive that game was to make. $300 million is probably not even its budget. And with its marketing and all of the rest. And so now they go and they say like, all right, so we'll just take that nut, make our money back, I guess, and then go sell it on these other platforms. This is a very strange place to be in for them. I just don't know. Does any of that resonate with you, Dustin?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about the question specifically about stickiness and how Game Pass, how they're able to achieve that if people have digital libraries elsewhere. I feel like it's in terms of getting people to stick, like he mentioned, being on PlayStation, he has a library there. Therefore, he's stuck on PlayStation. He's always going to stay there. I feel like it's a different type of stickiness, if that makes sense. Where, for example, I recently signed up for Netflix again to watch One Piece. My plan was to immediately cancel it. But then I realized in October, the new series from the creator of Midnight Mass is coming out.
Oh.
It's like, well, I want to watch that, so I guess I'll keep it another month. And then I realized in November, the Scott Pilgrim anime comes out. Well, I want to watch that too. And so I think that Xbox's strategy is that if they can drip feed that type of sticky content that keeps you sticking around every few months, that it eventually creates that feeling, which I know many people have with Netflix, is that they just like having it. Maybe you're not watching it all the time, but it's nice to know that you have access, that when something comes out, you'll immediately just be able to watch it. Maybe you won't watch it for a month, but that's okay because you just have grown comfortable with having it. And I think that that's probably the mindset, and why also their goal is not necessarily to have people playing Xbox on Xbox. The goal is to have people play Xbox anywhere, whether it's their smart TV or, what's the other device? That streaming thing that they have with Logitech or Steam Deck or whatever.
Yeah.
They want people to be able to play, quote unquote, play Xbox anywhere. And ideally for them, as we know, that would include PlayStation. So I think it's a different mindset. But this comes back to what you were saying, Colin, about can they sustain the drip feed that makes it so it has that stickiness, including something that is interesting to every type of gamer, that is just constant enough that you keep it around. And from what it sounds like, unless they were to hit those subscriber numbers that we had talked about earlier, maintaining that unless they are able to do it within their own ecosystem is going to be really difficult. And Chris, you mentioned that about how about how they would need to bring all of that first party, which is probably why they're on this buying spree. That was totally the Netflix thing. They got everybody in because it's like, oh, they've got Breaking Bad, they have The Office, they have these movies. And 100%. Then initially, starting with House of Cards, it's like, whoa, Netflix is making a show. They don't make shows. They just license other people. Now, when you boot up Netflix, it is mostly their content. And so, and that's much more sustainable for them. And so I would imagine that's the thing with Xbox too, is that if they own it, then it could be a more sustainable way to keep content just constantly flowing on the service. But with the risk at the same time where eventually when Netflix crossed over that border, eventually the conversation started to come around. It's like, man, some of these Netflix originals kind of suck. Yeah. Kind of just feels like we're constantly just getting drip fed stuff every once in a while that's good, but the rest of the stuff is trash. And that's going to be the main thing they need to avoid.
There's also the issue of just game development in general and how, I mean, it's a lot easier to pace out linear content like TV on subscription services than it is, you know, game development is so fickle and weird that like you can't really accurate. I mean, we saw with that leaked document of like, oh, Dishonored 3 and you know, Starfield in Q2021 or whatever. That's way off from what it ended up being. And I can't imagine outside of barring outside factors like, you know, a writer's strike, like what's happening right now in Hollywood, or, you know, a pandemic that is like a world disrupting event. Usually if a movie is supposed to come out in October, it's going to come out in October. You know, they don't suffer the same types of, you know, production pipeline disturbances that games do just by the nature of them being so complicated. And so the issue with Game Pass going forward, if they are to get that drip feed content paced at a way that makes sense, or paced in a way that is enticing to the subscriber, that's difficult to do. I mean, some of those games might be ready. Some of those games might be delayed into each other's windows. And then what do? You hold them over, but then that disrupts the flow even more. And so it's like, it's a really difficult industry to do that with. And I think that's probably like a bigger problem than they were anticipating, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think people are going to find our friend Tom from Moore's Law is Dead will find an interesting video he'll have dropped by the time this podcast goes live on his YouTube channel. And he sent me a couple of things from it that I thought were interesting. And one of them was for Game Pass, because he went through all everything. He kind of did the math or whatever. Phil says that by 2030, I guess there's this kind of fatal line that needs to be that Game Pass subscribers need to be above, where I think he says 110 million by 2030. And that would be not enough to even keep Xbox going at that point. And Tom did the math, I guess, even adding the 11.7 million Game Pass core subscribers now that Game Pass is gone, and they did kind of the PS Plus tier system, or they're kind of doing the same thing, that the number that if you kind of project out is significantly below that, so that it may only get to 80 million by 2030, which is well below the sustainability number. And that's the point I'm making. You have to put in more to get more, and put in more and get more, and put in more and get more. And Dustin, I think that's what you were speaking to with Netflix, although there's a diminishing return, as you noted. Now people are kind of tired of it. I personally think less is more. That's why I think Apple is such an interesting streaming service, because they don't have that much, but it's like, they try to have big bursts, and it seems more sustainable and more fair to the audience. It doesn't make them churn. It almost challenges them to say, like, this is something you opt into and opt out of, which I think is kind of what's going to happen to Game Pass, or is happening to Game Pass. Because they're not getting mega great games, because the mega great games will never go to Game Pass. They're not getting the AAA third-party games of the highest quality, because there's no reason. The money does not make sense for them to do that. That would be insane. And they're stuck between a rock and a hard place with this. I truly think that. I truly believe that this comes back to the Denny Green. They are who we thought they were. It's like, yes, you're in the situation I thought you were in. Like, most certainly. Yeah. And go ahead, Chris.
No, yeah, you're right. I was just going to say, they got to, I know one thing that can turn this all around. Prototype 3, man.
Call of Duty, they might be. I think Call of Duty could be a thing that might help turn this around. Call of Duty joining Game Pass is going to make that number spike. It becomes so clear, you know?
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. Call of Duty is going to help. I don't think it would help as much as Prototype 3, but I think Call of Duty is going to be a big boon for them. But I don't know, man. It's crazy to imagine that we might be. Well, I guess not a few years away. It's still quite a bit of time from Xbox being a completely different thing. Well, to maybe even being gone. Interesting.
Hold on. Maybe this is my jet lagged brain, but let me get this straight. You said Game Pass profitability is $3 billion or $3 billion to spend?
It's profitability. No, it's gross revenue is $230 a month, which would come out to about $3 million for a year. So
that's
like 3.3.
I'm just thinking of games. Okay, we're talking about Call of Duty on Game Pass. It made me think of, remember when Destiny came out and they were saying this game, the budget was $1 billion.
Oh yeah.
So it's ridiculous. I'm just thinking about how much of a spike is they're hoping for to sustain a game like Call of Duty, which I'm not saying is $1 billion budget, but I'm sure it's pretty damn high since it's in that same lexicon like it was with when Destiny was something that Activision was doing. So very interesting.
Yeah, I think it's just clearly unsustainable. I don't know how else to say it. I just don't. It's they're stuck. I was looking at the numbers. During the pandemic, they went from like 10 to 12 million subscribers officially reported to 20 million in 2021 and then up to 25 million in 2022. And that number is flat after that. And they have not reported them since. And it's been almost 2 years, right? So you have to assume, similar to PS Plus, which also went down, people are getting out. Now the pandemic's over. They're going outside. They're working. They're not home anymore. I think it's kind of sad for them that the rise in subscribers was no doubt helped by COVID. I mean, it's a great, I would argue, and I guess this is important to say, although I think I've said this so many times that people understand it, that it's not really the purchaser's problem to worry about the dynamic economic situation of Game Pass. Like, it's a great deal. There's just no doubt about it. I just don't know how they're making it work on the back end. And this is just more evidence that they're not. I think people are really drinking the Kool-Aid on this and thinking that it could work. And I think that the way it's going to be able to work moving forward is as I said, they need to put the pedal down from 60 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour. That's why I think Call of Duty is important for them to get and adopt. I mean, that's going to really change the dynamics of it in a major way. And maybe they'll start reporting numbers after that, but who knows what happens in the interim. All right. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the Nintendo letter. Ben wrote in and said, "Greetings, sacred jamokes. A PlayStation podcast thought, though this might be, it seemed pertinent to discuss the Xbox leak as it provides interesting industry insight. Curious to hear your thoughts about Phil Spencer's aspirations to buy Nintendo and Valve." So in an email from 2020, and people can go read the full, I don't want to sit here and read for fucking an hour, but in a correspondence with various stakeholders, it comes up that Nintendo could be purchasable for Microsoft. Now, of course, we know that in the 90s, Microsoft went to Nintendo and tried to purchase them and were quote unquote laughed out of the room. Here's what Phil said in part. And I say ellipsis when I make a clip, so you guys can know that it's not a direct linear quote. Quote, "I totally agree that Nintendo is the prime asset for us in gaming. And today gaming is our most likely path to consumer relevance. I've had numerous conversations with the leadership team of Nintendo about tighter collaboration. And I feel like if any US company would have a chance with Nintendo, we are probably in the best position. The unfortunate or fortunate for Nintendo situation is that Nintendo is sitting on a big pile of cash. They have a board of directors that until recently has not pushed for further increases in market growth or stock appreciation. Ellipsis. It's likely investor and prior Microsoft board member Mason Morfitt will be pushing for more from Nintendo stock, which could create opportunities for us. Without that catalyst, I don't see an angle to a near-term mutually agreeable merger of Nintendo and Microsoft, and I don't think a hostile action would be a good move, so we are playing the long game. But our board of directors has seen the full write-up on Nintendo and Valve, and that we are fully supportive of either if opportunity arises, as I am. Confidentially, we have two fairly active M&A discussions in gaming right now, Warner Brothers Interactive and ZeniMax, ellipsis. I won't say WB or Zenny is Nintendo, but both are for sale and gettable by us if things align. Biggest obstacle in WB is IP ownership. We wouldn't own any of the IP, which hurts long-term flexibility. And the only obstacle on Zenny valuation is expectations of founders. But I think it's likely one or both of these happen. which will help us continue to double down on our gaming relevance. Ellipsis. At some point, getting Nintendo would be a career moment, and I honestly believe a good move for both companies. It's just taking a long time for Nintendo to see that their future exists off of their own hardware. A long time. End quote. This to me is the core of what I look at as their whole MO and why I really don't have very much respect for the brand. Because people say businesses are all the same, but I just don't agree, because then we're all just assessing businesses as these factories that make tchotchkes or something. I don't know. The behavior of a business as an entity, like a good steward of its space, is important. And Nintendo is the best steward of the space that exists, in my opinion, from a quality standpoint, certainly. And from a cultural relevance standpoint. And I find this gratuitous. Your career moment, your defining moment will be when Microsoft buys Nintendo. First of all, that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Second of all, why is this a serious thing that's being bandied about as of 3 years ago or 2.5 years ago at Microsoft, when they were told 20 years prior that they're in 20 plus years prior that no one's interested in Nintendo is at like the top of their game, even in 2020. I don't understand this, man. I don't see how people can look at this with open eyes and not understand that you're dealing with a malign monopolist that wants to just crush everything down into one silo, regardless of. So now we can not only do we have to see, nonsensical Xbox family pictures with Master Chief and Marcus Phoenix and the Doom guy and BJ Blazkowicz and the Psychonauts guy, but now we're going to, let's put a fucking Mario and Waluigi and Kirby in there too. And it'll make it real. Let's make it really make sense now. What is this? This is not. Dustin, talk to me about this.
Yeah, this sounds ridiculous to me overall, especially thinking about the context of Nintendo in its home country in Japan and how big it is there. I mean, it's big here too, obviously, but Nintendo very much in the past few years even has changed a lot in the direction of the company, where it's very clear that Nintendo wants to be more of a Disney-like company, where Nintendo is more than just video games. It's more about the characters and what they're in. And we saw that really strongly with the Mario movie. And now there's potential of a Zelda movie. And I'm sure we'll get every type of Nintendo character movie under the sun. Now we've seen that be successful, but more than that too, where they have Mario theme parks at Universals in both Japan and the US. They're expanding it. They're going to do the Donkey Kong. And there's just merchandise as far as the eye can see for every character that they own. There's different merchandise for. They've got stores. So I think they see themselves. I personally right now see Nintendo. They're at the top of their game right now, but I feel like this is just the beginning for them as they become a more Disney-like company that is built around how can they use this IP and their characters beyond just its core thing. Disney's core thing originally was just movies, and now it is everything that they can use their characters for. They're going to try to apply it for better or for worse. And that is how I see Nintendo as well. And just the fact that I think that I just don't see Nintendo wanting to cozy up with an American company at all. We heard about that particularly when there was other news of acquisitions about how Japanese companies often don't want to be purchased by companies outside of Japan. Not always, but usually the case. And maybe this is just me. Maybe this is more of a creative decision, but even just goes to show that the only character that's in Smash Brothers is the Minecraft character, which is a Microsoft character, and Banjo-Kazooie, but Banjo-Kazooie particularly having roots on Nintendo, and then Minecraft being so synonymous overall. But I'm sure they tried, to get Master Chief in there, and didn't. So I don't want to make that connection too strongly, but I just feel like it's a thing where Nintendo doesn't even think about them and doesn't need them because they're just completely in a different, and quite frankly, in terms of games and IP, in a much bigger space than Microsoft is.
Yeah. What do you have to say about this?
Easily. Well, I mean, I think, I don't know. It's very silly to me that they would. I mean, like you mentioned, 20 years ago they were laughed out of the room. I don't know why they would. I don't know why they think that Nintendo is in any worse of a position that they would be a little bit more amenable to it. I know their argument is, their future exists off their own hardware, and I think that's probably true, but I don't know if it's true anytime soon. I think that is the eventuality. I think eventually we will be in a space where the hardware is really kind of secondary, and it's really, you can access a lot of this stuff anywhere. But I don't see that happening really in a cultural shift way for a while. And so it just surprises me to hear that they're even remotely talking about this in any serious capacity. I know what Phil Spencer's saying by it would be a career moment, because it just objectively would be. I don't think it's necessarily him going like, oh, it'll be my crowning achievement. I just think if that kind of thing does happen, it would be the thing. Like, that's unprecedentedly huge, and it would be probably the biggest thing to happen in games, period, if that were to happen, which it would not. But I don't know. It's this whole thing is just very bizarre, because it's not surprising, I guess, because Xbox has been in a precarious position now for a while, and it's so funny because it's just their own fault. They fucked up at such a inopportune time that it's really kind of amazing that they fumbled when they did, because they really, and it's all stuff that anybody could have told them was a bad idea. You know what I mean? It's stuff that isn't even difficult to figure out, really. Even, and I know we have like the benefit of hindsight, but even in the moment, should have been obvious. Like, man, people are not going to love Always Online. People are not going to love this TV centric, E3, or not E3, but 3 weeks before E3 presentation where you show some guy watching fucking football on his Xbox with a Kinect. This is all so bad. And it really was just the absolute worst point for them to fuck up, to the point where they're still really paying for it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I really hope Sony and the PlayStation brand just continues to make surgical acquisitions and not try to chase this mantra and this mentality, and not try to worry about it too much. Because I think this is what Jim Ryan was kind of saying during his deposition, and that he was kind of understanding that just the fiscal reality of this whole setup is not working, and that they need to do more. And so these acquisitions in some sense make sense, because they have to double down to make money, or spend money to make money, as the old adage goes. But I just found this comical. And I know that he said, again, 3 years ago or so, I know that he said on Twitter, that they're disappointed and that this doesn't represent their current strategy or whatever, but that it represented their strategy at all is just,
yeah, I
don't know, man. I don't know how you can look at a company like this and just be like, yeah, this is what everyone's trying to. I'm sure Nintendo's trying to buy everyone, and so is Sony. It's like, no, it just seems like one company is trying to buy everything.
It's not equivalent. I would push back on one thing. I don't think it's unique to Microsoft in the sense that Microsoft is the only company doing this, but I also think Microsoft is the only company doing this because they're the only company the only company within the gaming space that is in this specific position. And I know that's like a really hypothetical argument, but I have no reason to believe that if Sony were in the same position and had the same amount of capital, that they wouldn't be doing a similar thing. Like, I believe that companies just do what is best to save themselves from complete irrelevance. And that's what Game Pass was. Game Pass is literally just a last ditch, like a Hail Mary. I mean, we were saying that at the time too. Like, we were looking like, this is kind of like a massive thing for them to do. And it was a good idea for them at the time to really get themselves back in the good graces and kind of give Xbox some kind of resonance, or give some kind of meaningfulness to the platform, where it's like, oh, you're doing this now. That's kind of a big thing. And even as time has gone on and problems with the service have arose, like no one can argue with the value proposition of Game Pass. Like it's objectively there.
No doubt.
And so it's just kind of like whether or not that strategy will pay off is TBD. But I don't think it's unique to Microsoft in the sense that, you know, they're doing it, but they've been on the back foot for a long time. And that's definitely that. Game Pass is the kind of move where that's a cornered ass move. You know what I mean? When I say that?
Yeah, I totally understand. They're completely cornered. And I also think the wisdom of it has waned and waxed over the years. Seem more wise sometimes and less wise. The thing that I think we all know about it is that they've made their choice. There's no going, 100%. They can't go back. That's why I hate when people are like, oh, maybe they'll stop doing. I'm like, I don't think that's the end of that. I mean, if they can't go back. This is what they've staked their claim in. And
I wonder if they could. I wonder if like through Game Pass, so many people have built up a library that maybe at some point they could be like, hey, fiscally, this is impossible. And because so many people have, that actually goes back to the question about stickiness, where it's like, this could be another aspect of that, where it's like Game Pass is really their only shot at stickiness. Because if you give people a lot of games for parentheses free, I know you're paying for it, but you know, and you get a lot of history there. You get like, oh, I have this many achievements on this thing, or I'm used to the ecosystem here. I bought this game through Game Pass because it was cheaper and I spent a lot of time with it, and then it came off the service and I was like, oh, I should buy it anyway since I want to play it still. And then before you know it, after several years, you've got your own library there, which you otherwise wouldn't have had without the service in the first. I think that's probably part of their strategy too, as far as stickiness goes. But
yeah, like in my opinion, like the only thing that I can say for sure from my perspective is that a subscription model for legacy content is the place to be. This I love.
Oh yeah. 100%.
Sony is still in the space, and Nintendo even more so. Nintendo completely in the space. Sony more in the space than Microsoft, where they can still kind of have their cake and eat it too. Microsoft kind of already made that decision. And so I do think that the subscription model is wise. I just think you have to balance it with, it's very similar to the theatrical release, video release situation or whatever. Dude,
I really think they're waning. I think they're weaning people off it with this early access thing. Like they did it with Forza and they did it with Starfield, and to great success for them because they sold a ton. I bought in, you know, so I almost feel like, yeah, you get it day one. They found a way to do it. They found a way to break that promise without actually fully breaking it, where it's like, yeah, you get games day one on Game Pass for free with the service, but
you want a day -4.
But yeah, you want a day -6 or something.
Yeah, that's
then you got which to be fair to them, it's a pretty smart move. Like it's like a really fucking good idea business wise, because like I know some people are gonna be like, I've seen like people be like, oh, it's such a greedy move, and it's like I guess yeah, but it works.
Yeah, it's a big time move.
Totally
I would
works.
definitely expect that more of that. And it's what we were kidding around about, is that I'm against it until I'm the dude with the vein popping out of my head meme as a game I care about is available early, and we see if I bend or break to that too. But I'd like to think that I wouldn't. I just think that the situation is static right now. I think that I'm curious to know what their desire is. So it's like 10 million Starfield players, which is awesome, but 5 million of them have gone into space. So like, what are you looking at in the game just based on achievements? So like, what are you looking at in terms of, is it like you want people to, is it the perception of value, or is it actual value and time spent and that kind of satisfaction? Because the perception of value is pretty powerful. That's what we were talking about earlier with Netflix and Dustin, I think you were saying it about just wanting these things, right? Just having them. And and I think that there is some intrinsic value to that. And so when a game like Starfield is added and you try it out, are they happy to just say like, oh, you stuck around and here's the perception of value, it's just maybe not for you, or you're not that interested? Or is it going to have to get people in a more, is it going to have to body them a little bit more and like wrap your arms around them and really get them in and staying? I don't know. This is a precarious situation, but I think it looks more precarious than ever. And I just think I find what Phil said about Nintendo just so bold. Like the weakest gaming brand thinks that it belongs with the strongest gaming brand. Like that's weird. A natural marriage. I don't think so.
I mean, I guess you look at Mortal Kombat 1 on Switch and you think that they could use a little bit of help.
Yeah, they could.
But aside from that, they're basically killing.
Dude, those images were
dude, I couldn't believe it.
awesome.
I'm of two minds about that.
Yeah.
Because I understand it's stinky. Absolutely. But to my understanding, isn't it running at 60 FPS on Switch?
No, I don't think so. No way.
Dude, I think hold on.
If it is, I think it's not consistent. It runs at 60 and then it plops down to 20 and then it like, dude, I've seen some wild stuttering and like just wild shit in that game.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I think the last one, I'm looking at a frame rate thing now. It's pretty dang close from what it seems like, that it's running at a pretty consistent 60. Though, okay, yeah, there was a pretty big dip there. Anyway, I understand it's stinky, but if you're a Mortal Kombat player and you want to play on the go, who cares?
Apparently, dude, apparently, like it's significantly like it is so bad that it has like a separate review. Like on IGN, I saw it like it got like a 3.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I'm out of the loop on this, so I might be totally wrong.
No, it's because I think the way that the modern versions kind of seamlessly integrate between like character select and the actual game is impossible on the Switch. So you're like waiting. There's like egregious load times and like the frame rate stutters, and then like everybody looks like a fucking plastic doll. Johnny Cage's like dead-eyed expression is one of the most amazing things. I'm so glad we got that at least. But dude, it's like Cyberpunk level. Like this is just it's Cyberpunk on PS4. It's like don't play this.
The video I was looking at was from Mortal Kombat 11, not 1. I've corrected that, and it is much worse.
Oh, dude, it's wild.
Could see how you can confuse those things considering the names.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue to go into some of this. Lawrence McDougald wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, so with the major Bethesda leak, do you guys see any of these titles being cross-platform?" So
no,
I disagree, and I want to know which one. Yeah, no. And I want to know, and I'll tell you why. But I'm curious. What is your mantra here with this, Dustin? Why do you think that they're not coming?
Because we had this conversation when it came to Starfield and other stuff, and just recently there was that thing about Elder Scrolls not being cross-platform either. So all the evidence and the history has said these games won't come out on other platforms. And now we've seen some of the evidence of these things happen. They're not coming to other platforms. So what would change that would make those things them, unless something happens between now and then where they say, oh fuck, we got to release these. As it stands right now, the plan I would say is not to put these on other platforms at all.
Yeah, I disagree in the sense that I think that there are games that have come over. I'm not saying the big games, but I'm saying some of the smaller ones. So like Quake and Quake 2 are both on PlayStation. So when I see something like Fallout 3 Remastered, I'm like,
no way.
I don't know. I mean, I'm really neither here nor there. I don't think I ever want to play Fallout again, to be honest. But I look at that and I'm like, I don't know why. Why Quake but not Fallout? If it's because it seems to fall in line with the legacy stuff, like they would say, like products where these things were already.
You know what I mean?
So
heritage.
I'm not saying that that's for sure, but I think that there could be something to that. It's interesting because the title release schedule comes from the summer of 2020 that was released. And it's so interesting how radically things change and how assumptions of things change. Like, I don't think some of these games are even coming. And some of them we already know what they are. Like Project Hibiki, I think, is Hi-Fi Rush. The Indiana Jones game was supposed to come out last year, apparently. Starfield was already supposed to get all of its DLC. That Doom game was supposed to be out this year. So I just don't know. I just personally, I believe that it's possible, like Quake and Quake 2, that you would see some of the remastered stuff come.
Yeah, maybe. I think the main sticking point with Quake is that Quake is a very specific. Quake's big, but it's not Fallout 3 big. And I almost wonder, like, from Microsoft's perspective, especially now that they're really truly in this exclusive era where we've got Starfield that's out. It's really the kickoff point for them. And so they could make a lot of money putting Fallout 3 on PlayStation 4. I that's probably more likely than other. I would say Dishonored, probably not, because I don't think Dishonored's happening. Obviously, future Elder Scrolls, I don't think that's happening either. I think they said as much. I just also feel like you're in this position where, you know, you've got some goodwill. People have a game that, like, on that platform that is really resonating with a lot of people. And why wouldn't you at this point kind of stake a claim? You know, why wouldn't you be like, you know what? No, yeah, Fallout 3 remastered, that's Xbox and PC. I don't know. It really depends on the strategy going forward. Like, I have no idea. Like, you are right about Quake and the whole having a heritage thing, but
yeah, like the old and the Quake. I was going to say the Doom game, the old Doom games also were released on PlayStation after the acquisition.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Fallout might just be too big, but that's where my mind went with Fallout and Oblivion specifically. All the others, I would assume not. And I'll just reiterate that I never thought that Elder Scrolls 6 would come to PlayStation as a native option necessarily. I think Game Pass will be on PlayStation by the time Elder Scrolls 6 comes out in some way, shape or form. Right, yeah. So that's my whole thing. It's so interesting though, looking at this from their perspective. The summer 2020, and they have in fiscal year 21 Starfield. So within a year or so from when this document, like, what happened? What state was that game in? Where
I don't know.
Where it was 2 years later than they expected at that time. Obviously, I mean, and this list was made during COVID. So
that was also the Halo delay as well. I think Halo was delayed into that year, and it basically took Starfield's place. Man,
very interesting indeed. All right, what else do we have to talk about here out of these leaks? Oh yeah, Deuces Bra wrote in and said, "Hey guys, I work in management at a large multi-billion-dollar company, and I just wanted to give my take on that Phil Spencer PS5 reveal email to Satya. 1, this email was clearly unprompted. 2, he doesn't discuss any hard details or pressing questions. 3, Satya's responds with 2 sentences to paragraphs of text asking him a discrete question that was unrelated to anything Phil hinted at with his email. I know it's just one email, but it honestly reeks of an executive trying to get into the in-group with the CEO. I don't think people understand how truly busy a company CEO is, and sending unprompted, I feel great about this emails doesn't read the best. I don't know that. I mean, I'll defer to you because you work in the multi-billion-dollar company. I've never worked for one before. But what I thought was weird about the email, there were 2 things that I thought were weird about some of the emails being exchanged. The first was Phil didn't have a good grasp on PlayStation 5 and Xbox in the situation, as it were. He seems really bullish based on this. We have better software. We have better hardware. I don't know that that's played out to that extent. In fact, I was really surprised I don't know if it was part of these numbers or they just came out in something else. I don't know if you guys saw that there might only be 6 million or so Xbox Series X consoles. Have you seen that? Either of you have seen that number? That there's something like 75% of Xbox players play on Xbox Series S, which is apparently 10 to 15% higher than they had assumed it was going to be. And I have 2 Xbox Series X's in my house, so we're doing our part. But that's not a great number. That means that there are ostensibly like 7 times more PS5s than there are Xbox Series X's in the wild. And that's going to be a big problem for them on the hardware front. And I want to talk about that a little bit more moving forward, in my opinion. But I was just interested in how detached from reality Phil seemed, not only from this, but I don't know if you guys saw about when he talked about Redfall. How the fuck did they not know that game wasn't going to be good? How did they not know that? He says in one of his emails, Redfall will hopefully be our next big game. Like, he said it earnestly. You would think in internal emails, they would have been like, this game is fucked. And I just found that to be very detached. And I thought that Satya's answers were interesting too, in that he asks if anyone has announced the price yet. He's asking his own guy if his own company has announced the price of their own product. That email to me just made it seem like Satya doesn't give a shit about Xbox. And that apparently is the truth, that he has to be really sold on gaming. And this goes back to Microsoft only getting 6% of its revenue from Xbox. And so I don't know. I don't know if you guys took anything away from that, but I just thought it was a little strange. You know, neither of us, he says, quote, Satya says, quote, neither of us have announced pricing, right? It's like, how do you not know that? I just think it's strange. Anything to say about this, Chris?
I mean, not really. It does feel it's bizarre to me that he would that Phil Spencer was so off on the PlayStation, because I don't know what reason they had to feel. How old was that email though about Redfall?
It was the year before Redfall came out, so I guess it would have been 20. I think that's from 2022. Because he's talking about in the context of that particular email. I don't have it printed here with all my notes, but in the context of that Redfall email, it's mentioned as being like the next stopgap in their kind of hole in their lineup.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it is shocking. I guess understanding. Well, what's crazy about it is because there were Redfall devs who were talking about it, who had left the studio, who were talking about the game on Twitter, and that they were shocked that the game was still in the state that it was in when they left on release. So like very, very little progress happened. And you could assume if you're kind of distant from it, or if you're in a managerial position, you would be like, okay, this is where the game is now. We've got a year left. They've got time to iron this out, because Redfall is like, it's not good, but it isn't Lord of the Rings Gollum. You know what I mean? Like it's all, like, I would say it's like 60% of the way done into like being like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like, there's clearly, I don't know if it's, I want to be clear too. I don't think it's worth pursuing at this point. It's out. It flopped. I don't think there's any legs to it. I think putting more money into it to get it to a place where it's good is probably just a waste of everybody's time and money. But in the context of pre-release development, I could see why you would think like this could shape into something in the next year. Like, so hopefully maybe this will work out, but it was just not in the cards for that game because very little progress happened in that last year of development. If what I remember certain devs talking about being true, which is like, dude, that's still, I think we had whole plans for this thing that just didn't even happen. And it's crazy that it's basically in this almost like beta, like not quite beta, not quite post alpha state. It's weird.
Yeah. Anything you want to add, Dustin?
I think it's interesting from the fact that for example, when I communicate with you, Colin, I always try to be realistic and potentially even I don't want to say undersell, but always be realistic and try to make sure everyone's in the right context and have the right expectations of something. Like, for example, the recent Super Barrels of Baking, we were very cautious about how we did things, how much money we spent, how many we made, stuff like that. And we way oversold it, right? This email from Phil is weirdly overconfident in a lot of ways. In fact, I was reading the part here. He says, "We haven't won anything. And I know we've had hard discussions about pricing. Ellipsis, this was a good day for Xbox." It's like, bro, you might want to chill out. We have a better product than Sony does.
If that's a good day.
Let's say we have a better product than Sony does, not just on hardware, but equally important on the software platform and services on top of the hardware. It's like, dude, if I had sold something to this degree to you and then it not work out to this degree, not say that Xbox is completely failing, but to not shape up to the degree that I had sold it to you, I would be in trouble.
Yeah.
It seems like he's immune to any accountability. I think a lot of that has to come. It just must come from the fact that they're just not that interested, as a company. Like,
it is just a secondary, not even a secondary. It's like a tertiary or what, quertiary? Is there a word after?
Tertiary probably would be the next one. Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I guess that's why people don't say it.
Usually I say tertiary and so on.
Yeah, nice. You get yourself out of sounding like an idiot. But that must be it, and that could be. I mean, that is. It's so interesting because that's like sometimes that's a boon. You know what I mean? To be in a situation where, like, I think that's, especially in entertainment, that's like a really covetous position to be in, where like your overlords kind of don't care, and they're kind of just letting you do whatever. That's like that's a reason why so many things are cool to begin with. It's like, I think about like Spider-Verse or something, where like they were more interested in, Spider-Man's going into the MCU, so we want to really focus on that. Or like, we got our Venom movie, and it's going to be sick, and it's going to win 18 Oscars. And you're making a cartoon? Cool, whatever. Well, you put Post Malone in there? Cool, all right, have fun. And then it turns out to be like the biggest thing, So it sucks. I guess it just sucks for Microsoft in the sense that like that freedom doesn't manifest in any real like huge way, because I feel like in the right hands that freedom is really incredible and could probably manifest itself really, really well. But
yeah, totally. They're almost like off the reservation where like you could get away with a lot of different things, but it just seems like they want to double and triple down on this this culture of consolidation instead of a culture of creativity. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to work for them, maybe for Game Pass to like save it, but it's not working for the game output. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dustin.
No, this is just an aside. Looking at this email from that we were talking about, where Phil's talking about the PS5 reveal, it has one of those like reports that someone made on the PlayStation thing, and I imagine that that's something that when we talk about PR listening to our shows, I imagine that we're included in some kind of report like this. But I don't know why I find this funny. It says Sony also spent what seemed like a disproportionate amount of time on audio innovations, and we believe we have similar capabilities. It just felt like a little bit of a slight, like, yeah, he wouldn't shut the fuck up about 3D audio.
Yeah, it did go on a little. Phil, it's like Mark does go on a little bit, doesn't he?
Like Christopher Judge accepting his award.
Yeah. Oh my God, that was outrageous. That was so outrageous. Like the most least self-aware moment of a person ever experienced, probably.
Hello, I'm Kratos, and here's the story of my birth.
Yeah,
exactly.
In great detail.
All right, we have a couple more to get through. Moronic Winger wrote in and said, with the Xbox leaks confirming that there are no plans for a Pro version of the Series X, just a refresh with a more efficient chip and a new controller, do we still think a PS5 Pro is likely next year? Phil Spencer has reportedly vowed to never fall behind PlayStation on power again, so it certainly suggests that Xbox, presumably with insight into AMD R&D, is not forecasting a Pro system from Sony, contrary to many news reports. I think it's happening. I mean, I think that here's the way I would look at it, and this is where I think it comes in. It's important that how many Xbox Series X's versus Series S's have sold, from my perspective, is there's no demand or little demand on that side, it seems, for a more powerful machine. But there's more of a demand on the PS5 side, just based on the, low key support of the PS4 Pro in the previous generation, and that everyone kind of has the same machine on the PS5 side. So there's like one step and another step. Those two steps already exist on Microsoft's side. They're just a lower step up to a step where PS5 kind of is. And now PS5 is going to take a step up, very similar to what they did with PS4. The people that are reporting on the PS5 Pro are completely reliable tech insiders. So unless there's something is changing, I think it's happening. I mean, what do you think about this, Dustin?
Yeah, I think at this point, we've had enough separate leaks from reliable people, like you said, that it will happen. And this will be interesting, because I do remember the thing where Phil said we will not fall behind on power. Again, I think they really felt that mistake with Xbox One and PS4, and the Xbox One X was a big response to that. But I'm curious about how that pans out even with a PlayStation 5 Pro still, because as much as the three of us want one, and people that listen to this podcast would like a PS5 Pro, we don't necessarily know how important it was for PlayStation 4 having a Pro.
Yeah, they never revealed the numbers.
So it sounds like it's happening. I'm curious how important it is, and maybe Xbox sees that and has some insight about, PS4 Pro wasn't really that necessary for PlayStation. But if it wasn't necessary, it seems weird that they would be doing it again, unless they just feel that, even though it is a more niche amount of their buyers, that if they can sell them another PlayStation 5, then why not?
Yeah, I think PS4 Pro is weird because they clearly didn't manufacture very many of them. They were very hard to find. I don't know if people remember that. You couldn't there was no finding a PS4 Pro at all for certain swaths of time, like no matter where you went. But so PS4 is at like 120 million or so sold. I'm confident, Dustin, in saying fewer than 10 million of them at the most were PS4 Pro. And I would imagine that number might even be like fewer than 5 million when it really comes down to it. And so who knows? I mean, maybe I'm totally off base on that, but I don't think so. But if they can extract another 5 to 10, have the power differential being a marketing play for them, because remember, the two-step already exists on the Xbox side, so they're just doing their own two-step with a higher denominator. And I think that could work for them, work for the developers that want to push these machines in a more powerful direction, but I don't know if there's any market value to it either. I think the only thing that's interesting for Sony is that they're just right now working with one SKU. There's two SKUs of PS5, but they're both the same. The one just has a disk drive and one doesn't. So I don't know if they're eager to introduce another SKU into their development cycle either, because as I remember reporting back when PS4 Pro was announced, a lot of developers were freaking out about it. But it kind of became not a big deal over time. I think people kind of overreacted. And so we'll see what happens there, but I don't know. The final thing I wanted to speak. Oh, Chris, do you have anything you want to speak to about this? PS5 Pro? I'm day one on that thing. I mean, like, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably day one on it too, just because I like shiny stuff. I don't know if I need it or really want it as much as I just know that it's going to be a shiny new thing, and I'm gonna be pulled to it. But
yeah, I'm a fidelity boy now. When PS4 Pro came out, I didn't give a shit. I bought a PS. Actually, I only got a PS4 Pro because it was the only PS4 I could find at that time, randomly in like 2017 on Amazon. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just buy a PS4 Pro. But
yeah. The only thing I would say about, like, you know, whether Xbox is going to do a refresh or not, they really have to focus elsewhere. Like, I don't think anybody gives a shit that the Xbox One X is super powerful, or that the Series X is like the most powerful Xbox ever made. It's like, how about just make cool stuff for it? That's it. Like, I don't like if the Switch is selling like crazy at like a fraction of either of these consoles' power because they're making good games. Make the good games first. Like, I don't know what the real focus is on power for them, because it's like the last. It's really just not important for them anyway, in comparison to just having good software.
Well, man, can you imagine the situation they'd be in without Bethesda?
Oh, dude, crazy.
That would be bad news. I mean, they would be in bad shape.
Yeah, very bad.
So that was a canny purchase for them, no doubt. I mean, I think that's a brand saving purchase in some sense.
It's also, no, 100%. It's a good idea. It is like, also, it's one of the few things where it's like that was one of those things where it's like that makes sense. Like, Elder Scrolls and Fallout have like a bit more of they do have a history. Yeah,
there, I didn't have a huge. I mean, I just thought it was unusual for its time, but now it's so quaint. I don't have a problem with it either. You know, like Fallout 3's DLC was exclusive to Xbox for a long time.
I'll put it this way: it makes more sense than them buying fucking Nintendo.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree. It's interesting out there. One more thing someone wrote, and by the way, I appreciate all the great inquiries from the audience that helped me break this stuff down to what you guys actually wanted to talk about. So that's much appreciated. Professor or Prof doesn't say professor, just says Prof JJJ. Says, gentlemen, one of the most interesting bits from the Xbox leaks this week was the financial comparisons between PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo. According to Microsoft, from July 1st, 2022 to March 3rd to 31st, 2023, the first 9 months of Microsoft's 2023 fiscal year, PlayStation had revenue of $18.7 billion and profit of $1.4 billion. Xbox had revenue of $12.7 billion and profit of $1.5 billion, while Nintendo had revenue of $11.8 billion and profit of almost $3 billion. This translates to profit margins of 7% for PlayStation, 12% for Xbox, and 25% for Nintendo. I'll assume those numbers are accurate since Microsoft released them in court documents and Phil Spencer testified about them in the FTC trial. There is no surprise that PlayStation is the revenue leader of the three, but how does it manage to generate the least profit? This is baffling. Does this explain the rush towards live service games? It's also no surprise that Nintendo has the highest margins given its low-tech, low-cost strategy combined with massive first-party sales. 25% profit margins are massive. Imagine what the next-gen Switch could do if the hardware is decent and it gets third-party support. How do Xbox numbers square with the nobody on Xbox buys games and Game Pass is not sustainable narratives? It's also interesting that these numbers were from a period when Xbox had no significant releases other than Hi-Fi Rush, but the numbers still look pretty good. How does Xbox generate more profit than PlayStation with literally half the user base? There's an important piece to this puzzle that I'm frustrated people aren't referencing. Although I understand why would you necessarily reference this? First of all, Xbox's profit's awesome. I mean, they're doing great. I think people that know more about finance than I do that have been writing about this say that it's unclear how they've arrived at their numbers because they're not really talking about net profit. They're using I don't have the document up in front of me. They use some weird bespoke fucking business term. But nonetheless, fine. That's great. But something really important is missing from the key Sony financial piece. Do either of you guys know what it is by chance? Like the thing that might have cut into that number significantly?
No.
Bungie. They wrote down the cost of Bungie over 3 quarters in the time that Microsoft cited in their documents to the tune of $3+ billion. So now do the math again. And I think you'll come to a different conclusion. That's the cost of doing business, by the way. But you have to go read, and I brought it up just so people know that I'm not making it up. You can go read on Tweaktown about this if you want. Quote, in its earning report, Sony lays out the reasons for the low operating income, which is noted here. That's profit. Outlining an increase in costs and operating expenses primarily due to the Bungie acquisition. end quote.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a little disingenuous that people are sharing this around. Now, that goes to show you, though, the nature of the businesses and how Sony could never afford to do, or they would have to dude, I was just looking, the Fed actually froze interest rate increases, but interest rates for mortgages are slated to go to 8% in October. So borrowing money is prohibitively expensive right now. That's a mortgage, but just borrowing money generally is going to be prohibitively expensive. Inflation is making it worse. It's eating in at the time that mergers and acquisitions would be very viable and interesting to a lot of different people. But now it's going to be too expensive for mid-sized firms like Sony to really do that kind of stuff. So I think I could be totally wrong, but I think we have to kind of set our expectations to what Sony would ever buy compared to a Microsoft that, while Xbox only makes 6% of its revenue, while almost half of Sony's revenue comes from PlayStation, so just totally different proportions, they have the whole pool of Microsoft money to pull from, which is why a purchase of $60 or $70 billion for a publisher is totally unthinkable for Sony. And you can see that the acquisition of a very storied developer in Bungie hindered their operating income, their profit for the quarters that they stretched it out over, and that they stretched it out, the losses out over quarters, because it would have driven them into the red if they took it all at once, which would have been 6 of one, half dozen of the other, I suppose, but it just doesn't look good. So this is why I hope against hope that Sony just doesn't make any more acquisitions of any nature, really. They don't need to, except for just surgical developer acquisitions. Continue to make second party partnerships, mature and nurture. Think about what happened with Deviation, right? As opposed to with Firewalk and Haven. Just by getting into a relationship with them in a second party capacity, they imploded. Sony didn't have to really incur any of that cost at all. There's obviously going to be money down the drain, but it's probably not that much comparably. I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw those numbers being bandied around. It's interesting. All three companies are doing great, but it's disingenuous to talk about Sony's numbers when you don't take into account that they are writing down the entire cost of the Bungie acquisition in the numbers being reflected. Otherwise, that number and that percentage would be much different. Okay. Let's get out of this now. Time to stop talking about this. 2.5 hours into the show. All right, let's get into these smaller news items before we get into what we're playing, and then get into a couple bigger news items. We'll wrap up the show as we always do with inquiries from the audience, and I'm really excited to get into some of those. You guys submitted some good ones as usual. I wanted to start with Unity, the the engine. Now, Dustin, you were gone for this.
Yeah.
All this happened, but we talked about it extensively. Chris and I did on last week's episode of Sacred Symbols. And for people that don't know, the Unity engine, Unity Technologies, announced a series of changes to their fee structure and so on that we went into in a deep way, and the difference between subscription models and all the different ways you can get, or back-end royalties, all the different ways engines interact with developers. And this really backfired on them. And they released a statement saying, quote, "We have heard you. We apologize for the confusion and angst the runtime fee policy we announced on Tuesday caused. We are listening, talking to our team members, community, customers, and partners, and we'll be making changes to the policy. We will share an update in a couple of days. Thank you for the honest and critical feedback," end quote. That was a few days ago. I've not heard anything since, although some things have leaked. So they're kind of, I think, sharing with bigger developers that are then leaking some of the information about what's going to happen here. I was curious what you thought about this, Dustin, because I've had a week to think about it, and it's obviously a major deal. But I also think that it hasn't been pointed out enough that this doesn't have any effect on the hobbyist that uses Unity, and the hobbyist is the primary user of Unity. Most people that use Unity don't ever even release a game at all. So this is a very upper 10% problem, and it's a big deal for those games. Those are the viable market games that make more than a couple $100,000. So big games bigger than Lilymo makes and all the rest. So I think that that's kind of been lost a little bit in it. It's kind of like a rich man's dilemma, but at the same time, it sucks because engines are just so ingrained in the development from the very beginning. You can't just undo it without an amount of work, basically the requisite amount of work that it would take to move into another engine. And so they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. But I've never seen a guttural reaction towards an engine like this before. And I was curious what you made of it as you were gone.
Yeah. So I'll be 100% honest. I'm not fully up to all the details because when it was happening, I saw that it was rapidly evolving. So I don't know what the most recent thing is. So it's like 10 per install, right? They're charging a fee.
Yeah, so above and beyond based on, so this is kind of the annoying thing we were talking about last week. There are a series of subscriptions, like depending like pro and whatever the standard or whatever. So that's the y-axis, right? And then the x-axis would be, or whatever, it could be the y and the x, whatever you want it to be. And then the other axis would be the amount of downloads that you experience. And where those numbers meet is how much number per download. So it could be as little as a penny and as much, I think, as 20 cents a download, depending on where those numbers meet.
Yeah. So I will say the biggest thing that I noticed is just that it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a big thing where one of the reasons people are upset is that this is going to apply retroactively to games that have already been published using Unity. And that's kind of sounds like the biggest problem. It's people commit and decide on an engine largely, not exclusively, but a big factor is going to be the financial aspects of using a said engine. And then when the terms of the agreement are changed later, that seems to be the biggest hang up to me, where if they want to change it and make Unity more expensive, okay, that's fine, but it should only apply to projects that happen after that change is made. So you don't have games that suddenly have a new bill involved for the game they published years ago on Unity, right?
This is what Chris and I were talking about last week, as far as the predictability that's necessary, and how this probably doesn't even pass legal muster in some sense, because the dynamic nature, like Chris and I were saying last week, and what I was saying was, this is probably literally legal in the user agreement that they can do this, but it's practically insane to allow a product to do this, which is why I think the European Union, their economic commission, is getting involved, I think, and even being like, what is going on here?
That's so wild.
Yeah, because there's as we were noting earlier, Unity employs thousands of people, not people that are making their games. Like the company itself is a huge enterprise, and they have a huge headcount, and it's dangerous because they never got in on the revenue share game, which is what Epic does, where it's like, do whatever the fuck you want. Once your game is at the market and it reaches, certain thresholds, we're taking money from you, like 5% of all your revenue. And that seems to be a much safer way to do business than have this subscription model. Plus, like, basically the more popular you are, the more you pay. That should be out of revenue, not from just the sheer downloads of a game.
Yeah.
They're going to have to roll that back, I think.
It's insane.
You have anything like that, Chris, before we move on?
No, it's just crazy that this happened at all, because it's just such an obvious, it's just such an obviously bad idea. Like, people are obviously going, I can't think of anything that charges you per install. Like, sincerely, like I can't even, like, nothing comes to my mind at all when I think about that very premise. So the idea that they thought that this was going to go over well, and I mean, presumably they didn't think it would go over well either, because was it like 2,000 shares of the stock were sold or whatever?
Oh yeah, John Riccatello sold like all the shares.
Yeah, very very weird, very weird. But like, I don't know, man. This is such a fucked. I really do believe, like, there's really no amount of walking back that Unity can do to really save themselves from this. I think because the game, I mean, video games in and of themselves are a niche. They're obviously a lot more popular than they used to be, but they're in and of themselves a niche. Enthusiasts within this space, even more of a niche. People who know what game engines are and work with them, even more of a niche. So this news is going around to all of the people that matter most, really. And this is a lot of trust that's just gone, especially because, like, as we noted last week, it's just, dude, this change goes into effect in 4 months, which in the context of a game development timeline is basically last minute. And that's fucked up. That's crazy. That if they were going to do this at all, they should have been like, hey, listen, this is going to happen. What you figure, like January 1st, 2020. I would say even 6 or like 5.
I would just say for any Unity subscription or projects that are not in progress by January 1st, 2024, like, you're not affected.
Yeah, something like that. Some warning, But it's a bad idea. I'm sure they're going to walk it back if they haven't already walked it back on some level. I know that they're in talks to rewinding it, but that trust is gone, man. Like, if I was thinking of, like, man, I'm thinking of going into the games industry, I want to make a game. No fucking way. am I looking at Unity? Not even because by that point they wouldn't have resolved the issue, but more along the fact that they thought that it was a reasonable thing to do in the first place, and the fact that they thought that they could just kind of do that last minute. Because like, what else are they going to do last minute? Maybe they've learned their lesson from this, but also maybe not. I don't know. This has never been a problem with anybody else, so why would I not go with Unreal, which is not only a better engine but has a better revenue share policy? I don't know.
You just need predictable
insane.
revenue share. That's like the whole thing. I say that from a developer's point of view for our own company, where we could never ingest a dynamic changing cost like that. That would be based on installs. And I mean, what happens to the free to play games? And
yeah,
I mean, games could potentially get buried in cost in this way. You just can't. It cannot be. That's why I think Unreal's 5% off the top thing is just so good, because it's like, okay, you just have to account for getting 95% of your gross revenue after splits, because they're going to take 5% of it. That's just the long and the short of it. That's it. And
I remember working on, like, when I was working with my friends trying to make games and stuff, or trying to mess around with it. We were actually like deciding on engines, and we were fucking around with both Unity and Unreal. And we were like, even back then we were like, we're obviously going to go with Unreal, because it's just a really good engine. And also, assuming that whatever we're doing is successful, that's like a good problem to have. You know, even back then where Unity didn't have this weird thing, but now it's like, now that there's like an actual, like a real penalty for being successful, like a material one, that's so, I don't know. It's honestly insane decision making. It blows my mind, this and like the Don Natrick thing, and so many a lot of what Elon's doing with Twitter. It really blows my mind that so many people are bad at making just basic common sense decisions about giant companies that even I could tell you are bad ideas. You know what I mean? It's just like, don't do that. Don't bundle the Kinect in with your next gen console. You know, like, that's a really obviously fucking horrible idea. You know, it's blows my mind.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation in that Unity needs revenue desperately. And I don't know what they're going to do, because they have this huge superstructure around their engine with middleware and support and all of these different things. That's, I think, the whole argument behind the runtime fee, is that you're kind of getting two pieces of Unity and you're not really paying for the second piece, which is this perpetual update piece, like, that keeps everything structurally sound. And I get that, but you have to figure out a way to pay for that up front when you have companies like Epic doing things with Unreal like they're doing, but also just the very consumer and developer friendly, or not the consumer friendly, but the developer friendly thing of, I don't know if you guys saw this, where Epic is basically saying you can launch your game. If you launch your game and basically forego Steam for 6 months, we'll let you keep everything you make. Like, that's about as pro developer.
That's pretty nuts.
Like, every cent you gross, you can keep. And then they're doing like the 5% Unreal Engine thing and all. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I have no problem with enterprise level subscription fees for engine use. And we don't even really we use Game Maker for our games because we make 2D games, but I don't know what we would use if we went into 3D, and we have no interest in making 3D games. So we're never going to have to worry about that. But I have no problem with, thousands of dollars a year enterprise level subscription fees, but the back end cost still needs to be a predictable percentage. It can't, of gross revenue. It cannot be anything else. And I don't know what they were thinking. Like, they just simply didn't think about how it could be abused. They didn't think about how free to play games could actually be put into bankruptcy by this. Because imagine a free to play game failing, and then imagine a free to play game failing and being charged for the cost of every download. It's like a fucking disaster waiting to happen. I just don't understand how anyone didn't
obvious.
Get that. It's got to be predictable. It's a fucking business. They are an intermediary between business and consumer. The product is built on this engine, and they need to like kind of get out of the way. I thought I saw last time their headcount was something like 6,000 or 7,000 people.
It's crazy.
And I'm like, I don't know why I even need that many people.
I just don't know why they didn't. I just don't know why they thought this would be like an easier pill to swallow than just implementing revenue share. Like, I feel like everybody would have been fine with that, honestly.
Because this makes more money.
I mean, I guess, but like, fair, but it also fucked your brand entirely.
Yeah, totally. I just think that it was an attempt. That's why Epic is so interesting, in that they have this small series of cash cows like Fortnite and to a lesser extent like Rocket League and stuff, and then they just take that money and they just flood it into places where they can take losses and see what happens. But when you can't afford to do that,
yeah,
I just
there's no Unity Fortnite. So.
No, there isn't. And they're also different. I mean, Epic is kind of a unique beast in and of itself, where it's a technology company and a game developer. And but I don't know, man. I my thing with Unity is I think it'll survive, but I think people are gonna there is basically no bigger decision when you're making a game than what you're gonna put it on, like what engine you're gonna put it on. And
100%.
if I saw someone write, as we noted last week, Chris, a famous developer say, like, if you're fewer than 6 months into your project on Unity, you should just stop and move it over before it's too late. And so people that are in pre-production are still figuring out things, soliciting. I mean, imagine if you're going around soliciting venture capital for a several $1 million A-level project. I imagine the first question is like, where are you going to go with this? And people are going to get off of Unity. So I think there's going to be like this mid to long-term problem for them. But in the short term, people are kind of fucked. I mean, you're not going to be able to move your game off of your engine. I mean, the guys like Among Us runs on, and they were saying like, maybe we'll move our game. I mean, that they're even saying like, this is a big ask is with basically infinite resources is telling, you know,
and
who wants to do that? And
really the thing about it, the thing that's really important to note about it is, we talked about like the 10% figure and how like it's really only a few people that are really going to be affected. You know, those are also really the only people that, this might sound a little blunt, but like those are really the only people that matter in the context of this. You know, like your hobbyists are going to have fun with it, I guess, but like ideally as a game engine, you want to be attached to very, very big games, and that's the 10%. And those are the people that you're most likely to use. I would not be surprised if a lot of, wasn't it Cult of the Lamb said that they were gonna
just delete the game entirely?
Just delete the game entirely. That is not a small decision. And if a company is willing to do that alone should tell you like how drastic of an impact this has had. I don't know. I think Unity will survive, maybe, but like I don't think that's like I really don't know the answer to that, because this has long-term consequences where like years down the line, you're going to see significantly fewer games developed in Unity because of this.
The you know who it sucks for the most, Chris, are the potentially thousands of people in the industry who are Unity specialists.
Right. No, exactly.
Like their whole skill set, is potential. It's a big deal. That's why I think that, less so from that perspective, but I think Unity is open to a class action lawsuit. And as far as I understand from reading things, that the big developers are talking about suing them because it's like pulling the rug out from under them. Basically, it's just wrong. I agree because I think that was the whole move was why are they doing it? Because it's the most aggressive way to make the most amount of money that they could possibly calculate. They didn't want to do it slow or figure out a different way or pare down in some way. So they'll deal with the consequences one way or the other. We're going to find out. Some sales numbers to go through that I thought were interesting. In Europe, PlayStation 5 sales are up year over year, 197%. How about that? Not so bad. Mm-hmm. And Final Fantasy VII Remake, so Remake and Intergrade, both surpassed 7 million copies sold. Lucky sevens for our Final Fantasy VII. What do you think, Dustin? 7 million sold.
Hell yeah.
Commercial failure.
Commercial fail. Oh, what was the thing with Final Fantasy 16 being a commercial failure?
Yeah, that's nonsense. I went into that in a deep way last week. I know you weren't on the show, but I was saying that I had to just, even at the risk of coming off like a Square Enix fanboy, I had to come and say like, this is just nonsense bullshit reporting. Like, it's just simply not true. It's not what they're saying. And they most recently said again at TGS that the game has met expectations. So, but right. Final Fantasy VII, I consider that a pretty strong number. It's not as strong as when it came out on PS1. But times are certainly different now. There's not these milestone like releases that everyone plays anymore, really, outside of Call of Duty and a few other things. So I think that's pretty good. 7 million sold, and they're going to sell more on the way to Rebirth.
Yeah, isn't there a really good bundle pre-order?
Yeah, you get something like the Intergrade version of the game, and you can pre-order the new game as well. Something like that it might even be like if you do it, you get it for free or something.
I think
like
that's the case. Yeah, if you pre-order the new game, you get this one for free, which is cool. Dude, that trailer looks
what'd you think?
Amazing. Looks very, very good. I was watching it at a very low quality, when I was on the bullet train, so I need to rewatch it now at home with the OLED. But what I saw, very, very good.
All right, what else here? Oh, guys, did you see this today?
Yeah.
This was just announced before we started recording, actually.
I actually didn't see this.
Julian Garrity is returning. This is from Ubisoft news.ubisoft.com. Julian Garrity is returning to the brand he helped usher into the world. It says Garrity has been appointed executive producer for the Division brand and will make the move when Star Wars Outlaws, a game he is currently overseeing as creative director, has shipped. Garrity is excited to return to the Division. Before he joined the Tom Clancy Division team as associate creative director in 2014, he remembers seeing the promise at its first reveal at E3 2013. So they go on to say that he's going to be working on, and that Massive, the studio that's about to ship Avatar, the Far Cry-like, as we described it last week, they're going to turn their attention to the Division 3, which I'm very, very excited about. I was curious what you guys thought of this news. I thought that this was kind of up in the air because it seemed like the Division was going in some different directions. Than they do note that in the letter that there's other games as well, including the mobile game, The Division Resurgence, the survival action shooter, The Division Heartland, and in addition to Division 3. How are we feeling, Chris? The Division's going to come back, I assume. Oh, I'm just noticing now that this is written by Lucy O'Brien, formerly of IGN, this article. I'm feeling pretty excited about this. I think the Division's kind of special, although I'm no expert in service shooters and the games like this. I just really, really take to these games. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Division 2 especially, and I think there's a lot to like about it. I appreciate as much of a shambling system of independent or a shambling network of developers as Ubisoft seems like lately, with all these like really randomly botched projects and all of these like strange development hell situations like Beyond Good and Evil and all these other things. I do appreciate their willingness to stick with something that doesn't necessarily explode in the way that a lot of other games might. So stuff like The Division and even Watch Dogs, where like Watch Dogs wasn't really that big, and they made the second one and they made Legion, and I appreciate that in some way because those games are what they are. They're different. They don't speak to me that much, but I'm glad that they're there, and I'm kind of glad to see that the Division 3 is even on the table, really, because the Division 2 plays really, really well. I've been thinking, it's so funny this happened because I've been thinking about the Division 2 a lot lately, and I don't know why. I've just been getting like a weird like urge to play something like it. And there's really not a lot of third-person shooters like that around anymore. And I think it's probably high time we got something new from them. I don't know how I feel about, because what is that new? Is it Heartland or? Yeah,
Heartland's like the kind of survival game, and then there's the Resurgence game that's like the mobile one.
Yeah, I don't know how.
And I think they're doing a TV show too, if I remember.
Oh, okay. Well, now we got to relax.
A TV show about the original Division, I think, would be really cool. I think that you have to be very narrow about what happened in New York City and the dollar flu and stuff. That's good shit. The perpetual Christmas theme, the best part of that game. Right? Like the most memorable part of that game. So I think that there's a lot of cool potential there, especially if you release it, maybe a little mini series, like 6 episodes around Christmas.
Yeah, but I think it just strikes me a little bit like Horizon, where it's like, okay, it's a good thing, but like, okay, Resurgence, Heartland 3, then a show, then a Christmas album. Yeah. Like, all right, we don't, okay. Just
the Division sings the holiday hits.
The Division. I love that character. My favorite character from the Division, John Division.
John.
Yeah. No, I think I'm excited for it. I think, or excited at the idea of it. The Division 2 is awesome, and I would still recommend it. I would imagine now it's like super fleshed out in comparison to when I played it, and I played it and loved it back then. So yeah, it's exciting.
John Division, and it sounds like an old 50s doo-wop band where it's like John Division and the Multipliers or something like that.
Yeah.
So you have anything you'd like to say, Dustin, about the Division 3?
No, respectfully, I don't care. But
fair enough.
I played a little bit and it was fine, but I don't need it.
Fair enough. Yeah, so some interesting news here about Striking Distance, the studio that created the Callisto Protocol, has basically lost its entire leadership team. Bloomberg reported, I guess, talking to Krafton, and IGN also reported as well that Krafton, of course, the publisher that owns the studio, so Glenn Schofield's leaving, creative director. Stacey Hirata, their CEO, COO, and Johnny Su, their CFO. So all three of them, the CEO, CFO, and COO / creative producer, are leaving the studio after Striking Distance failed to reach lofty sales goals for Callisto Protocol. I think the sales expectations were insane. That it sold several million copies, I think, is a triumph, and that's not good enough is a complete embarrassment for everyone involved, I think, from the financial standpoint. Nonetheless, Striking Distance apparently will exist without them. I'm just curious, Dustin, what do you think of this situation with our boys over there trying something different and failing to reach those expectations, mostly because the game cost almost $200 million to make, which is almost impossible to believe.
Right. That's the thing for me, where I don't think it's necessarily oh no, we're not going to have any new IPs. It's if you're going to do a new IP, maybe try to figure out how to do it in a way that doesn't cost an astronomical amount for what the end product is. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It sucks to see things like this happen, but at the same time, I think it's understandable from a business perspective, just where it's like, what happened with this game that it costs so much money? And it's not that the game ended up horrible or anything like that, but it just doesn't seem like the input did not necessarily equal what ended up the output, I guess, of the game.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder what they were thinking. And obviously the intent behind that game changed as it shed its PUBG universe shit and all that. So I don't know. Matt Liu wrote in and said, "Hi all. Guys, I'm concerned. We're hearing about games releasing mixed to great reviews, poor sales, sacking half the workforce, founders leaving. With Callisto Protocol, the latest casualty with Glenn Schofield leaving. What does the future of new IP look like? Surely with Xbox looking to dominate the industry by 2030 with Game Pass presumably the main source of games, will this be harmful for new releases? I can see consumers being fed the same shit constantly on a 2-year cycle. I am a little concerned about the failure of Callisto Protocol, but it's as you said, Dustin, it's not for the reasons that it would seem. It's really for unrealistic expectations. Like, no one in their right mind should have looked at a game like that and said, like, this needs to cost this much to make. It's insane. And that's part of what you get for making a game in the US, which I appreciate, with lots of external labor, which is fine, including first party people working on it. Sony itself did art. Sony's first party did a lot of art assets in Callisto Protocol. That stuff doesn't come cheap. You have to pay for that. And so I just thought that expecting to sell 5 or 6 million copies was kind of stupid. And I'm not really entirely sure. And I think that they were lucky they got out before Dead Space, because I think it would have even been worse for them. But selling a few million copies is very respectable. Matt, I appreciate you writing in. Chris, what do you think about, are we going to see more new IP casualties? Are things going to become a little more monotypical as we move forward?
I don't know. It does. It worries me, but I like you said, I don't think the problem was that it was a new IP. I think it was just horribly mismanaged. Like you said, a couple million copies is still like a really good. That's great. In fact, it's just you got to manage your budget in a way that manifests as a good thing, because as it is, yeah, it is a problem that it cost that much money and that it only made and that it only sold this much. But under a properly managed product, that'd be a lot better. I'm sad to see, Jonathan Striking and Matthew Distance when they joined forces for this studio. Now that they're gone, it's a shame. But
I know, R.I.P. to them.
but alas.
Chris, let's stick with you. Have you been paying attention to what's going on with Titanfall 2?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so let's talk to me about what's happening and what you think.
Yeah, dude. So I guess there's this resurgence of Titanfall 2 happening. There were some updates. I think like a lot of server patches went live or something, and it's been exploding lately, which is awesome to see. Titanfall 2 is amazing, quite frankly. It's got a great single player, and that multiplayer is no slouch either. They added some new modes too. I think there's an asymmetric. So I don't know if this is. I remember seeing some of the buzz around this. I saw some people talking in my Twitch chat about it, but there's apparently like Titans versus pilots. So there's like an asymmetric mode in there too, which is super, super cool. I'm happy to see this game getting the love it deserves so late. And it really only speaks to how ahead of its time it was and how good it still holds up and how good it is ultimately as a game. Let me look at the Steam. What's the concurrent? I remember seeing the concurrent player count being crazy.
Yeah, it was like in the tens of thousands, I think.
Yeah, concurrent Titanfall 2. It's just nice to see this. How many people are playing? Oh, come on. I can't find it. Titanfall 2 charts.
Didn't they fix it
sitting
up
up there.
a good deal too? Like there was a
They
lot
did
of
fix
issues.
it up, yeah. It's like any game that's that old, where like, you know, the developers move on to something else, and then server stability kind of goes down, and then hackers come in, and then they hack the game to pieces, and so it still functions. You can still find games, but there's no hack protection in there, because if you're going to file a report about a hacker in a video game, and it's Titanfall 2, and that goes to the people who are currently making Apex Legends and everything else, it's like, that's not really a priority at all. So the fact that this is happening at all is awesome. The fact that it's getting as much love as it's getting is great. The fact that it's dwarfing even some modern releases is super cool. Titanfall 2 deserves a lot of love. And it's a shame that EA kind of just put it out to pasture immediately with that horrible release date between Battlefield and Call of Duty. Didn't really give itself a chance, and it's a shame. I think the history has been kind to it, thank God. But EA didn't really do it any favors, so it's nice to see them. Well, not EA specifically, but it's nice to see them, you know, go back and give it some tender love and care.
I love the conspiracy theories I've seen percolate over time that EA may have. I mean, I love the conspiracy level of this, that EA may have done this on purpose to kind of tank Titanfall 2 so they can acquire Respawn for the lowest possible market price, because they ended up buying the studio the next year, kind of in a more dire situation. I'm like, that's pretty fucking Machiavellian. If people think that that's true, I wonder. I doubt it.
That's a good story.
Yeah, it's a great story.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in this new mode that appeared in the game, like where there's like question marks, I guess. And could it mean something more, Dustin? Do you think do you think they'll return to Titanfall with Titanfall 3? I know people really want it. I think what would be neat is just a next gen or current gen Titanfall 2 port at the very least, and see where you want to go from there. I know that they're busy with many other products right now with Star Wars games and Apex, but I wonder if Titanfall 3 kind of feels like it would. I feel like if Titanfall 3 happened, I feel like it would happen. I feel like it would sell 10 million copies this time.
Do you feel so? Not to interrupt necessarily.
No, go ahead.
But I feel like Titanfall 3 is rapidly approaching this kind of Half-Life 3 kind of territory. Not on the same level necessarily, but I do almost wonder where it's like Titanfall 2 is so beloved and is so highly regarded that I almost wonder from their perspective, it's like, damn, do we even want to attempt a third one of this? Because it might just fuck it up.
Yeah, I feel like, didn't we? I'm trying hard to remember. Like, we talked about this. One of the dudes left Respawn and then was talking openly about how they were working on it. And then they had all these ideas, and I can't remember the exact context of it.
They were working on it. It was like some big, not expose, but it was like some interview about like why they chose to do Apex Legends and how they weren't forced to do it. They just kind of thought it was cool, and they were working on Titanfall 3, and then they just sort of felt like it was good, but it was just kind of the same thing again. And they wanted, if they were going to make a Titanfall 3, that it would be like a massive leap. So I mean, that's still possible. I would love a Titanfall 3, like, for sure, and it definitely would sell. Just that the name Titanfall, I know, doesn't really seem like a lot because there really isn't much to do with it. But now, especially now that it's like connected to Apex Legends in some way, and the fact that Titanfall 2 has this reputation and this kind of prestige, it would definitely do well. It's just a matter of whether or not they can nail something that lives up to the expectation of something that's been this absent for so long in the wake of something that was so highly regarded.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's an opportunity cost, especially because we're going to talk about another EA shooter in Battlefield later on in the show that it seems like they're going to go all in on. And so maybe they want to get it out of their own way this time. We'll see. All right, my friends, a few more announcements, dates and whatnot I want to get through. I saw this and I was fucking amped. I almost wrote this out as a separate news item, but I was like, it's a little too Colin. WayForward, the very talented old school devs that are most famous for their Shantae games, although they did River City Girls and before that Bloodstained and or worked a little bit on Bloodstained, did The Mummy Demastered and Mighty Switch Force and all the sorts of stuff. They've been around for a really long time. Great guys. They are remaking the original Contra on behalf of publisher Konami. Contra Operation Galaga Of course, the original Contra came to the arcades, I want to say in 87, and then to NES, the famous NES port of Contra is from 1988. And this new game, Contra Operation Galaga, is coming to digitally, of course, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 in early 2024. And it says, quote, Contra Operation Galaga returns to the series' classic roots as a thorough reimagining of the original NES and arcade Contra game from the 1980s. Iconic weapons and environments meet new stages, new enemies and bosses, new play mechanics, an updated power-up system, and modern graphics and sound. Dude, it's really, really exciting to see Contra just get a little bit of love. I'm not entirely sure I need to see it in 2.5D, and that's what we're getting, but I'll take it. Because I love Konami exploring and continuing to explore these old IP, getting more and more out of it. It's exciting that they're continuing to come to life. It gives me hope for future games from Castlevania and these other things. It seems like they're getting there, like they're working their way up to it. But the original Contra, do either of you have love for the original Contra? I'm not particularly good at it. This is a Dagan Moriarty jam, this game. When I saw this, I messaged him and he's like, oh yeah, I saw it on the Nintendo conference or whatever. So Chris, talk to me about this. Are you going to play the reimagining of the NES original Contra?
Oh yeah, totally. I've been playing Contra for so long. It's a little weird because I remember I remember playing it on the NES, and really liking it. And then I remember they ported it to 360 through the arcade, and I played a shit ton of it there. Like it would be this game that I would kind of fall back to, almost like not exactly a palate cleanser, but it would be something that I would kind of like play in between other things. Like, oh, I'm taking a break from Halo, I'll put up Contra or whatever on the 360 arcade version. And it was awesome. It was so, it's still so good. And so seeing it like reimagined this way, like I is there a proper trailer for it? Because I'm only seeing screenshots.
Yeah, there is. There's a link. I can link it to you.
Because the screenshots to me look really good.
It's on the,
but I don't know how it looks. I don't know how it looks in motion.
There, I linked it in the chat here. Yeah, there's like some scattered gameplay. You just scroll to like 1/3 of the way through, and then it'll start with the game.
Oh, cool. Oh, I like. I don't know. I like this.
Yeah, no,
normally.
Dude, it looks fun. They removed the UI in the video here, but if you look at the screenshots, there is something that I am curious to know what people think about. Which it seems like they give everyone an energy bar, which is very on Contra. Do you see that on the screens?
Oh yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
It looks like there's like 3 energy bars, but that's not. You would have lives, which they also seem to have by ×3. So is that you get like 3 hits maybe or something? Yeah, it looks like it's going to make it a little easier, which is fine.
Well, it might be an easier mode also. Like there's that, unquestionably, dude. When you have a game like Contra that has that legacy of being difficult, there's no way there's not some mode in this or some trophy connected to like beating it on. There's probably going to be a difficulty called like classic or like original, where it's.
Yeah, it says here that there will be 3 difficulty levels, which is cool.
No, I'm super amped about it. This is cool.
Me too. I'm excited for Dagan. What do you think here with this, Dustin? Because I'm curious if you have any heritage with Contra. I must say again, when I was on Dave Rubin's show years ago, we did a little bit where I was playing Contra with him, and he's really good at Contra too, and I'm really bad at it, and the controller he gave me was broken, and it really was. So that was like kind of the bit we were doing. But I have no prayer in Contra without the Konami code, like none. If I can do the Konami code, it's really not a big deal at all. But because you can die like fucking 70 times and still do it. But what do you think? You have any interest in this new Contra, or did you have interest in Contra in the past?
I have no particular love for Contra, but no dislike either. I've played it before and think it's fun, but I am happy to see that with some of the weird pairings we've seen Konami give Silent Hill to, this is an absolute perfect pairing of WayForward and Contra, of course. So I like to see that, and I think it's really cool for them, because I'm sure that with them being a studio with old school sensibilities, the ability to work on a Contra game is probably a dream come true for a lot of them. So I think that this looks good. Initially, I was off-put the fact that it wasn't pixel art, but I think that what they did here looks good, and makes sense since it's a remake of the first game.
I think I thought it would bother me a lot more than it does. But I'm liking the way it looks, man. Like Contra's so cool. Like it reminds me of like very, very like proto Metal Slug, you know, and I love Metal Slug so much. And there's a lot of DNA in there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Those are definitely from the shared heritage, shared era too.
Yeah.
All right, final two things I wanted to touch on before we get into what we're playing were just a couple of release dates. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth comes to PS4 and PS5 on January 26th. Are either of you going to check that game out, Dustin? You feeling extra Japanese, extra Hawaiian?
I'm way too far behind.
Yeah.
That's one of my biggest gaming sins is never completing a Yakuza game. So maybe that'll happen someday. I keep saying it'll happen and it never does. There's just too many games. But
Chris, are you playing Infinite Wealth?
I have to finish Like a Dragon before I do it.
Yeah.
You
and
know,
we know you don't like to finish your games. You got to move on to the next game.
There's also just so much to play, and like there's some games that demand like so much time. Yakuza is one of those games where it's like 100 hours, and I'm just like, there's very few games that can hold my attention for that long, and they're not usually turn based. And even if they are, it's I don't know, man. Elden Ring, maybe Skyrim, Starfield. I kind of tapped out before I got to 100 hours, and it's just like there's too much to play this year too. Yeah. It's just, and my backlog is fucking piling up. It's too much.
Yeah, it's a lot of stress. It's a lot of stress.
Yeah, it's honestly like sincerely like I feel like I'm fucking losing my fucking hair thinking about this shit. But I would like to at some point get to a place. Maybe I'll take some Adderall and just fucking wipe them all out. But I would like to get to a point where I can play Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. But I have to finish Like a Dragon before I can't jump into it like that.
And finally, Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes finally has a release date on PS4 and PS5, April 23rd. This is, of course, the Suikoden-inspired game by some Suikoden vets over in Japan.
That I'll finish. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be all over this.
Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes?
Yeah, you want that. Dustin, I know you're interested in this one based on your Suikoden love, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the trailer for this during the Nintendo Direct. Looks fantastic. I don't know. I feel like we keep seeing this game over and over again because it was announced, they show it, the new release dates, stuff like that, pushed it to 2024. Every time I see it, it looks great. Hopefully, the only thing is, it was on the Nintendo Direct, so I assume this is the Nintendo Direct version. Some of those special moves looking a little stinky on the Switch version should be fine on PlayStation 5, I would imagine. But yeah, it looks great.
All right, let's get into some of the games we're playing. I'll go first since you guys will have more to say about this stuff than me, so I might as well just get out of the way. First of all, I beat Alan Wake for a second time on Nightmare, got all the collectibles, platinumed it. Platinum number 147. As I said earlier in the show, that episode of Sacred Symbols Plus is up now, a 2+ hour conversation with Hogue and Dagan all about it. What a game. Highly recommended. Actually started watching Twin Peaks as a result. And I sent Chris a picture of Twin Peaks yesterday because one of the main characters in Twin Peaks, and she plays a very dramatic, like almost manic role, is Susan's mom from Seinfeld. And I can't, she's like an alcoholic and just like kind of very, very blasé and Seinfeld. So it's very, very funny. And this was before that, obviously. So I've really been enjoying that vibe, that surrealism. We got so deep into the game, and especially from Hogue, who's like kind of really, really loved it from the beginning and knows a lot about it. Just really a lot of interesting theories on what's happening, and it's just interaction with control and all of these other, I don't know, man. Now I'm really in Alan Wake. I'm very, very excited for Alan Wake 2. I was apologizing on the show because it comes out the day before I get married, so I'm interrupting everyone's ability to play it. But sorry. That's
so cool. I'm so glad that you liked it as much as you did. That was a game that like I remember like when it came out again. I remember on the show like you didn't really have you weren't planning on playing it at all. And Dustin kind of was like, it doesn't hold up very well. And I was kind of like, oh man, I feel
the combat doesn't hold up.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that.
That's what I meant. I kind of enjoyed it either way. But like, I felt like, oh, maybe I'm like really like, maybe I just like this game and it sucks. But I love that game, dude. Like that vibe especially is just so cool.
Well, what I was bummed out about, and I said this on the show, what my walk away from it is, sometimes I let other people determine what I'm going to play. I don't really do that anymore, but I used to back in the day by kind of really taking on board what people have to say, especially in my life. And Baldur's Gate 3 is a really good example of a game where it's like, I know myself well enough to know that I'm just not going to like it, so I won't bother. And when I succumb to a game like Elden Ring, and then I'm like, I knew I wasn't going to like it. You know, it's not the game, it's me. It's my own tastes. And Alan Wake, I really let other people determine not playing it, because I remember at the time, people are, you're not going to like it. It's not fun. It's not the gameplay even then. And they were wrong. I think from my perspective, I think the gameplay is novel. I've never played a game like that before. I think that Alan Wake's fucking dope. Really, 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 really love that game. So glad I took the time to play it. And then Sea of Stars, I've also been playing here, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But Dustin, we haven't heard from you about the game yet. I'm about 11 or 12 hours into the game now. I don't know how far you are. B-Boy wrote in and said, "Hey, Dustin, did you end up playing Sea of Stars on your flight to Japan? I have been looking forward to hearing your opinion on it." Thanks, guys. So have you played? And if so, what do you think?
Yeah, I played it on the way to Japan, and I expected to play it more when I was, on the bullet train and on the way back. But I was so exhausted from walking 10 miles a day that most of those I just kind of chilled out for a bit. But what I played on the way was awesome. I was really impressed. I mean, the pixel art is beautiful. The way they did the lighting is beautiful. But I was really impressed by how it's a very friendly RPG. But it's friendly, but it's not easy necessarily. There were one or two times in the first 3 or so hours that I did end up dying, but it's very friendly in that you can choose when you want to battle. I think we talked about this before it came out or shortly after, but your party levels up with you. The whole party levels up and not just individual characters, so you don't need to stress about that. The gear system is pretty simplified, and I really appreciate that when there are so many games that are very complex, long RPGs with a million characters. This just feels a lot more approachable, but no less satisfying. And while I'm still pretty early on, the main characters that I've met so far have all been very likable with very interesting stories. And overall, what I played, I really, really liked. I want to get back to it this weekend. But yeah, I'm very, very impressed with this game so far.
Yeah, I dig it too. And one of the things you were talking about is one of the things I like about it too, which is really the dynamic nature of the gameplay itself and how it feels approachable, but still deep and has these augments that kind of optionally make the game. It reminds me a little bit of like Celeste, where you could put barriers underneath like and have no chasms. You can make the game comically easy. You can heal yourself after you're done and have these on-screen denominators about when you're supposed to, slash or defend. But James Anderson wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, I imagine you still aren't too deep into Sea of Stars yet, as you are playing it in between a lot of other things, but I was wondering if any of the quality of life changes presented here potentially ruin other RPGs for you in any way. You stated many times that you love stats and numbers and grinding while watching television, etc., but after playing something like this, does it change your perspective on past or future RPGs? In Sea of Stars, your entire party levels up instead of individual characters while still giving you control over what bonuses to give each party member. There's no grinding whatsoever, which allows you to move the story forward at a wonderfully refreshing pace. The inclusion of relics, while not necessarily exclusive to this game, allows you to play how you want, and that's what I was talking about earlier, and change very specific aspects of the RPG that otherwise might turn a person off from playing. Your inventory is limited to 10 slots, so you can't buy 100 potions and guarantee a win. Your MP fills up by simply attacking, no elixirs needed. There's no confusion as to where you need to go next, and the puzzles are fun but short and don't ever stop you. The logic is always sound. Would future RPGs benefit from making some of these changes, or do you feel like this game exists in its own RPG category altogether? The design is insanely beautiful, and the quality of life makes this one of the best RPGs to play right now. Thanks." I think that, as you said, Dustin, and to James's point, the Sea of Stars exists kind of in and of itself. It obviously is inspired in some very rudimentary way by Chrono Trigger, and that's kind of as far as you take it. And then it brings in all these interesting dynamic battle options and relic options and equipment options. I love the leveling system. The unified leveling system I think is really, really cool. I said this when I first started talking about how I was playing it. I noted that it takes the stress off of these parties of, in Final Fantasy 16 where you have like 14 people in your party and you can just forget one of them exists and then you need them and they're 30 levels behind. I did dig the leveling. I do think the leveling is a little stymied in that it's clear that you really aren't supposed to grind, or that you can't. You could kind of grind, I guess, but it makes it hard. It's very manicured and designed, which is cool and not necessarily what I'm looking for in games like this. But that is nice. It makes me curious about what people will think of our game when we finally show it, our role playing game, just in the sense that this game is inspired by the 16 and 32-bit era, but really is something more modern, while we're trying to make something that is truly from that era. And I wonder if role-playing game fans at large look at games like Octopath Traveler 2 or now this, with very unique battle systems and like kind of reinventing the wheel in a way, and they don't want to play something a little more simple or a little more old school. But I'm of the mind that people want all sorts of these different experiences. And so I think Sea of Stars is kind of impressive in that it did reinvent the wheel. It made it so that like there's no in-game journal. There's very few trappings of modernity in it. It just feels more sophisticated to play. And so I really like Sea of Stars a lot. I'm going to continue to get through it. I don't think I'm going to be distracted by anything else for the next week or so. So I think I'll be able to get through that. But Chris, I wanted to move on to you. You're playing Starfield, so let's talk about that first.
Yeah, so I'm pretty much done. Done with it for now. It's a game that's I'm enamored with. I like it. I'm such a space guy. It really plays to that, and I think it does a really good job of it. But I'm about 80 hours in. I finished the main quest. There's a new game plus here. I don't want to spoil it because it is actually kind of interesting, but it is also something that kind of turned me off a little bit because it kind of shepherds you into a very specific role. I don't want to say much about it really, but it's very cool. I like that game a lot. I think over time, it's a very Bethesda game, so I think over time I'll come back to it and maybe delve into some of the quests because I've only done Crimson Fleet and the main one, and there's still so many other ones that I'll probably give it some time and then come back to it during a lull next week. There's a lot of games to get to, but not much to say about it. I still really like it. It's really cool. But I moved on to Lies of P.
All right, so freeze there.
Oh.
Actually, you know what? No, go on. These questions are not really... I'm sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted you. These questions don't really pertain yet. I'm sorry. I didn't want to...
Well,
yeah, go ahead. Because we have some Lies of P questions, but we're not ready for them yet. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, no. So I moved on to that. I was like, what's the next thing? I've been so ingrained in Starfield that I feel like I don't want a shooter right now. I don't want anything that's super similar. I don't want any sci-fi. I don't want any shooters. And Lies of P is just sort of sitting there. I heard some good buzz about it, which I immediately got upset with because I'm like, God damn it. Here's another good game that I have to put on this list of stuff that I have to get to. And then apparently Phantom Liberty is really good too. So I
think I'm going to ignore Phantom Liberty. I just don't think I have it in me, man.
Yeah, I've got I still remember Cyberpunk too well. I think I need to give it time. Like when all of Cyberpunk's DLC is done, I don't know if there's going to be another one after Phantom Liberty. Who the fuck knows? But assuming there is another one, I'm just going to wait for everything to be like one package. And then maybe
I would
by
assume
that
this
time,
is probably it. You would have to assume, right? Like it's long after the game came out.
Maybe, but
3 years.
I don't know. You know what I mean? You could argue that the game only really just came out with that 2 point whatever update. You know what I mean?
Enough.
That actually fixed it. So like,
I'm looking at the trophies.
Knows?
They fucked up my 100% by releasing this DLC. Those assholes. Yeah, maybe
that's another thing. I don't like DLCs. But regardless, that's on the chopping block because that's it. It was I thought about it and I was like, no, it's a sci-fi shooter. I'm still going to be in Bethesda mode. I'm going to be jumping with Y or triangle or whatever. Like I can't be doing this. So I jumped into Lies of P because I heard some good buzz about it. It was always something that I was interested in just because that premise is really cool. I think the idea of Pinocchio Dark Souls is so weird and interesting, and the whole puppet theme is really cool. And so I dived into it. I played about I'm only like an hour in, but so far I'm really it's working for me a lot. I like the tone. I like the remixes of this kind of folktale where like you've got your cricket and the lamp, and it's a little bit more like narratively direct than FromSoft games. Like it's a little bit more like the game will tell you what's happening, and it's not as cryptic, I guess. So I guess that's something that's also helping me, where it's like I'm not really that motivated in FromSoft games outside of gameplay to continue. But this game kind of does that end, feeds you some narrative along the way. I'm into the hilt system a lot, like the idea that you can switch blades, you can like customize different like hilt and blade combinations to get different like attacks and different stats and different I don't remember what they're called. They're not Ashes of War, but like it's weapon abilities. They've got their own terminology for everything in this, but it's like stargazers or bonfires. It's still it's more Bloodborne, Sekiro. Like there's like 20% Sekiro in there with like fatal kind of like backstabs and stuff. I'm missing the jump button from Elden Ring is something that I'm realizing as I do that jump is so good, especially the way you can like the way it adds a new dimension to like you can attack while jumping in those games. This one's not really the same. There's like a dash jump, but it's not really useful in the same way. But dude, like I'm really into the atmosphere that this game is pulling off. Like the enemy design is like really cool. It's more linear, so that's kind of like a nice change of pace from, you know, more recent like Elden Ring, which is so sprawling, which is awesome. But I do like the contained nature of it. Story is really cool. I feel like the gameplay. I didn't play the demo, so I know Dustin, you played the demo, right?
Yeah.
It does feel clunky, but not so clunky to me that it's bad. I don't know. It feels like I've just got to get used to it more than I just feel like it's not bad. It's just, it's so close to being FromSoft that like it's almost kind of okay to me, where it's like, okay, I'll figure out the quirks of this game. The one thing I do have to say that I'm baffled at, it's a really confusing design decision that I don't know why they did this. There's a machine, and forgive me if I'm loose with the terminology because I can't memorize these new terms anymore. There's bonfires, fucking stargazers, fucking it's all the same goddamn fucking thing. I'm gonna call them bonfires.
Yeah, bonfires.
But there's this upgrade system where like you can open up a skill tree, but you have to go to this very specific place to do it. It's not even like at any given bonfire. It's just at this one specific place, which is like a hub. And I don't like that. I don't like having to go to a place just to upgrade my, like having to go to some place that's so out of the way just to upgrade my skill tree is kind of annoying. Or at least it feels like it will be. I remember it was the first thing I noticed. I was like, if I have to come back here every time I want to upgrade my skill tree, that seems like it's going to be annoying. It doesn't seem like it's hindered anybody else's enjoyment of it. I just get the sense that would annoy me. But so far, like only like an hour or two in, really, really liking it. Really solid game. Surprisingly good at emulating FromSoft in a way that's a little bit more faithful than like, I don't know, like the Surge or other games that I've seen attempt it. Certainly more than like, you know, those Star Wars games. But it's cool. I like it a lot.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I saw that it also came to Game Pass like a day early as a surprise, which I thought was kind of cool little piece of marketing. Dustin, we actually have a question for you. Wesley Allison wrote in and said, hey, CDC, I think this one will mainly be for Dustin, but feel free to chime in. Lies of P is out and getting great reviews. The word of mouth is even better. Some people are calling this the greatest Souls-like, and I think I agree. Are you planning on picking this one up?
I would like to at some point. I just, again, I don't know when. I was downloading Starfield earlier today since I didn't get to play it when it came out, and then I left and was gone for 10 days, and I still need to finish Baldur's Gate 3, which I just finished Act 2 right before I left, so the end is in sight, so maybe after those, but then again, there's other stuff coming out as well. So I've heard it's great, though. I fully believe that, and especially if they fixed some of the issues I had with the demo, particularly the dodge not being very good, then yeah, I definitely want to check it out because the demo was pretty great overall.
Finally, Ronnie Barrier wrote in and said, hey, CDC, I know Chris has been playing Lies of P, and this isn't a game recommendation for Colin, but the opening of the game, despite the Bloodborne tone, actually reminded me of Mega Man. A puppet built by his creator to be different from other puppets must hunt down his malfunctioning brethren while equipping parts of their puppets of other puppets along the way. Calls to mind Mega Man's hunting of the Robot Masters and thought it was a neat parallel. All the best in wishing Colin and Micah a happy wedding day. That sounds great. That's only half of the Mega Man formula, though. The other half is doing it in any order you want. Which this game doesn't have, but I think it looks really cool. I was a little surprised by the reviews because it didn't seem like it had that much hype, but that it is good, I think, is a great sign, and probably the birth of yet another Soulsborne franchise to deal with.
to deal with. It's very you liked Bloodborne, right?
Yeah, I did like it. I tried. It was the one I tried. What'd you say?
No, I mean, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not really it's not authentic. It's like that would be the one that I tried the hardest with. And I did like aspects of it, and it is rewarding. But I'm just not a FromSoft guy. I just don't care.
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. I'm really into the puppet premise is just super cool. Like it's so weird. And I think the way that they get around or the way that they design bosses around that idea is just super cool and unique. I'm really into it. So I'm probably gonna. I imagine I'll stick with it because I don't think there's anything until Spider-Man that really catches my eye.
Infinity Strash.
No,
I saw lots of ads for that in Japan, Colin.
Yeah, cool.
They're all about the Infinity Strash.
Oh yeah, Infinity Strash.
Bunch of Strash heads over there.
Strash heads, yeah.
All right, let's get into the news. Just a couple of news items, bigger news items that I wanted to go through. And this one didn't really need to be written up, but let's write it up because this is a PlayStation podcast and we have something exciting to talk about here. Number one, Insomniac's Spider-Man 2, and arguably PlayStation 5's most important game to date, has officially gone gold, meaning it's ready for certification, printing, and publishing of a universal version 1.0. Word comes by way of Insomniac Games' social media feeds, which shared a brief video of some of the title's voice actors celebrating the news. A brief message was also included, which reads, quote, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 has officially gone gold. We're thrilled to share this milestone achievement with our studio and collaborators at PlayStation and Marvel Games, and with our incredible community around the world. We can't wait for you to experience what we've been cooking up on October 20th, end quote. As Insomniac's third Spider-Man game and second full-fledged experience, Spider-Man 2 takes place nearly a year after the events of 2020's Miles Morales, which itself leaves off in the wake of the DLC for 2018's original Spider-Man. And a lot is riding on this game for the larger PlayStation brand. After all, 2018's Spider-Man and 2020's Miles Morales, which both ultimately came to PS4 and PS5 and PC as well, were revealed to have surpassed 33 million units sold combined, and that number is more than a year old. It's safe to assume that number is closer to 40 million today. And with a dearth of true PlayStation 5 exclusives, particularly from Sony's first and second party, the context of the situation Spider-Man 2 is releasing into cannot be understated. Insomniac, best known at one time for its Spyro, Ratchet & Clank, and Resistance franchises, seems to be mostly dedicated to Marvel products these days. Remember, one of PS5's only other announced exclusives at present is the studio's mysterious Wolverine project. All right, gone gold. Chris, you're the Spider-Man man. How you feeling? We're getting the game, no doubt, on time, going gold a month early. Nice sign. I'm sure we'll get a nice big patch in the beginning. I don't need to see any more from this game personally. I've dodged everything. It seems like they're being a lot more limited with what they're showing anyway. I will say that during football, I have not seen any commercials for it yet. I'm keeping a close eye out for that because I think that this will be a game that will be heavily marketed as well. But what are your thoughts? We're a month away.
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Love me some Spider-Man. What they showed at the State of Play. I mean, I don't like you said, I don't need to be shown anything else. I'm already in, but it's nice to see some level of improvement. It's interesting that you'll be able to like run into whatever other Spider-Man in the world, like dynamically, is really cool. I think it's really interesting. I'm super excited about it. I'm in. Although I'm tempering my expectations because I did see something that really disappointed me, where I don't know if it was in like a marketing blitz or if it was like just I saw footage of it and I see this fucking spider drone thing, that stupid crab walking robot, and I'm like, I can't believe that they don't.
That was in the State of Play. They showed like all the different tasks. That
It's like here's a mission where you've got a little remote control spider and it runs around, and it's disappointing because Miles Morales had none of that, and I think was a stronger gameplay experience because of it. Like the story, I think in Spider-Man PS4 is still a lot better. It's a little bit more. There's a little bit more heart there. It's a little bit more devastating. And serious and you know, very meaty. But as a game, like I really thought Miles Morales was such a drastic improvement, not only because it like streamlined some of the gadgets, it like got rid of a lot of stuff and like streamlined things and was very combat oriented, and Miles combat is so cool, but because it did get rid of those like needless sections of gameplay where that just weren't Spider-Man. Like I'm fine with like certain narrative beats where you're Peter or you're Miles and you're walking through kind of like a hub area, and you're talking with other characters. That gives you like narrative bits, and that's cool to meet the characters and like get to know them. But I don't know, man, being Mary Jane and taking pictures of a fucking art gallery while I'm
what if they showed like a chemistry set?
Oh
and
my
they were
god!
Like, now you're gonna mix chemicals,
dude. The game opens up with a puzzle apparently, like one of those chemistry puzzles. But apparently they're more integrated into the gameplay, so it's like a lot. It's better, but still, like it. I know I'm gonna hate that. Like I know it, and that kind of bothers me because I thought they kind of learned a lesson with Miles Morales in not doing that.
Yeah, they need to slow you down. You know, I think that these things just come from, unfortunately, from padding gameplay. It's just the expectation. In fact, Jordan Fugati wrote into us and said, "Hey, CDC, Insomniac senior game director Ryan Smith recently revealed that Spider-Man 2's main story campaign will take around the same length to complete as its predecessor. I'm sorry. A common complaint I share with the Sacred crew regarding modern gaming is that certain titles can take too long and are oversaturated with superfluous content. So I find this news encouraging. How do the Sacred boys feel about this tidbit of info regarding the Wall Crawler's next adventure? Thanks, and keep being the best video game podcast out there." I am personally likewise thrilled about that. I think that they could have gone a lot further and been like, now it needs to be 20 hours longer, and then we'd be doing fucking physics exams and all the other things that Peter Parker and Miles might be doing in their scholastics. I don't know. I just think that that's the perfect 20, 25 hours. I must say, and Dustin, I'll kick it over to you to get your thoughts here. I'm going to begin my playthrough of Spider-Man probably in the next week or so because I want to play it again. I haven't played it since 2018, and I never played the DLC. So I'm going to play it on PS5, and we'll do a Sacred Symbols Plus episode dedicated to that in the lead up to the release of the game on October 20th. So please keep an eye on that. You guys are welcome to join me for that if you want to replay or just talk about it from your remembrances. But Dustin, what do you think about Spider-Man 2 going gold October 20th?
Yeah, fantastic. I did not watch this part of the state of the play just because I did not need to know anything more about this game, and they revealed so much last time about it.
Yeah.
But I'm excited, and the fact that it's the same length is, like you said, Colin, absolutely fantastic. And I saw maybe this was in the state of play that the map is twice the size.
Yeah, because they incorporate Brooklyn and Queens now.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I saw some annoying, probably in bad faith arguments about them reusing the same map and just expanding to it. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
I
mean, it's literally a year after the original game. Like, this is like the whole Aloy
Manhattan
animations
2.
thing, you know?
Yeah, it's stupid.
It's New York,
right?
Spider-Man is. Where are you gonna put him in Austin, Texas?
Yeah.
What do you want?
I know people.
It's so insane.
Yeah,
I don't understand that at all. It's Spider-Man. He's going to be in New York. Sorry.
In fact, you should be amped about that, just in the sense that it's something they don't have to work on necessarily, or they can just improve while they make more parts of the game and go back to Manhattan. Who does? Dude, I can't fucking wait to play. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm very excited to play. It's been a while since I've seen a trailer for it, so it feels very mysterious, but I will be playing it day one for sure.
James wrote in, just James, said, "Hello, CC and maybe D. I wanted to talk about something. I'm just feeling rather cynical about in the PlayStation gaming future. Spider-Man 2 comes out soon, and Insomniac is the only first-party studio with an announced game coming in 2024 with Wolverine. Is Wolverine confirmed for 2024? I don't even remember that.
Well, that's what that's what the teaser, I think,
That's so incredible if they do that. They will have released a game every year since PS5 came out.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
Where is everyone else? Anyway, however, there's a good chance that it does not hit that goal. I agree with that. Just too soon after Spider-Man and the looming potential of a strike due to the writers' union stuff. Is there a chance that in 2024 there will be no PS first-party games? Is that why they are so quiet? Because nothing is really ready. Sure, we will get Rise of the Ronin and such second and third-party stuff, but I am actually wondering if the consistent 2 or so first-party games are about to have a down year. What do you guys think? Are we actually going to get a real showcase announcing some games coming in 24? Will we just be having this conversation 6 months from now, wondering what we can look forward to from the first party? Thanks for all that you do. Best podcast to enjoy on my 10-hour shifts at work in the wastewater plant. Thanks, James. Don't fall in. Please don't fall into the wastewater. Now, from my perspective, I think we're getting really close now, if not over the line, where you kind of want to get Spider-Man 2 out. And it's as I said, and people can misinterpret me all they want, is what I said back in June is what I heard from reliable sources, that they did want to do a showcase later in the year. I have not heard anything since then, and I don't know if it's going to happen or not. But you would think it would happen in the pocket between Spider-Man 2 and the Video Game Award or the Game Awards or whatever. Then I was thinking about the Game Awards itself. Well, they have a presence there. They can show 1 or 2 things there too. But I think it's getting to the point of, frankly, ridiculousness that they just aren't sharing very much. And I don't know where that comes from, because it can only, if you game it out, it can only come from a few different places. Either you want to be mega secretive, which is fine, or your things are getting bounced around internally, which is probably part of what's happening. We know, I would assume The Last of Us Factions was probably supposed to be out in the next 6 months or so. Helldivers is second party, but coming next year. And I do think it's getting a little confusing what everyone's doing. Like, I do think we need more of a roadmap. I was saying that when Xbox went, I guess the lack of advantage they have on the other side of the coin is that now we know. But like, not knowing is exciting, but what is there to even know? That's, I think, what we're curious about. We're getting into real unknown territory. Helldivers release date was important because it now gives us another touchstone of being like, oh, okay, well, we have something coming. But it's awfully quiet out there, and I think it's going to become doubly and triply so once Spider-Man 2 comes out, and then the hullabaloo around that game after selling many copies is going to die down. And what will be next? I don't know. Do either of you guys have anything you'd like to say about this?
I wonder if this is kind of a Herman Hulst thing, since we saw him take over late in the PS4 era, right? That would have been late PS4 when he became head. So, and that's when we started to see things become more secretive in a way from first party. So I wonder if this is something that he decided on, and maybe it's from a developer perspective or something where they don't want to show things early and get locked into things. There has been like Wolverine was announced pretty early, but I wonder if there's a possibility there that that's partially what's going on. And I guess the potential silver lining we could see is that moving forward, outside of, like I said, a few exceptions with Wolverine, I can't think of, there's probably another one too, but we see a more Fallout 4 like approach to Sony's releases, where we see an announcement and then within 6 months we get a release. I personally think that would be my preferable way of doing things, instead of hearing about games for 3 to 5 fucking years before they come out. If it's just, for example, let's say next year in March, they do something and they say, hey, here's Ghost of Tsushima 2. It's out later this year before the holiday. And then we get there's not this huge long lead up with a million different small trailers and speculation. It's just kind of, hey, here it is. These are the games we're doing this year. I think that would be actually kind of cool. It's frustrating for us in the here and now, not knowing what we're going to expect to see, but that could potentially be a way that it plays out. Or it could be a slow year and then it sucks no matter what. So it's going to just have to be, see how things shake out. But maybe we'll see some of those things this year too. Who knows?
Yeah. That's well said. And the other thing that I wanted to know, Chris, in coming to you is, I don't know how much this plays into the calculus, but Sony must look at it and say, like, it just doesn't matter. Like,
yeah,
it simply doesn't matter. Like, I don't know how they can interpret this data other than it being like, we could, I guess, sell many more units than we're already selling. But I think they look at it and say, like, what's the big deal? Like, what's the rush? We can take the optical hit for shows like Sacred Symbols that a small fraction of our audience actually listens to. And then everyone goes back to playing fucking FIFA and Fortnite and Genshin Impact and no one gives a shit. I don't know. I just hate that because that's not what PlayStation is to me. That's the third party component's a major part of PlayStation, major, but it's not all. And without the provenance of the first party games, beginning, I think, with Uncharted and moving through The Last of Us Part 2 and into Ghost of Tsushima, Ratchet, Miles Morales and everything, like, you got to continue this trend. Returnal. The games are what they are. I know people kind of criticize, like, well, it's the same fucking game over and over again. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't think I'm really complaining about that. I like that they deliver these kind of cinematic single player experiences. They cannot forget about us.
I don't know. Not really. Like, it's just, I don't know if they're in a position to really, I mean, like you said, like, I don't think they're in a position that it really matters. Like, they have so much of an advantage already. And yeah, there is a similarity to a lot of the stuff that they put out, but it also sells really, really well every time. And people critically respond to it very, very well, generally speaking. I mean, they don't really have anything to worry about. Like, it bothers enthusiasts like us who are like kind of like fiending for the next bit of information. But, your general audience member or your general player of games doesn't really. I mean, they might. They'll get excited when they hear about something, but they don't care when they hear about it. You know, they have their games and then they live their lives, and they could go probably like a year without a first party exclusive to really keep them captivated, because there's so much of their diet is third party games anyway, or free to play games anyway, or multiplayer games anyway. And then out of the blue comes Wolverine, and then it's like, oh, that enters the zeitgeist, and then they know about it. It's really a problem that's very specific for us and people who, with our level of involvement with the industry. But I think to the majority of people, they just don't really give a shit.
Well, I think the ironic part of it is, to make money on first and second party, you have to spend money. But the third party games are what drives sales and revenue, and that's free money. And so I think they look at it in just a little bit of a different way. Like you said, it matters to us, but certainly the 2011, 2012 era of PlayStation, where there was an exclusive like every 5 days, is certainly, you know, remember that, like that era where it's like Starhawk and then Tokyo Jungle and Rain, and it's like, oh my God, like where are all these games coming from? That's what the whole Japan Studio, XDev, second party initiatives, they don't operate like that anymore. And I think they realize that they just don't have to, and that the honest truth is that they probably made $100 million or something on The Last of Us Part 2, or, you know, a couple $100 million in profit, which is a lot of money. But then they look at it and say, like, that's not that much money. That's not even the budget of the game, you know? So these are small gains too. And I think they're probably less eager to pursue those gains, while they likewise pursue games as a service, which is where they think the boon is going to be. And my only hope is that one of these games hits Fair Games or Concord or whatever for someone, just so they can take that money and that major success and then funnel it back into what they do well, or what they do really well, which is these single player games that I think a lot of us miss. Here's the thing about being connected to the PlayStation ecosystem for so long, in my opinion, is that I feel it. Like, I know people are feeling a certain way right now. And it's not reflective of the sales success of PlayStation 5 or how the games do or how Spider-Man is going to do or whatever. There's just something else going on right now. There's like a total disenchantment and frustration, and I can kind of understand it, but I also think it's kind of overstated, simply because our lives never revolved around first and second party games. You simply can't play games like that, or you'll just play a few games a year. But I'm also mystified where the games are, where you have 20 or so teams. So divide that by 5 years and you should be getting a game a quarter. I mean, that's my math. Or at least 3 games a year, plus your second party, plus your timed third party Final Fantasy type stuff. But when you look at the schedule, actually Push Square published a really nice schedule. Like, this is what, I don't know if you saw this, Dustin, specifically. They're like, this is what Q1 looks like. And I was like, oh my God. Like, Helldivers is the only thing from exclusive, from first or second party even in that mix. And it's crazy. So they're probably also looking at that and being like, I don't even know where we're supposed to release this shit. You know, I'm very interested to see more about this, but we'll find out. I think it is hard to believe that we will go to the end of the year without learning anything. That's hard to believe. How can that be? How can you let Spider-Man 2 go and then we're going to go into Helldivers and that's going to be the next fork in the road where we're like, all right, now where do we go from here? I don't know. I'm just going on and on. Number 2. I thought you guys would find this interesting. I went and wrote this one up. It could have been talked about in passing, but I think there's more here. It appears that publisher Electronic Arts is finally paying full attention to the success its rival Activision has achieved with its Call of Duty franchise over the last 20 years, and is finally willing to throw all of the assets necessary at getting a new Battlefield project off of the ground to rival it. In a letter written to EA's audience, Vin Zampella, one-time co-founder and lead of Call of Duty creator Infinity Ward before spinning off to co-found Respawn, which ultimately fell under EA, noted that racing studio Criterion would be falling into the Battlefield development machine, one that already has several studios within it. He wrote in part, quote, "Today, I'd like to share that the talented team at Criterion Games will be joining EA Entertainment." This is confusing some people. They were part of EA Sports. Criterion has a rich history in gaming, having worked on Battlefield, Battlefront, Burnout, and of course Need for Speed. I'm thrilled to have a studio with such pedigree join the studios I oversee. As we've said before, we're all in on Battlefield. Today, Criterion is added to our world-class Battlefield studios dedicated to ushering in a new era of the franchise. The majority of the team will be working alongside DICE, Ripple Effect, and Ridgeline, led by Byron Bede, GM of Battlefield. Criterion's experience with Battlefield, our technology, and building engaging experiences will have an immediate positive impact as we continue to work on Battlefield 2042 and as we continue pre-production on a connected Battlefield universe, end quote. He notes later in his letter that Need for Speed still has a future, though so worry not, and really, that was the major concern for some in seeing this news. Criterion, which was once independent, but which has been with EA for nearly 2 decades, was the studio behind the beloved Burnout series, first with defunct publisher Acclaim and later with EA, which went all in and bought the team in 2004. It ultimately gobbled up the Need for Speed franchise EA began in 1994 and which has been overseen by eternal teams like EA Black Box, which closed a decade ago, and later Ghost Games, which was renamed EA Gothenburg in 2020 and relegated to support status. Criterion's first Need for Speed game was 2010's Hot Pursuit reboot on PS3, though its most beloved iteration may be 2012's Most Wanted, which came to both PS4 and Vita alike. Its most recent game is 2022's Need for Speed Unbound, which is apparently good, but which apparently sold poorly. And as noted, they did have a support role on multiple Battlefield and Battlefront games, including 2017's Star Wars Battlefront 2, 2018's Battlefield 5, and 2021's Battlefield 2042. Battlefield itself, entering its 3rd decade, hasn't had a true hit since perhaps 2016's Battlefield 1. Similar to Activision's structure around Call of Duty, which has subsumed virtually all of the resources of thousands of people across Infinity Ward, Treyarch, Sledgehammer, Raven, Beanox, Toys for Bob, and High Moon, EA realizes it must spend comparable resources to achieve a comparable result. And, as noted earlier, new EA outfit Ridgeline, the renamed DICE LA, now called Ripple Effect, and Battlefield's home studio DICE are now all in the blender together. I thought this was interesting. Chris, it seems like EA really is going to try to make this happen. This is interesting, taking Criterion away from the racing structure. That kind of, I guess it's safe to do now that they own Codemasters, and so they can be like, well, you guys go do that. And so for studios, this is not nearly what Activision spends on a Call of Duty game, which they do once a year. But it is something. It's way more. We're talking about probably more than 1,000 people now. So now we're getting into the big time territory. I'm wondering if you think this could work out for them.
I mean, I think it could. Obviously, it's tricky, man, because older Battlefield games were significantly better than Battlefield 2042 was at launch, and had, you have to assume way fewer people working on it. So it's less about how much you're spending and how many people are working on it, and just it's really all about like the work that you're doing. And so like hopefully this can maybe smooth that out. Maybe this at the very least indicates that they're taking Battlefield seriously, which is nice, because I've always personally just preferred Battlefield to Call of Duty, like on a wide margin. I Battlefield 4, I know it launched kind of weird, but Battlefield 4 came into its own in a really like amazing way. Like Battlefield 4 is amazing, and Battlefield 1, I loved that World War I PvP aesthetic, riding horses into all these. It's so good. And the fact that 5 was such a miss, and the fact that 2042 was such a miss, it's a shame. It's a huge disservice, especially when it's not even really the game underneath that's the problem. It's all these like minor. It really comes down to really small decisions that make Battlefield 5 and 2042 so underwhelming and so obviously missing of the mark. Things like not having a scoreboard at launch and just obvious stuff. So at the very least, this indicates like them taking it a lot more seriously than they might have taken it in recent years. Battlefield 2042, I really don't know how that game launched in the way that it did. But I mean, it's I don't know. It's weird. I don't like to champion I don't like to champion putting devs under the support machine of a big franchise. I don't like seeing, Toys for Bob relegated to Call of Duty support when they make such cool shit. But I also selfishly want Battlefield to do really well. So like, I don't know. I kind of feel two ways about it that are in some ways kind of contradictory. But I mean, like you said, Codemasters exists. And also because Criterion already has experience doing Battlefield stuff and like almost like alongside their racing stuff, it feels a little bit less out of nowhere than Toys for Bob being like, or Activision being like, Toys for Bob, you can't make anything anymore. Sorry. Off to the Call of Duty. It seems a little bit more judicious, I guess, or less egregious to me. Although that might just be a level of copium that I'm trying to take just to get Battlefield into a good spot, because Battlefield's awesome. and it deserves to be good again. And maybe this will do it.
And Call of Duty has so many rivals, but it could use its old rival again, I think, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it has so many rivals for people's time. There are obviously so many comparable games, but it's different.
I also feel like Call of Duty's, I mean, Call of Duty's still a behemoth, but I do think, like, I don't know, you got like Nicki Minaj and Snoop Dogg, and I feel like they're falling into a territory that's very Fortnite, where it's more about this Ready Player One kind of atmosphere, where it's just like, okay, anything goes. You're gonna play as Nicki Minaj, and your ass is gonna have like a huge hitbox, and you're gonna be at a disadvantage or something, and or just some nonsense. But like, I think if Battlefield were to come back in and really stick to that military kind of aesthetic and really stick to it, I think it could have a shot of really capturing people's hearts again, because that's something that's really not capturing me at all about modern Call of Duty. And that did capture me back in the day when I did care, was that, like, man, it's kind of cool to be in this kind of like military fantasy, and that's entirely gone now, dude. Like, I can't be running around Afghanistan shooting at Nicki Minaj. Like, it's such a fucking fever dream. Like, I can't. What is this even? So I think they have a shot, but they can't fuck up like 2042 again. 2042 was so egregious that they blamed Halo Infinite for being so good that their game didn't do well. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think about this, Dustin?
I don't know. We've seen Battlefield fumble so many times. I don't know. Anytime it feels like, well, this is the shot.
Okay, twice.
Yeah.
Let's realize they've hit more than they've missed, in fairness to them.
They've hit more than they've missed.
I think so. Battlefield 4, Battlefield 1, Battlefield Bad Company,
Battlefield
Bad Company
1?
2. Battlefield 1.
Didn't people not, that one had no stickiness to it, to bring that one up again.
Battlefield 1, the World War I one?
Oh, I'm thinking of, what was the World War II one? Battlefield 5.
Oh yeah, Battlefield 5 was not good.
Yeah, 5 not good. The recent one, 2042, not good.
2042 though was, I would argue, the only really bad one. 5 was just like, 5 was still played really well. It just had like these really awkward decisions that didn't make sense. I wouldn't call 5 a bad game. I would just call it kind of a disappointing Battlefield game. 2042 was egregious though. That was like a real miss.
I think that some of the expectations around Battlefield is that it will never be as big as Call of Duty. Ever.
Oh yeah, no.
Ever. And I think that's the only way that, if Electronic Arts, maybe not even, I'm contradicting my brain as I say it. In order to be bigger like Call of Duty, you would have to change the design of the game, because the core design of Battlefield, even if you prefer it or anybody prefers it, is not as universal as appealing as Call of Duty is, period. Mm-hmm. So from that sense alone, I don't think it will ever be as big. With that said, though, I think there is definitely room for a giant shooter that involves tactical teamwork, that is to the scale of a Call of Duty game. Absolutely. And I think that they have struggled with finding what was their own identity for, it seems like, quite a long time now. So the potential is definitely out there. I think that they need to get out of, well, maybe not just EA, but I'm sure this is internal and for the audience, is that it's never going to be like Call of Duty. And it shouldn't be. You don't want it to be like Call of Duty.
It's not as accessible for sure. It's a very although I honestly I prefer even just the team deathmatch version, the team deathmatch game modes in Battlefield to Call of Duty personally. Just there's like a physics aspect to it that I really, really love anyway. But yeah, man, dude, Battlefield, it's never going to be as big as Call of Duty, but Battlefield is huge. Like, I remember back in the day, Battlefield 3 was a really, really, really talked about game.
Oh yeah.
Like, that was like a big deal, and it was great. People loved it. Battlefield 4 had like a rough launch, but Battlefield 4 is still really, really good. And even at the time when it was kind of wonky, was a really solid game that just got better and better over time, to the point where it's arguably like a modern peak for that series. And you know, Bad Company 1 and 2 were really, really, they were niche. They were more niche, but they were still very, very beloved. And then I loved 1. 1 had like really good word of mouth, and then 5 was kind of like a slip up, and 2042 was egregious. And so like I don't know, man. I know that I really long for that kind of realistic kind of military FPS in a PvP environment, because Call of Duty just hasn't really been doing that for a while. And Battlefield never really strayed too far from it. They had like some operator systems going in to 2042 where you played as like very specific characters, but even then it wasn't like hero shooter territory, where it
Right.
lost its identity in an egregious way. And honestly, just little things about like, they just got to really focus on class stuff again, because that was really what fucked 5 for me. Like I played the medic, and I'm a medic in every Battlefield game that I play. It's like a really good role. It's really cool. You get to help out without necessarily having to be like the best on the team. And in 5, they just get, everybody can be the medic. Oh, you pick the support class? Whatever, you can heal this person now. It's like, what's the point of the medic then? I understand that there's like mechanics there at play that do kind of value it, but completely devalued certain things, and they just made like weird choices about combat that were just bizarre. And so I think they've slipped really hard, but I think they can get back to a point where, at the very least, if you can get back to Battlefield 3 notoriety, that would be great for them. To have a game that's as talked about as Battlefield 3. Not Call of Duty. Don't chase Call of Duty. Although maybe you should chase Call of Duty, because that might make you do more than you have to, and then maybe you get something that's just better as a result of that. But it's never going to be as big as Call of Duty, but it can still be big and it can still be respectable. And I'm rooting for Battlefield. I've always loved what they do. So
All right, we'll see. Shout out to DICE, and I mean, they have the right guy. I mean, trying to, let's not underestimate the lead of
one of the
leads of Call of Duty, the original Call of Duty as we understand it. Really, I don't know. You guys have said a lot. I don't need to reiterate all of it, but let's get into that's all we have for the news, by the way. Let's get into the 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience as we wrap things up this week. Of course, you submit your inquiries on patreon.com/laststandmedia on the thread I put live each week in the newsfeed, and then I go through it. I read them all, and yes, I do read them all. And then, unless they're really long, and then I just scroll past them. Travis Johnson wrote in, said, "Hey, gents, not a question, but I wanted to express my thanks to Colin for standing up for artists. I work in the animation industry, and it can be disheartening to hear perspectives that belittle the value of our work, especially in the context of conversations around automation and AI. It's challenging from our perspective to form arguments that don't boil down to, I would simply like my career to be protected due to how deeply personal the thread is. So to have someone from the outside champion the inherent value of the miracle of human-made art and creation raises my spirits as I deal with the day-to-day effects of an industry in flux. As with many, if not all, creative work, animation is not like building a toaster in a factory, and the topic of automation is not a one-to-one analog. It takes an enormous amount of thought, learned craft, and study of all kinds of scientific and sociological fields for a team to make something even halfway decent. And I can only hope that the silent majority agrees that humanity is better off leaving this work to actual people than allowing corporate executive-directed machines to rip it away from us. It would be granting them an unbelievable amount of control and influence on everybody. Just imagine the power it gives a corporation, CEO, or even government to control the machines that create content for us on an individualized level. Think of the ways advertising is personalized to us. Now imagine that applied to all media. I don't want to rant too much. I can go on and on about this topic, but truly, thank you for making a stand. Hopefully I can continue to do what I love doing in 20 years, but even if not, I'll always appreciate that there were people like you who spoke up. If I don't speak up for the animator, they'll come for the podcaster next. No, but seriously, I think that this is a no-brainer to me, right, as far as like what side I fall on to this. And I just simply I've made my arguments time and time again. I don't need to make them again, but I don't want to say disappointed because I'm not your fucking dad, but I'm befuddled by, let's say I'm befuddled by the response of some people to say, like, I don't care. I just don't know how you could pretend to even have a passion about video games and not care about the humanity behind them. And I mean that all the way from the base manufacture of a video game, of course, but from the development of them as well. You guys probably know what I'm talking about. Every once in a while you see like these trailers circulating social media and it's like, look, an AI made this movie trailer and it's this amazing looking movie trailer. People are dancing and there's like a party, but then you like get into it and you realize it doesn't make any sense. And it's kind of like creepy. And when you freeze frame, things are all wrong. And I know that all of this will be massaged and worked out, but it just goes into the lack of spirit and soul that these products have. They're just digital amalgamations, and I simply refuse to accept a world where that's what we're consuming as a rule. It sucks.
Yeah,
that sucks, and it sucks that people think that that's good. And I think, and I've said it, and I don't know if people agree, but my feeling is that a lot of the consternation around writers fighting for their pay, and actors, and now animators, and all the rest. It's like there's a lot of bitterness that kind of stuff can even be done for a living by certain people. But what these people are trying to protect is their ability to do it at all, because most of the people that act, most of the people that do animation, most of the people that do any of this stuff don't make fucking nearly as much as you think. And I just, why wouldn't we want to protect that? I could give a shit less. If you if you remove the person from the factory that makes the tchotchke, I think that's unideal, because unfortunately that person needs a way to make their money, right? So it's this pragmatic thing where like we need a person to work the factory. We could have AI work McDonald's, I guess, but that's not really ideal for us as a society. But when you removing the soul from the McDonald's burger, it doesn't really exist. We do it for the person. But we look at something like humanities, the writing and the creation of art and all that, and we're happy to just pull the plug on that, where the heart and soul actually does matter. And it's not just to fill a quota for someone to have something to do, which is really what economics is, or capital. I shouldn't say economics, but a lot of our capitalist structure is. I don't know. I don't know if you have anything else to add on it. I just wanted to know that we're getting a lot of responses like this. I'm talking to a lot of people behind the scenes, and they appreciate it. And I appreciate that there are others that are willing to fight this fight as well, because I understand and see the point of AI in many different ways, but I really fear its encroachment on our space in terms of creativity. And I don't know if you guys have any, Dustin, if you have anything you want to add, or Chris, if you have anything you want to add, but otherwise we can move on.
No, I think it was well said.
All right.
Yeah.
Nico Fargione wrote in and said, "Hello, gentlemen. Do you play as yourselves when jumping into an RPG? Creating a character that looks like you, trying to stand to your morals, how you would act, etc. I recently tried playing Starfield this way, but it didn't click. For the first time in my years of gaming, I tried creating a character with my own headcanon backstory, and I'm having a much better time. I'm going to do this for Baldur's Gate when I finally jump into that. Would love to hear how you approach this and how Colin will approach Skyrim this holiday." That's funny. Thank you, Nico, for writing in. Dustin, you played Baldur's Gate recently, or maybe still are playing it. And I'm wondering if you created yourself in any way, or tried to make a reflection of yourself, if not physically, then spiritually, or if you're trying to just play as someone else. Because for me personally, when I would ever play these games, I'm not ever really trying to be me. Like, like limit my character to what I would do. I wouldn't, Commander Shepard does a bunch of things I would never do, even on the Paragon, playthrough. So it's just not a really an effective way for me to play.
Specifically for Baldur's Gate, I did try to make it not necessarily look like me, but I act in a way that I would, for the most part, maybe a little more adventurous. Of course, this is a fantasy game, something like that. But it really depends on the game. I know for From Software games where there's there are story choices, but not in the way of something like Baldur's Gate or something like that. I definitely go all out and make either a strange character, or like a something like that, or play as a female character or something like that. I go all out of my way to make my character look nothing like me intentionally. But in games that require tons of story decisions, usually I will go with something more like me. So it just depends on the game.
How about you, Chris? Starfield. Were you trying to mimic your real life activities in space?
No, not even. Dude, I wouldn't be doing any of this shit. The game would end before it began if it was me, dude. Like if I picked up some artifact and somebody was like, "You got to come with me to investigate these artifacts," I'm like, I don't got fucking time for that. Absolutely not. Is it gonna put me in danger? I don't want to do this.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fair.
So like the second I put myself in an RPG, it like immediately becomes unimmersive, because I just wouldn't be doing any of this. Like I try to make my character look like me somewhat, but that's really more out of curiosity about like the character creator like how good the character creator is and how close I can get it. And usually, like, I don't know, usually I'll try and I'll look at it and be like, it's interesting. It is kind of close to me. But that is a different me altogether, man. Like, or I'll play as, if I don't play as like some completely different version of me, I'll just play as, a woman. I did that in Baldur's Gate, for the brief period of time that I played as some lady, rogue, And in Starfield, that was just me because there's no voice. You know, there's no you're not really seeing yourself. Really, it's first person, so like whatever, I could take it or leave it. But yeah, I try. You know, what's funny though? I try to do really obnoxious things. Like I try to do the evil stuff, or not the evil stuff, but like I try to be like a scoundrel. And for the most part, I can do that. In Starfield, I've done that fairly successfully, but then I'll say something. I'll answer like a question that some NPC asked me in like a scoundrelly way, and then like somebody that I care about in the game will be like doesn't like that or something, and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to disappoint this fake person.
Yeah,
That's
it's
so
interesting
annoying.
how that works.
It's so weird. Like that really should be studied because I'm fascinated by it. The fact that like I give a shit what this thing thinks about me, but it doesn't think anything. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's creepy. And maybe when it gets a little less worldy and when you start thinking about it getting further than that, you know.
100%, yeah.
Dude, but Chris, that's the great thing about Baldur's Gate is that the narrator is so non-judgmental when you do evil things. It makes you almost feel like you did a good thing, which I think is amazing.
I really liked the vibe of Baldur's Gate. Like I want to get back to it in December, probably as a barbarian because the rogue is just too, I don't know, I'm too stupid for this game's combat system to play a wily character. I've just got to go around and beat people up. But yeah, the narrator's awesome in that game.
Yeah.
I don't know what, look, man, I don't know who that narrator is, but like got a little bit of a crush on that voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a really nice voice.
It really is.
All right. Kyle Taylor wrote in, said, "Hey guys, hope all is grand across the pond. This week's Cyberpunk's impending 2.0 and Phantom Liberty update got me thinking. You have all supported the devs day one by buying games on release, a mantra I have a little objection against. However, are we in a position with a lot of games now where we should be asking ourselves, is it worth playing said games on day one? Whether it's poor performance, bugs, extra graphics modes, patches, DLC, complete editions, etc., I feel now more than ever, certainly in the AAA space, that unless being part of the zeitgeist is important, I have been guilty of this, it's just not worth playing these games on day one. Interested how you feel about this. Last Stand is an unfathomable value, and thank you. There is no doubt about this in my mind.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Obviously.
This is the tension and the contrast between a sustainable gaming industry that provides quality products and what we end up getting in return. And I think about this with Saints Row, which I'll probably play at some point later in the year, but it's on PS Plus now, and I added it to my download list so I can grab it. And it's like I could have bought this for $70. Then I could have bought it for cheaper. Then the DLC and the season pass comes out. And then they release this version, which gets me to buy the season pass. So they've gotten like some amount of money out of me, but for most people, they probably won't even buy the season pass or any of the DLC. And it just materially makes sense that I guess this is true for everything though, right? It's true for movies and TV shows. If you're patient enough, they'll find their way to where you are at some point. I just don't know how long you're going to have to wait. And I think that if I wasn't a professional enthusiast, as it were, and I was just a player of video games, just like old school, but I'd probably be playing a lot of old stuff and random stuff and weird stuff and wouldn't give a shit probably about what was coming out, with the exception of some big games that really drew my eye. And I think a lot of that would come from not only the quality of the game in a version 1.0 or a launch patch edition, but also just, again, what we were saying earlier and what he's saying about Cyberpunk in the 2.0 edition, which fixes a bunch of stuff and really changes fundamentally a lot of the things in the game, makes it better. And then Phantom Liberty as well. It kind of pisses me off. It just kind of annoys me a little bit. I waited, almost 2 years to play Cyberpunk myself. And even that wasn't enough time for them to fix it completely and give us the full content. And then it's cheaper than ever and it's more accessible than ever. There's a great tension here. I don't know exactly how to deal with it. Dustin, what do you think? You have anything you'd like to say?
I think that there's an important element that maybe, I don't want to say Kyle's skipping over, but at least not considering, in that, yeah, we do like to support devs day one when the product's finished and when they release a finished product, absolutely. And in the cases of Cyberpunk, I think that was an eye-opening moment for a lot of people, where it's like you realize you can't necessarily just trust devs, even if they have delivered for you in the past. That this is what I always say, is that you should at least wait to see some reviews and then go buy it on day one, right? Or if you have to buy a physical copy or pre-order it, buy it from a place that you can easily return it if it turns out, hey, it sucks day one. In that case, I would say you don't want to support the developers. Big example of this just recently is the new Star Wars Jedi game, right?
Oh yeah.
A lot of people that played that day one had a pretty poor technical experience. And some people will say that, oh, it didn't bother me. Great. More power to you. But now when I check out the game way later, it's going to be solid 60 on PlayStation 5.
Yeah.
And
cheaper,
so,
probably.
and I'm glad that, I was thinking about checking it out at release and then saw that stuff. And I thought, I don't want to play it that bad. I'll wait. And so I was happy to, in that case, happy to not support the devs day one when they released something that clearly wasn't finished yet. It literally took them months to fix it. So there is that important element too, where you should support the devs on day one, but be informed that it is something worth supporting, because we want to make sure that we are supporting finished products, which there are quite a few games nowadays that are not when they come out.
Yeah. I would also say day one is less important than full price. You know, like I would say, like, you know, if you've got a game that's out that you think deserves the support, you don't necessarily have to pre-order it or like buy it the day it comes out. Like Dustin said, inform yourself on whether or not it's a game that you think you would like to support, and then buy it at full price if it's something that you want to support. You know, it's because that is really what allows like the sales of Cyberpunk. Like, yeah, okay. It was a lot of people buying a game sight unseen, just kind of based off of blind trust, and it didn't really pan out the way that it should have. It was a mess at launch for a lot of people, but at the same time, it sold so much that they kind of had to fix it, and as a result of that, there is some level of like, well, it sold so much as a broken game that like it probably justified the existence of Phantom Liberty in the first place. So there's like this weird kind of cyclical, almost paradoxical nature of it, where like there's a scenario that exists where like, yeah, Cyberpunk doesn't sell really anywhere near as much as they were hoping for because the game is so bad, and then you don't get the 2.0 update, and then which is unacceptable, by the way, but it is also it seems like a very plausible reality. So there's no real simplistic way to go about it. I think the best way to go about it really is just, you know, keep yourself informed. If it's something that you believe is going to be great or something that speaks to you and you want to support the devs, absolutely try to buy it at full price. And that's kind of where I would leave it. You know, that's as much power as you have.
We had we have 6 questions. I'm deleting one of them, which was the 4th one, because it was related to what we already talked about earlier in the show. So I don't want to go back to it. I apologize for that. So we only have 5 here. So let's get to Matthew Theriot. I don't know how to say it. It's French.
I have no idea. That's a weird one.
Howdy, y'all. Why has Sony never attempted a AAA direct competitor to the Pokemon series? With each new generation, it becomes increasingly obvious that Game Freak and the Pokemon Company are uninterested in catering to the longtime fans of the franchise. Despite being around for over 25 years, they have not grown with their audience, remaining perpetually baby's first JRPG. The games have subpar graphics, uninspired art styles, overly simplistic and saccharine stories, and refuse to implement voice acting or other standard production values. Occasionally, small indie studios will attempt a monster collecting game, but these are always limited in their scope and ambition. It seems to me that Sony is leaving money on the table by not competing in this space. Would you want to see a AAA Pokemon-like game from Sony, and if so, from what studio? Sweet summer child, Matthew. Do you guys remember a specific franchise that I'm thinking of here that Sony
Digimon.
did? Well, Digimon exists, yeah, but within PlayStation's ecosystem.
Within PlayStation.
Digimon is definitely a thing. Monster Rancher was a thing too, and all that kind of stuff. There is a PlayStation second party franchise that is a Pokemon series. And there was actually a lot of entries in it, but it wasn't played very much by you, obviously, or others. Invisimals. Invisimals was a PSP series and a Vita game. It also came to PS3 at some point too, from a Spanish studio called Novarama. The first one came out in 2009 on PSP, I think, and then they basically had a new one the next couple of years. They also did the Vita launch game. Do you guys remember the game Reality Fighters, where you would take a picture of your face and then put it on a fighter in the game? It was fucking horrible.
Yeah,
they did that game, and more recently they were purchased by Tencent, actually, Novorama, but they were in a second party relationship with Sony for a long time, and they made the series called Invisimals, and it was actually augmented reality. It was like you were taking pictures. It was kind of like Pokemon Go, actually, in some way. Not quite as sophisticated as that because it had no geolocation and stuff like that. But do you guys remember this franchise at all?
barely. I feel like now that I see the logo, it sort of rings a bell a little bit, but I know very little about this.
This reminds me of when Trump found out that Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. And there's that.
I'm just
and
hearing about
like
this for
I'm
the
just
first time.
I'm just hearing about this for the first time. I've never heard of this in my fucking life. I've never seen this iconography. I've never seen these characters. I've never seen this logo. I've never heard this word. This is crazy.
Yeah, there were Vita ones.
What the fuck?
Yeah, the Lost Kingdom was the PS3 one. There was I think the Alliance was the Vita one. And there was like some anime series that I think was going on with it, like a children's series.
Yeah, Western animation, Invisibles.
But yeah, so I just wanted to give a shout out to Invisibles because they did try that. Now you're saying, of course, Matthew, AAA. I wouldn't call this AAA at all.
No.
But I don't know that there's much. That seems like good money after bad to try to compete with Pokemon. It just seems like a unique thing. Many companies have tried to compete to varying degrees of the got to catch them all or have it all, collect it all phase that people go through. But I don't know. I don't think that Sony's leaving any money on the table by not messing around with this. And I thought you'd find it interesting that indeed there was a Pokemon-like series on Sony one day. I did go and look at what Pokemon-like games people are still playing on PlayStation. I knew a few off the top of my head, and the newest one is that game Temtem. That was supposed to be pretty good. And then there are the Nexomon games. I think there's like 2 or 3 of those. And then the one I was thinking of too, which is kind of old now, actually, was World of Final Fantasy, which was a cool one where it was basically capturing Final Fantasy monsters, specifically in a very childlike, chibi style.
There's also that game where you can enslave Pokemons and make them create guns for you in a factory, right?
Yeah. Did that come out?
I don't know if it's out. What was that?
What game is that?
Pokemon Gun Factory game.
Pokemon with guns.
Yeah,
that will definitely pop it up. Pal World.
We said that exactly in the same case.
We did. New gameplay trailer. Pokemon with guns. That's title of this YouTube video.
Release date official. You don't remember this trailer, Colin?
No, this is awesome. I love the gameplay. The gameplay looks dope. Like just the screenshot. I'm seeing here.
It's so absurd though, because it's just like I'll never forget this one.
That's cute.
I don't know if it was like a clip of a trailer or something, but it's just literally an assembly line of.
Oh yeah, it's in this
AK-47s.
And it's in this one at 106.
Oh, this is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, hold on, wait.
It's they're all lined up.
106?
Working on.
Yeah, I'll never forget this. This is etched into my brain in a way that like it will always be. Yeah, it's so crazy. It's just a bunch of fucking Togepi's making fucking. I love that this is real. God bless. See, AI couldn't do this.
No.
This
never.
was like a guy had to do this. It was like, what if we made Pokemon slaves that made guns? And somebody was like, yes.
What if?
What if indeed?
Final inquiry we can go through quickly. It says, that strong nerd wrote in and said, hey guys, this question is directed to Colin and only Colin. You always state that games such as Starfield and the new entries of Zelda are too big and will go insane to even try to attempt to play them. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth stated it has over 100 hours of content in it. Does this mean it's an immediate write-off for you and will skip? He later went on, it was a longer letter, but he went on to say that he knows that I won't. But I wanted to just say this off the top. Bullshit. Does that game have 100 hours of content in it? If you're talking about the gold saucer and things like that, and then you're kind of, and I'm not saying you, but the production people, here's what I'm saying. They made this game in 4 years. Final Fantasy VII, I went on howlongtobeat.com, now owned by IGN. Final Fantasy VII Remake, average main plus extras playthrough is 42 hours. And a completionist playthrough is 86 hours on average, and that requires you beating the same game twice. So I wouldn't consider that 86 hours worth of content. That's just 40 something hours worth of content seen twice. I saw that and I don't believe that. Just throwing that out there. That's what we used to call Dustin, dev math.
Dev math.
And there's just no way I believe that Final Fantasy VII earnestly, straight up, 100% has 100 hours of unique.
But Colin, it's on 2 discs.
I just find that hard to believe. Dragon
I love
Quest,
that they did that.
The
Discs.
The last game I remember spending more than 100 hours with was Dragon Quest XI, and it was 130 hours, very tightly controlled 130 hours. It was really 130 hours. I was obsessive with it, and I platinumed it. And I'll go the full length for Dragon Quest, and that was in 2020, so it's been 3 years or so, more than that probably, since I've played a game that long. I think if Final Fantasy VII Rebirth really requires that much time from me, I'll give it to it, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
I really do.
I'm very doubtful.
Yeah.
Like, so, I think you could find things like there's probably, you know what that probably accounts for? It probably accounts for, because I know there's like mini games and stuff.
Yeah,
in
it's
it.
the
Like,
gold. That's
like,
what I was saying. It's the gold saucer shit. It's got to be.
Yeah. It's literally like, oh, you can play. There's like a progression system within the boxing mini game or whatever that takes however many hours to really complete. And it's like, yeah, but it's not. You're not really playing this for that. You're playing Final Fantasy VII Remake or Rebirth for the story. It's not like Destiny or like a competitive multiplayer game where you're going to put hundreds and hundreds of hours of it into it over time. It's very different.
Well, now that it has a date of Leap Day, which I think is dope, of February 29 next year, just like with Spider-Man. So Alan Wake, played it, platinumed it. Alan Wake 2. Spider-Man, played it back in 2018, now going to play it, platinum it, PS5, DLC, Spider-Man 2. Then Final Fantasy VII Intergrade, which I never played. So going to do the PS5 version of it, play the Yuffie DLC, into Rebirth. This is a strategy that is doing well for me for the content as well. Gives us things to talk about. Will you guys play Spider-Man again this before Spider-Man 2, or are you just going to go right into it?
Right in, baby. Raw
yeah,
dog.
I remember it. I remember it pretty well. I did also play it recently, like not all the way through. I have this thing, man, like where I'll play through, because I wanted to try it out on PS5 because I never actually played Spider-Man Remastered on PS5.
Yeah, me neither. That's what I'm excited about. 60 frames.
I tried it and I was like, yeah, it's good, but as I'm playing through it, I'm remembering everything in sequence. Like it's refreshing my memory, and so like I do this thing, and it's like, oh, this is when this happens, and then it just sort of, I lose like the steam to really go through it any further, especially just because I don't know, I specifically with Spider-Man PS4 because of those fucking puzzles. Like I think I played it until I got to a puzzle, and I was like, oh. I could do this in 3 minutes probably, but it's so disruptive. And every time I think about going back to Spider-Man, I turn it on. I'm like, yeah, let me get into Spider-Man again. And it brings me back to that puzzle. And I'm like, I don't want to play this anymore because I cannot express how deeply I dislike what those sequences do to that game, because that game is so good. And then it just has these unnecessary like flourishes for no real reason. It's disheartening, and it's been the main reason why I haven't gone back and finished it. Just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
Oh, match the fucking chromosomes or whatever the fuck he's doing. I don't even know what the fuck he's doing.
I only have one chromosome. I have nothing to match it with.
I have a single chromosome, and I've split them evenly between all of my cells.
That's it, my friend. Let's get the hell out of here. That was fun. Good to see you guys. Good to be back with the trio again. Dustin, you were missed. Goodbye to you. Have a good rest of your day. Go to sleep. You look a little... I was going to make fun of you a few times. You weren't doing anything wrong, but I was just saying that I was thinking of looking at you as you were looking into the camera, just being like, he's totally in another world right now. Like,
it's funny because I don't feel tired.
Yeah.
But something in my brain is saying for the past 10 days, you were asleep right now. I slept 12 hours last night. I don't know. I'm telling you, I'm in a weird zone right now, but I got to tell you guys one surprising thing on the trip to leave us. On the way home, Holly was reading some manga on our iPad mini. Looked over and guess what she's reading? The Adventures of Dai.
Oh, she's getting into it.
And she said, I really like this, and I might want to check out the game. I said, you want to check out Infinity Strash?
Infinity Strash,
yeah, I think I might want to check that out.
Yeah.
So there you go. Maybe that'll be played in the Furman house in the next few weeks. We'll see. Yeah.
It'll be played here in the Moriarty household, no doubt about it.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited about it. No preload, I don't think, for it, so I haven't bought it yet. But Chris, goodbye to you, my friend.
Hey, goodbye, man. I'm gonna be man. I got a video to get done, so I'm on like a little bit of a crunch deadline, but I work pretty well under crunch. But yeah, the rest of my dude, I got so much I have so much little shit to do. Like I have laundry that I've been putting off for 8, and I really don't know why. I'm usually really good about it, but I think it's because my parents are coming, and I know that it's gonna be like a big bunch of laundry, and I'm like, do I really want to do like a little bit at once, or do I want to just get everything clean at like when they, you know what I mean? Like as they're closer to here. It's like, I don't know. They're coming. I've got 9 days.
Yeah, I would wait
before they show up.
Wait.
Yeah,
make it nice and pristine for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think so.
That's my goal. But just got all that work to do, and my parting words would be
open up. Black China, I drink her piss out of another man's balls. I shoot her a crack.
I gotta watch this video with sound.
What is his name again, the vampire?
Dracula Flow.
Dracula Flow.
It's so out of pocket, man. If any one of these was like a yearbook quote at any point for you, you would have been the star of that year. It's just unreal.
Love it.
We out here smoking symbiotes.
All right, my friends. It was good to be here with you today. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support. Last Stand Media, Sacred Symbols, etc. Couldn't do without you over on Patreon. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia. Early ad-free access, Sacred Symbols Plus, and more. LastStandMedia.store for merch. We appreciate you. We'll see you next time. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.